And we're live here on Steelers Talk. It is the live watch party for Week 13. This week, a big one between two potential playoff caliber teams here, between the Pittsburgh Steelers, your Pittsburgh Steelers, and the Buffalo Bills. It is at Acrisure Stadium. It is windy in Pittsburgh today. It seems like it's going to be a very heavy run game here today. Aaron Rodgers returns to the lineup. Broderick Jones out for the rest of the season, it looks like. Deshaun Elliott likely out for the rest of the season. Got those injury updates today. But if the Steelers can win today, all right, they can really take control of the AFC North yet again here, guys. Of course, Baltimore just lost their grip over the top of the AFC North on Thanksgiving, losing to the Cincinnati Bengals of all teams, losing by multiple scores, 5 turnovers for Lamar and company for that Baltimore offense. Now the Steelers, at least for now, sit atop the AFC North standings and hold the number 4 spot in the AFC playoff picture. If they win today, they take that full game advantage over the Baltimore Ravens, and of course they'd have the potential tiebreaker between them and the Buffalo Bills. So this one feels like a very big ball game for the Pittsburgh Steelers. If they lose today, though, obviously they will not have that tiebreaker between them and the Bills come the end of the season. And then also the Baltimore Ravens will retake the top spot in the AFC North, technically tied with 6-6 records at the top of the division. Now the Steelers have already beaten the New England Patriots at the top of the AFC. They beat them on the road back in Week 3, and they also beat the Indianapolis Colts a month ago at Acrisure Stadium, beating them pretty handily. We're hoping that we can get yet another impressive home victory for the Pittsburgh Steelers, their third straight after beating both the Colts and the Bengals over the last month. Welcome into the show, man. It's going to be a great one. We got over an hour of pregame coverage for you guys. We got keys to victory. We've got roster breakdowns. We've got the injury updates. We've got the inactives. Lots to talk about today, Ponzi, but it definitely feels like a big one here. Great opportunity for the Pittsburgh Steelers to retake control of the AFC North a week before Ravens week. We travel to Baltimore next week, Ponzi. It'd be nice to have that game advantage over the Ratbirds. And if you can get this win versus a good playoff caliber Buffalo Bills team here with an elite quarterback, I think the narrative can start to shift a little bit when it comes to this Pittsburgh Steelers team. If they can put together a complete performance, offense, defense, if they can run the football well today, if they can stop the run today, if they can limit Josh Allen and what he's going to be able to do today in Pittsburgh, I think the Pittsburgh Steelers actually match up pretty well against Buffalo today. I think we got a hell of an opportunity here to get a big win here in Week 13.
And I think, obviously the Steelers have a lot riding on this game, not only for playoff positioning and in the AFC North, but just in case of tiebreakers. I mean, the Bills right now hold that last wild card spot. If you're able to win today, even if you don't win the division, there might be a chance, it might be a path for you to get into the playoffs as that 7th seed, 6th seed. And I mean, this is an important one. I think the Steelers, match up very well, as you were saying. But I mean, hopefully we see Rodgers come back and lead the offense to a little more efficiency today.
Yeah, Mason Rudolph, really tough week last week. Only attempted 6 passes, 10 or more air yards down the field. Only completed 1 of them. He missed some open receivers down the field. There were some go routes that were pretty open for him, and they were decent decisions, Ponzi, to throw to those players, but he just wasn't accurate down the field in Chicago last week. Obviously, Rodgers gets the start. It was reported today he actually has 3 different fractures in his wrist that he is going to be playing through here through the rest of this season. That's got to be painful, and that means fundamentally this Steelers offense is probably going to change in terms of the way that they line up. It's probably going to look a lot like the Atlanta Falcons offense, to be honest with you. Atlanta plays more pistol than any other team in the National Football League. I expect to see a lot of pistol from this Steelers team. Jay Glazer reported that earlier today, that because Rodgers can't really comfortably take snaps from under center, when they want to go with that quote-unquote under center-like kind of look, which is going to be a lot in this ball game, I think, they're going to go to pistol. So I'd be kind of surprised if a majority of the Steelers' offensive snaps today didn't come from pistol. And, this is not a team that has played a lot of pistol this year, Ponzi, so that's going to be a change. But I do think that with how much nickel the Buffalo Bills like to run, how light they like to play, and how much jumbo personnel the Steelers like to play, I honestly think that it's not going to matter all that much today. I think that the Steelers will have a very successful day on the ground today, or at least I hope they do. Now, I want to give some love to the real ones down there in the comment section. We got a lot to talk about before today's game. We got inactives. We've got who's going to start at left tackle for Broderick Jones today. We got the Bills inactives as well. We're going to be talking about it all on today's show before we kick things off in just under 90 minutes. But type those real ones down there in the comment section if you want a shout out to start out today's show. Of course, my lovely fiance Cassie Voth is in the chat. Everyone say hi to Cassie. We got Gary Frank in the chat. We got Dave. We got Tristan. We got Eugene Payne. We got Voxy. We got Chuck Dugan. We've got Fluffy. We've got Christopher Domingo, Czar Craig, JT Clover. We've got Dark Humor. We've got Dave. We've got Eugene, Mr. Deadhead, JT Clover. Steel Eye is here. We've got Heart Punch 99. We already have our first Venmo of the day, by the way, so we'll get to that momentarily. We've got Jay Hayduck. We've got Marquise. We've got Anthony Fuller. The King Yinzer himself is in the chat. We got Pandemonium. We got Steven Norick. We got Robert. We got Kyle Jones, Oily Robot. We've got Colt Dog 66. Robert Kirkpatrick is here. Marilyn Krieger's in the house. What's up, Marilyn? We've got Tristan Slow Play, 50 Steel Caliber, Colt Dog 66. Joseph, thank you guys so much for watching the Steelers Talk Live Watch Party this week, guys. And coming up, we do have more pregame coverage for you guys. We're going to be breaking down the Buffalo Bills roster. We'll be talking about how the wind in Pittsburgh today is going to affect the game planning of both sides in this game, inactives. We're going to talk about it all on today's show. But first, I want to give you guys a great opportunity to get this Salute to Service Steelers hoodie. We've been kind of showcasing this on the show over the last month or so, but because of the brand new Black Friday deals that you're seeing on the website right now, you guys can use code CYBER60. You have to use the code to get the 25% off, but you guys can get the Salute to Service Steelers hoodie this year 25% off when you guys use code CYBER60 with our link, chatsports.com/PitSalute25. Ponzi's putting that link down there in the comments and description of today's show right now and in the live chat. So if you guys want to get this great deal right now, again, it's code CYBER60 when you use our link, chatsports.com/PitSalute25. Personally, I love the Salute to Service gear this year, guys. I really always do. But, I'm not the biggest fan of heavy camo. I just don't think it's as versatile as, say, like this really nice Army green is. Still get that great American flag patch on the side, the Steelers branding on the chest. Really like the color as well, guys. If you agree with me on that, you want to get this for yourself or somebody you love for Christmas, CYBER60 is the promo code for 25% off. All right, that's a quarter off the normal price for this Steelers Salute to Service hoodie. Again, chatsports.com/PitSalute25 to get this in your closet today. Now, if you guys want to send in a super chat, a Venmo, or PayPal donation, we greatly appreciate all of your guys' support. We're going to be showing off our awesome raffle item here just a second here. But if you guys have any question, if you have any comment, if you want to get something up on screen next to me here, all you have to do is send in a super chat donation. If you don't know how to super chat, there's a symbol down there in the live chat room that looks like a dollar bill. You click that icon, you send in the dollar amount that you want to send in along with your message. Ponzi and I will talk about whatever Steelers topic you want to talk about over the course of the ball game. And today, you guys know if you've been watching the watch parties this month, today is the day that we are raffling off, all right, a signed Hines Ward Steelers jersey. It is the big ticket item here for the month of November. This will be our lone raffle today, guys. So if you want a chance to win the Hines Ward jersey, the signed Hines Ward jersey today, you guys can get in the raffle today by donating a $10 donation via Super Chat, PayPal, or Venmo. $20 gets you extra raffle tickets, 3 raffle tickets, plus your name on the Steelers Talk Gong. $50, you get 10 tickets, plus we'll make it rain. And then $250, every $250 that we make on today's show, we are hitting the Steelers Talk Gong. My goal, guys, before kickoff, I want to hit the gong twice. I want to get to $500 in donations before kickoff. We got plenty of time to get there, but I appreciate all of your guys' support. And if you guys want to get in your donations via Venmo or PayPal, I will actually double your raffle entries to win the signed Hines Hines Ward jersey today, all right? The reason why we give you double raffle entries for Venmo and PayPal is because we get to keep more of the proceeds. With YouTube Super Chats, YouTube takes a 30% cut, and then Apple takes another 10%, all right? But if you guys want to get more raffle entries today, we're going to give you double the raffle entries for your money when you donate via Venmo or PayPal. Again, you can find me at Jack Sperry on Venmo or at Captain Jack Rabbit on PayPal. So, for example, a $10 Venmo gets you 2 raffle tickets. A $20 Venmo gets you 6 raffle tickets. And then a $50 Venmo gets you 20 tickets into the Hines Ward signed jersey raffle that we're going to be doing at the end of the show here, guys. Plus, if you guys send in a $50 Venmo or PayPal, you will actually win one of our Steelers Talk hats. Ponzi, you got one of those over there? Here, just throw it over to me real quick, all right? So I'm actually not wearing my channel hat today, but you guys will get one of these Steelers Talk hats. Ponzi and I can sign it for you if you want. I know $50 is quite a bit for a hat, guys, but it helps out a growing, smaller YouTube channel here, guys, that we are trying to, do a new graphics package for you guys here soon, all that great stuff. So if you want to become a member of Steelers Talk Hat Club, $50 or more in a Venmo or PayPal donation will get you a hat, plus it gets you 20 raffle tickets into the Hines Ward jersey raffle, guys. So, honestly, you might be walking away with 2 items if you put in a $50 Venmo today. But here's what's cool about Hat Club. Memberships can be donated, okay? So if you already have a Steelers Talk hat, if you're already a member of Steelers Talk Hat Club and you want to give a hat away to somebody in the chat, you can send in a $50 donation. And for every $50 that you donate via PayPal or Venmo, it's going to be a hat. So, for example, if you put in a $100 PayPal or Venmo, that's 2 hats that you get to give away, all right? So that's a really cool thing. We've donated a bunch of hats from generous benefactors over the last several weeks. So just thank you to everybody that's donated hats, and it's really been cool to see in this community here over the last month or so. But you guys, if you want a free raffle entry to win the Hines Ward jersey today, you guys, all you have to do is follow me on X at Jack_Sperry. I'm going to make a note here of the last person to follow me on X. Got it? And if you guys just follow me on X today, I will give you a free raffle entry. And the reason why you follow me on X, guys, is because you get extra Steelers content. I put my film analysis on there. I'm going to be putting out a bunch of clips from today's game on X tomorrow because we can't put it up here on YouTube. But also, I give you guys my instant reactions to everything that happens with the Pittsburgh Steelers. You want more Mike Tomlin rumors coverage, all that different stuff? We're going to be covering it on my X account as well as on here on the YouTube channel here on Steelers Talk. So if you want that free raffle entry, follow me on X. And if you're already following me on X and you're a real one, there's also a way that you guys can get a free raffle entry today. All you have to do is share today's stream on X, and you also get a free raffle entry. If you don't know how to share, it's pretty easy. It's a 4-step process in order to get into the raffle for free today. First thing that you do, below this video, looks like a little curved arrow icon with the word share on it. Click that button, then you select the X icon when the menu pops up, then you tag me in the post, all right? So this is the most important part, guys. You got to tag me in the post at Jack_Sperry, or else I can't see your post, and if I can't see your post, I can't put you in the raffle today, all right? So if you do these 4 things, click the share button, select the X icon, tag me in the post, and then send it, I will be able to see it, and I will get you into the raffle at the end of today's show. Greatly appreciate all of your guys' support. And if you don't have any money to spend on the show today, we completely understand, guys. All we care about is that you love Pittsburgh Steelers football and you want to watch the game with us today. But there's other ways that you can help out the channel that don't cost you a single cent. All right, you guys can click that subscribe button. We provide you guys not only with this watch party coverage for every single Steelers game, but we also give you guys post-game reactions, previews during the week. We give you guys injury updates, trade rumors, all that different stuff. We put out 2 free videos on the Steelers every single day on this channel. So if you guys want more of that content, click that subscribe button. Also, you guys can click that thumbs up icon. The more people that like this stream, the more YouTube is going to recommend it to other Steelers fans that are scrolling around YouTube looking for a watch party. So if you want to get more Steelers fans in here, you guys can click that thumbs up icon. And, of course, you can follow me on X and share today's stream on X for free raffle tickets to win the signed signed Hines Ward jersey at the end of today's show. And every 100 subscribers that we add on today's show, guys, we're giving away free raffle entries. Big shout out to these 5 people, the last 5 people to subscribe to Steelers Talk. We're going to be showing this graphic all throughout the day here, giving some shout outs here to all the people that click that subscribe button. So once we hit 105,500 subscribers here, we're going to be giving away our first free raffle entry of the day in terms of subscribers. And then as usual, we give away free raffle entries for likes as well. Once we get to our first 200 likes on today's stream, we are going to be giving away a free raffle entry. So greatly appreciate all of your guys' support. Make sure you click that thumbs up icon if you haven't already. We've got a lot of super chats to catch up on here, Ponzi. I'm going to actually send you all the Venmos that we have. We got quite a few of them already.
Shout out to Fluffy Lock saying, "Here we go, Steelers." Big hugs to everyone. I believe that is 20 euros.
I believe that is 20 euros, yes. And I think that's around the same as $20.
Let me do a quick Google search.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, let's see here.
$23. So shout out to Fluffy Lock. You are in the raffle.
Cool. Boom. All right, I'm just gonna get these Venmos sent to Ponzi real quick, and we'll cover everybody's super chats, and then we'll get into the pregame show here, guys. Appreciate your patience and your support. It's a big one today. Can't wait to see if the Steelers can get it done. All right, Ponzi, we got 4 of those. They're all sent. All right, first one coming in from Steven O. One of our previous raffle winners here coming in here, and he says, let's win top and running game today. Time of possession, I think, is what he means by TOP. So let's win time of possession running game today. Steven, I think that's going to be kind of the big X factor in this ball game. 2 things. Who's going to run the ball better today? Who's going to protect the football better today? I think that those 2 things will decide the outcome of this ball game. And the Steelers have done those 2 things pretty decently, this year. Okay, obviously, especially at home over the last month when they've beaten the Colts, when they've beaten the Bengals, defense has played really well. They've gotten a lot of turnovers in those 2 games. The run game last week had one of the best weeks they've had all year long, maybe the best that they've had all season long against Chicago. So I think that this is a pretty good matchup for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I certainly think there's a chance that they could come away victorious. It would be a massive, massive win in this season here for the Pittsburgh Steelers if they can come away with the win. Now Cassie's dad is actually in the chat here with a $20 Venmo. Big shout out to Tom Voth. He's a great guy. Everyone give Tom a big shout out in the chat.
Shout out.
And he says, have a great day. Hopefully, Tom, the Steelers can pull out the victory for us today. Appreciate you. He's also won a couple raffles, guys, so watch out. Watch out for Tom. He's won a couple of these things. Shannon Cassidy with a $10 Venmo. Shout out to Shannon. Says, let's freaking go Steelers. Hoping to see some promise from ASJ. Now, I do want to stop here for a second here, Ponzi, and talk about Asante Samuel Jr., who was elevated this week from the practice squad, and he is now officially usurped Darius Slay on the active roster. Slay is now a healthy scratch today, not even in contention to play today, not getting a helmet. Now, the question is, does Asante start for the Pittsburgh Steelers in place of James Pierre, who's played pretty well over the last month, or does Pierre continue to play on the outside? That's going to be one of the more intriguing questions that we'll get an answer to very early on in this game.
And I think it's kind of a cop-out to say this, but I do think that they will be in rotation. I think that, obviously you want to get ASJ game reps and see how he does out there. But, James Pierre has looked solid at times this year for the Steelers. And so it would not be shocking to see both in heavy rotation today.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what ASJ can bring to this Steelers defense, because he was a pretty darn good player before his really weird injury that he had there at the end of his tenure in Los Angeles. But we got our first making it rain of the day. It's Robert Boyd Bang! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Shout out to Robert Boyd, $50 Venmo. Gets him into the raffle. Gets him into Steelers Talk Hat Club, too. He says Steeli. This is actually Steeli, by the way. Here we go, baby. So Steeli, if you want to send me an email.
Got the email to L3 there for you, Steeli.
Can send it to Sperry at chatsports.com. Robert Boyd, Steeli, whatever you want to be called, my friend. Really do appreciate you, man. You are in Steelers Talk Hat Club. And if you already have a hat, Steeli, let me know. We'll donate a hat to somebody in the chat.
Or if you want to choose someone.
Or if you want to choose someone, absolutely. So great stuff there from Steeli, making it rain for the first time today here on Steelers Talk. We also have another, this time a PayPal coming in here. Ponzi?
Send me that.
Boom. All right. There you go. Yeah. All right, guys, just a reminder, we are going to be raffling off a signed Hines Ward jersey. Of course, Hines Ward is in consideration to be put into the Pro Football Hall of Fame right now. Steelers legend, multiple times Super Bowl champion, should be in the Hall of Fame. We got an awesome opportunity to get a signed jersey from him to raffle off here on the show. So if you want a chance to win that, again, $10 to get in, $20 for 3 raffle tickets, $10 for 10. And if you guys use Venmo or PayPal, you double those amounts. So 2 for just $10 on Venmo. Then you get 6 raffle tickets for $20. Then you get 20 raffle tickets for $50. Plus you get in the Steelers Talk Hat Club if you make it rain today. All right, we got another one to make it rain here. This one's rolling in from Christopher Cannon. Bang! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Shout out to Christopher. He just simply puts raffle in the note. That's great stuff,
love
man.
A simple man.
Let's go, man. That's fantastic stuff, Christopher. Thank you for the 50. Also, you can also send me that email for your hat there, Christopher. Christopher Cannon, you are now in Hat Club, my friend. Congratulations to you. And we just got a nice little PayPal here. They are coming in hot. I appreciate you guys. We're going to get to all of your Super Chats, all of your Venmos, all of your PayPals, and then, of course, we'll get into our pregame coverage once the first wave of these donations come in. So really do appreciate you guys. Let's see here. All right, Hot Rod 24 coming in with a $2 Venmo, my man Hot Rod. And he says, let's freaking go, Steelers, Sperry and Ponzi. We got this 30-24. Steelers run game is going to bully them. I sure hope so, Hot Rod. I don't think we're going to see – I think we're going to see the clock run a lot today. I think that we're going to see a lot of running from both teams today. I think it's going to be kind of a shortened football game because the clock will always be running. And because of that, I'm not sure if the score is going to get quite that high. But you'll see what my score prediction is later in today's show. And with that, let's get into our pregame coverage here today, guys, with just about an hour before we kick things off in Pittsburgh here this afternoon. Of course, the Buffalo Bills traveling to the Steel City to take on the Pittsburgh Steelers. And, the Steelers are certainly in a position right now here, guys, where, after Baltimore lost on Thanksgiving, they have now reascended to the top of the AFC North. And if they can win today, they get a full game advantage over Baltimore in the AFC North race here, heading into a week next week where, you're going up against the Baltimore Ravens, of course, on the road. So to have that full game advantage heading into, this final 5-game stretch where you got to play the Ravens twice really puts the pressure on the Ravens to win. Not just next week against the Steelers, but also when they come to Pittsburgh in the season finale, if they really want a shot to win the AFC North division this year. Of course, Buffalo 7-4, currently the number 7 seed in the AFC playoff picture. The Steelers trying to retain their spot at number 4 at the top of the AFC North. Here you guys can take a look at where the AFC playoff picture looks like right now. And the Steelers have already beaten 2 of the division leaders. They beat New England on the road in Week 3. Then they beat the Indianapolis Colts a month ago here in Pittsburgh at Acrisure Stadium. So the Steelers have shown that they can beat some of the best teams in the AFC already. If they can beat another team here in the Buffalo Bills, especially a team with an elite quarterback, something that the Steelers team has had a really tough time doing over the years. I think that'll be a big statement victory in terms of the kinds of teams that the Pittsburgh Steelers can beat down the stretch here as we approach the NFL postseason. But we can take a look here at the inactives today. Some pretty big ones here for the Buffalo Bills. Joshua Palmer, one of their starting receivers, out today. Terrell Bernard, they're probably their best linebacker on defense. He's out today. Then you got Fedarian Mathis, one of their run-stuffing defensive tackles, is out today. Both starting tackles, Deion Dawkins and Spencer Brown, are out today. All right, that's a huge mismatch for the Pittsburgh Steelers on defense heading into this game. And then Dalton Kincaid, their number one tight end, is also out today. So multiple starters out here in Week 13 for the Buffalo Bills. Then when it comes to the Pittsburgh Steelers, the big name on here is Darius Slay. Asante Samuel Jr. elevated to the active roster this week. We'll see how much of Asante we actually see, but Darius Slay is a healthy scratch in this ball game. Derek Harmon, unfortunately, has a knee injury. He is inactive today as well. Will Howard will be the emergency third quarterback. And unfortunately, you don't see Broderick Jones on here because he has been placed on IR and is likely to miss the rest of the season. With Broderick out, Andrus Peat takes his place at left tackle today. So just keep your eye out for that and for the rest of the season. Now let's talk about the Buffalo Bills in particular. Their coaching and scheme breakdown is where we'll start with them. Sean McDermott, really good winning percentage throughout his career there in Buffalo. It helps when you have a guy like Josh Allen, but he's 93-49 in his career there in Buffalo. The offense that they run here is a modern pro-style offense, really a lot of spread stuff with Joe Brady. Running a very similar offensive structure that he ran in LSU with Joe Burrow with that excellent 2019 LSU Tigers team. Then you got Sean McDermott, obviously calling the plays on defense, and he runs a lot of split safety stuff, all right? They run a lot of quarters. They run that kind of quarters look out of their base, and then they play nickel, all right? They don't play a lot of base, and they don't play a lot of heavier packages because they want to play in nickel all the time, and they want to take away the explosive passes, but that leaves them vulnerable to the run game, and that's definitely something the Pittsburgh Steelers need to take advantage of this week. You guys can take a look at where Buffalo ranks offensively. It is probably a top 5 offense in the National Football League. Last week, we had to play a top 10 offense in the league in the Chicago Bears. This week, we're going up against a really explosive group. Josh Allen really does carry this group quite a bit, and their run game is really good as well, led by James Cook. But their weakness is that they do give the football away at a pretty decent clip. They're 24th in the league with 15 giveaways, so it's certainly something here where the Steelers can turn the football over versus the Buffalo Bills. You guys can take a look at the starting lineup for the Buffalo Bills here today. Josh Allen, reigning MVP of the National Football League. Obviously, he's been terrific this year once again, but they're definitely hurt up front. All right, Alec Anderson is expected to start at left tackle. Ryan Vandemark is expected to start at right tackle. Their 2 backup tackles are in today, but then David Edwards, they're starting left guard. Connor McGovern, they're starting center with Osiris Torrance at right guard. Not a very good offensive line, guys, which should be a big mismatch for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That is, if they can make Josh Allen hold the ball for a little bit. But then in the skill positions, okay, you got Khalil Shakir is probably the guy I'm most worried about in the slot, dynamic receiving threat from the slot. The Steelers need to have a plan for him because he's a great yak threat. Gabe Davis has been somebody as a deep threat that has really torched the Steelers defense in years past. He already has some established chemistry with Josh Allen, re-signed with the Bills earlier this year. Steelers did take a look at him, but he is now a Bill. And then Brandon Cooks and Keon Coleman is also getting a helmet today. Keon's been a healthy scratch the last couple of weeks, but the team signed Brandon Cooks. Now Keon Coleman is getting a helmet. It'll be interesting to see what the wide receiver rotation looks like for Buffalo today. Then Dawson Knox will be their tight end, and James Cook is honestly, outside of Allen, their most dynamic offensive player. He is a really good running back. This team likes to establish the run, so that's got to be the first thing that the Steelers try and take away in this ball game. Then on the defensive side of the ball, you got Joey Bosa and Greg Rousseau as their starting defensive ends. Really, really good players. It'll be interesting to see the matchup between Bosa and Andrus Peat at left tackle today. Then Deion Walker and Daquan Jones will be starting on the interior. barrier there. Then the off-ball linebackers. No Terrell Bernard today, so that means Shaq Thompson and then Matt Milano, longtime veteran of this Buffalo Bills defense, will be getting the start in this ball game. Then in the secondary, and they will probably base out of nickel in this ball game, guys, so you will expect to see this group throughout the afternoon. Christian Benford and Tre'Davious White is their outside cornerback duo. Teron Johnson is their coveted nickel corner. Then you got Jordan Poyer, who's in his second stint here with the Buffalo Bills. He went over to Miami for a little bit. He's a good friend of Aaron Rodgers, by the way, so expect to see those two link up maybe after the game. But then Cole Bishop, a really good young safety that has really fit this split safety defense here in Buffalo like a glove. Young player out of Utah, very smart, very instinctual player to keep your eye on here today. But in terms of what the things that the Steelers need to do to win this ball game, number one, you have to get after Josh Allen. All right, if you want to win this ball game, or if the Bills, I should say, want to win this ball game, I think Josh Allen is really going to have to put on the cape, and that's going to be tougher because of the 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts that we're expecting in Pittsburgh today. But, certainly I think that with both tackles being out, with T.J. Watt, Alex Highsmith back in the lineup today, Nick Herbig still available to you. Even without Derek Harmon, I still think that this Steelers pass rush has the clear advantage. And this is a team in the Buffalo Bills that gave up 8 sacks versus another good pass rush in the Houston Texans on Thursday Night Football just last week. So certainly, number one thing, stop Josh Allen. The best way to do that, get after him and not give him many options. Then another thing that the Steelers defense should look to do today is to take the football away. That's really the big weakness with the Buffalo Bills offense this year. The only category where they rank outside of like the top 15 is in giveaways. So you got to take advantage of that. This is a Steelers team that creates a lot of turnover opportunities. They were able to get 2 more last week, but they also left some on the table. Got to make sure you're making the most of those turnover opportunities today against Josh Allen. But really, because of the 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts, because both starting tackles are out against an excellent Steelers edge rusher group, I would expect to see a lot of the run game today from the Buffalo Bills and James Cook. I think that they're really going to try and run this offense through Cook today. If the Steelers can play like they did against Jonathan Taylor and against Josh Jacobs, 2 premier backs in this league earlier this year, then I think that this should be a very winnable ball game for the Pittsburgh Steelers. But if they let James Cook run all over them today, then I think Buffalo can squeak in there and get a chance to get a road victory in Pittsburgh this afternoon. Then when you shift over to the offensive side of the ball, I think the Pittsburgh Steelers need to go jumbo. The Buffalo Bills do not change out of their nickel personnel. They just don't. A couple weeks ago, the Miami Dolphins absolutely kicked their ass because they went to jumbo personnel against Buffalo, and Buffalo didn't change out of their nickel personnel. So I don't know if they're coming in with a different plan in this ball game. I would probably recommend that they do that today, but I don't think they're going to. If the Steelers go jumbo and they can have success playing jumbo, I think that gives the Steelers the winning edge to win this ball game. And then, of course, if you're going to go jumbo, you got to run the football. I firmly believe, guys, that I think that the team that runs the football better today is going to be the team that wins the ball game. Now, something that is a little bit concerning here, guys, in terms of the Steelers' offense, is that Jay Glazer from Fox Sports reported today that the Steelers are going to be playing a lot of pistol, all right? And the reason for that is that Aaron Rodgers, who's playing with 3 fractures in his left wrist, he's going to be wearing a cast today. It's painful for him to take snaps under center. So he was able to do a couple of those in practice this week, not many. And the expectation, according to Glazer, is that it's going to be very heavy pistol and shotgun while that wrist heals up. So that's going to be over the next several weeks, guys. It's going to be interesting to see how this new pistol shotgun-based offense for the Steelers looks like this afternoon. But also, man, I know it's windy outside and all that different stuff. It's going to be difficult to throw the ball down the field at times in this ballgame. So if you're expecting this to be the week where the Steelers passing attack down the field really opens up and really does some great things, I would say that's probably less likely this week just because of how difficult it's going to be to throw the ball down the field in this win. But if you can hit a couple shots to DK down the middle, down the sideline, all right, 10-plus yards down the field, you can expand this offense and what it can do. And it can help out the run game, create more space for Jaylen Warren, etc. Be nice to hit some shots down the field. And then the other key to victory, other than run game in this game, guys, to me is going to be ball protection. Whichever team protects the football better, I think has a really good chance to win this ball game. So not only do the Steelers defense need to do a good job taking the ball away from Buffalo, but Aaron Rodgers, Jaylen Warren, these guys need to do a good job protecting the football. If you get out of this game with 0 turnovers and your defense can create a couple turnovers, I think you got an excellent chance coming away with the dub. Then the final key to victory is to make the play late. In a game like this, guys, where there's going to be a lot of running clock, where there's going to be a lot of running plays, all this different stuff, methodical drives, it's going to limit the amount of plays, and it's going to limit the amount of drives, and it's going to limit the amount of total plays in the ball game, which is going to limit the amount of points. So I don't expect this to be like a 30-30, you know, both teams in the 30 kind of shootout kind of game for sure. I think that we could see some scoring for sure. We'll get into that with my score prediction later, but I think it's going to be close at the end of the game here, and the Steelers need to make that big play in the fourth quarter if they want to come away this afternoon, 7-5. Now, still to come here on the Steelers Talk pregame show. Ponzi and I have our score predictions. We'll get to those here in just a moment. But first, I want to let you guys know about a great opportunity. Get a great piece of Steelers apparel at a fantastic price. You guys can use code CYBER60 at chatsports.com/PitSalute25 to get 25% off this Salute to Service Steelers hoodie. This is the officially licensed Salute to Service hoodie for the Pittsburgh Steelers this year. It's the same one you see Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin and all these different guys wear on the sideline. So if you guys want to get this 25% off, you're probably not going to find a better deal on this for the rest of the holiday season, guys. Again, it's CYBER60, 25% off when you use code CYBER60 at chatsports.com/PitSalute25. Greatly appreciate all of your guys' support. Now, Ponzi, do we have more Super Chats here? We do, so we'll get to those.
One here from Bernard Nixon, who $2 saying, whose career would you rather have, Aaron Rodgers or Eli Manning? Aaron Rodgers. But then again, beating Brady twice, though. Like, me personally? Or just, like, whose career is better?
I mean, I'm taking A-Rod.
I think, like, terms of, like, whose career is better, Aaron Rodgers, but beating Brady twice in the biggest stage?
Yeah, it's big.
I might take that personally, while not being like a sure ballot Hall of Famer.
I would take A-Rod's just because, like, Eli's not a top 5 QB of all time. No. I think Rodgers is a top 5 QB of all time, and he does have a championship. So, like, listen, man, if you're a champion once, you're a champion forever. You know, I don't know if there's that much of a difference between one championship ring versus 2 championship rings, especially when you compare the full picture stats between Aaron Rodgers and Eli Manning. I mean, Manning for a lot of his career was a pretty mid quarterback.
He's not even a top 10 quarterback of all time.
He had 2 very special playoff runs, and he's one of the most clutch quarterbacks in history. But I mean, Nick Foles won a Super Bowl against Tom Brady, right? I mean, Nick Foles played great in that Super Bowl. It's crazy that he outdueled Brady in that game because Brady played great. It was one of his better statistical Super Bowls. I was actually there in Minneapolis for that Super Bowl, and it was an awesome game. Nick Foles played great, but I do think I would take Aaron Rodgers over Eli Manning's career any day of the week. Steven Oric with a 2. Stephen O already put in a $20 Venmo. Says, Jack, why can't you put up game film on YouTube? It's a monetization thing, Steven, where it's officially
copyrighted.
It's copyrighted by the National Football League. So if we put it up on there, and any channel that uses game film guys on YouTube, they don't make money on that video. So obviously here at Chat Sports, we're running a business here. Now we can show pictures of the game film, which we do on occasion here on Steelers Talk, but we're not allowed to show actual game clips, or else we're going to get struck down as a channel because we're using copyrighted video. So, I mean, it's not up to us. It's up to YouTube. So if you're going to get mad at somebody there, Steve, I'm not even saying you're getting mad at me there. You're just asking a question. But if you're looking for somebody to blame there and somebody to get mad at, blame YouTube, all right? And honestly, blame the NFL for not allowing that stuff to be used. All right, man.
Do you have any Venmos?
We did not get any Venmo. So while we continue to wait here, before we get into our score predictions, I want to let you guys know about the awesome raffle that we are doing today so that you guys can get in on this raffle, because you're not going to want to miss this one, man. It is a signed Hines Ward Steelers jersey. Of course, Ward is a semifinalist to make the Pro Football Hall of Fame this year. He's a Steelers legend, multiple-time Super Bowl champion, and we had the opportunity to get a signed Hines Ward jersey about a month ago, and we decided to do a big raffle for the month of November here. So if you guys want a chance to win this Hines Ward signed jersey today, $10 to get into the raffle today. $20 gets you 3 raffle tickets plus your name on the Steelers Talk Gong. $50 gets you 10 tickets, plus we make it rain. We've already had a couple people make it rain today. And if we can get to $250 total on today's show, we will hit the gong. My goal is to hit the gong twice.
We are $70 away from our first.
All right, we're only $70 away from the first gong hit here, guys. My goal with 45 minutes to go till kickoff here, guys, is to hit the gong twice. All right, so let's make that happen before we get into kickoff here in about 45 minutes. And I will say this, guys, and I will remind you guys that you guys can get double the raffle tickets for the signed Hines Ward jersey today when you guys use Venmo and PayPal. All right, the reason why we give you double the raffle tickets is because we get to keep more of the proceeds. YouTube and Apple combined take 40% of the money that you guys donate to the channel. I don't know if you guys knew that, but with Venmo and PayPal, we get to keep more of that money that you guys that you guys donate to the show. You guys can find me at Jack Sperry on Venmo. Again, guys, that's like $10 Venmo gets you 2 raffle tickets. $20 Venmo gets you 6 raffle tickets. $50 Venmo gets you 20 tickets to potentially win the Hines Ward jersey. So if you guys want to get those extra raffle tickets, this is where you guys can send your donations. And if you put in a $50 donation today on Venmo or PayPal, you get to join Steelers Talk Hat Club. We have these Steelers Talk hats. It's an exclusive membership right now, guys, because there's only a limited amount of these hats. So if you guys want to get into Hat Club this year, $50 in Venmo or PayPal. I know that's a lot for a hat, guys, but it helps out a growing channel here, small business that we're trying to, do some cool stuff for you guys on the channel. New graphics packages, more new intro is coming here soon, all that different stuff. We're working really hard on that. So for the 2026 season, we have some brand new stuff for you guys to enjoy on this channel, and we're going to continue to elevate our game here on Steelers Talk with the money that you guys send in. So what's cool about Hat Club, guys, is that if you already have a hat and you want to donate one to somebody in the chat, you can do that, and you can donate as many as you want. All right, $50 a hat. So if you put in, like, say, a $100 Venmo, you can give away 2 hats. $200, you give away 4 hats. All right, we greatly appreciate all the donations that come in, guys. So if you guys want to send in money today, we greatly appreciate it. But we also understand that not everybody has money expendable to just give to a YouTube channel, all that different stuff. So we want to give everybody a chance to win the jersey today. So if you guys want to just follow me on X at Jack_Sperry on that platform. I put up my film analysis on there. I put my instant reactions to all things Steelers up on my X account before I even do our videos here on Steelers Talk. So if you guys want my instant reactions to things, I'm going to be putting out a bunch of film clips tomorrow from the events of today's game, tomorrow on X. So you can follow me at Jack_Sperry for a free raffle entry to win that signed Hines Ward jersey. You can also share today's stream. If you're already following me on X, this is how you guys can get your free raffle entry today. It's an easy 4-step process to share this stream on X. All you have to do is click the share button below this video, type the or click the X icon in the menu, and then tag me in the post at Jack_Sperry, and I'll make sure to get you into the raffle today. You got to make sure you send that post as well. And if you don't have funds to spend on the show and donations today, we completely understand. But, there's other ways to help out the channel, guys. You can subscribe for our free content every single day, plus our live watch parties every single Steelers game day. You guys can like today's stream to get more Steelers fans in this chat room. And also, you guys can follow me on X, and you guys can share today's stream on X for not 1, but 2 free raffle entries if you have not followed me already. And as always, we do give away free raffle entries when we get every 100 subscribers we make on today's show. So big shout out to these last 5 people that have subscribed to the channel. We'll give some shout outs to all those people. We got, how do you say that first name?
Prabasaran Diwale.
Prabasaran. Big shout out to Prabasaran. We got Gully, Melissa, Noel, and Ashton. Big shout out to those 5, the last 5 people to click that subscribe button. And once we get to 105,500 subscribers, we will be giving away a free raffle entry for that Hines Ward jersey raffle at the end of today's show. Also, for every 200 likes, we give away a free raffle entry. So we got about 450 people watching live right now around the world. We're at 150 likes. So if you haven't clicked that thumbs up icon yet, click that thumbs up icon. Get us to 200 likes. We'll give away a free raffle entry when we get there. But we got a $50 super chat from Devote T.S. Bang! Make it rain! Here we go, Steelers! go. Shout out to Devon. I think Devon already has a hat. I can't remember, Devon. If you already have a hat, let me know who you want to donate it to. Send me an email, whatever. And if you don't have a hat, make sure you send me an email at Sperry@chatsports.com. Ponzi, if you want to put that in the L3.
Right there.
There you go, Devon. If you don't have a hat or if you want another one, whatever, you can send me your email address. If you want to give the hat away, let me know down there in the chat, and we'll make sure that person gets the hat. All right. Great stuff from Devon. $2 from Stephen Orrick. Follow-up from his first question says, do you put up all 22 on X? Yes, we do. It's part of the YouTube platform where you're not allowed to post that kind of stuff.
There are some, and this is like rollout. Some NFL YouTubers do have access to all 22, but usually those are NFL affiliated. So
yeah, you have to be officially sponsored by the National Football League to show NFL film on your YouTube channel.
Hopefully one day the NFL branches out. I know the MLB does stuff like that where you can show film now on the MLB.
But on X, the NFL posts their all 22 stuff on there, just the way that it is, right?
Yeah.
So that's free use on X, but it's not free use on YouTube. So it's just the different policies of the different companies there, Steven, which is why we're allowed to do our film analysis on X. And plus, we're not monetized on X. At least I'm not. So it doesn't really affect the business side of things here at Chat Sports if I post a Steelers all 22 clip on my X account. So that's kind of the reason why there, Stephen, if that makes any sense. Now we can go around the league here before we get into our score predictions for me and Ponzi. We're getting close to around 30 minutes before kickoff here. The Browns are currently getting shadurred by the 49ers. Shadur has been not great today. I mean, big shocker.
Injured a little bit.
I'm sure there'll be a bunch of excuses for him. But 26-8, 49ers on top. Brock Purdy returning today. Well, I guess he returned last week, but he's been playing a lot better this week. Panthers currently up on the Los Angeles Rams. Ponzi, I would have ranked the Rams as the number one team in the NFL heading into the week, and now that they look like they're about to lose.
I think they actually just lost.
Did they just officially lose?
I believe so.
That is an incredible upset by the Carolina Panthers.
Final.
What's their record now? Are they 7-5 now?
They're 7-6, maybe.
Or were they 6-6 coming into today?
Yep, 7-6.
Yeah, 7-6. So they're not done yet, and that's a very big victory. Because I would coming into the week, I would have considered the Rams the best team in the league.
I mean, I think you and many others.
Yeah, I mean they've been playing phenomenally, and
Stafford threw 2 picks in the
to put up
first half.
31. Yeah, Stafford had some picks today, but to put up 31 on the Rams is pretty impressive from a up and down football team there in the Panthers. Panthers are kind of like the Steelers though, Ponzi. Where like 1 week, they'll beat the Rams, just like 1 week the Steelers will beat the Patriots. And then the next week, they'll lose to the Cincinnati Bengals without Joe Burrow.
It's very frustrating. I imagine Panthers fans are very frustrated. Obviously very hyped for this win. But just like the week-to-week is crazy. But, I mean, another underrated story is that I think they're 1 game back in the NFC South.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a very great division. I mean, Tampa's lost some games here over the last several weeks. Did they win? I guess we'll see here in just a second. But the Colts are currently losing to the Houston Texans. They have the ball. And they are driving, so keep that in mind. But they need a touchdown to take the lead. They lost Sauce Gardner today, Ponzi, but it looks like it's just going to be a calf strain. And I mean, calf strains. Just ask Aaron Rodgers. They can end disastrously if you don't manage those correctly.
I imagine they'll probably sit Gardner out a lot. I mean, I don't think that it isn't worth it to rush Gardner out there whenever you spent 2 first-round picks on him. So
right.
Let's be calm with him. Make sure that he's all
be
good.
Safe.
Because, obviously, when we first saw the injury, instantly think Achilles.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly thought it was probably going to be Achilles because he couldn't even put weight on his other leg. But it's good news to hear that they believe it's just a calf strain and he should be able to return at some point this year. But those calf strains, man, calf injuries can be very, very dangerous if you play on them injured. Just ask anyone with really a big Achilles tear. Tyrese Halliburton, Aaron Rodgers, Kevin Durant. A lot of them played with calf injuries, and it can lead to a higher chance of that. Obviously, we don't hope that for Sauce. Don't hope that for the Colts, but something to keep your eye on as the rest of the season unfolds. But the Dolphins currently up on the Saints 19-11, but the Saints have the ball with Tyler Shuck driving down the field, and they got a chance to tie that ball game, put it into overtime. Falcons currently up on the Jets. Tyrod Taylor trying to get that team to tie it up here on a 2-minute drill.
I believe they're in the 10-yard line?
The 10-yard line. They're on the Atlanta 10, so they got every opportunity to tie that game there. Cardinals currently losing by 3 points to the Buccaneers. 2-minute drill right now, but they are pretty deep in their own territory. So we'll see if Jacoby Brissett can drive them down the field here. But then the Jaguars whooping that ass against the Tennessee Titans. Tennessee's the worst team in the league. I think Cam Ward's got a bright future once they get a new head coach in there. They surround him with some talent. But the Titans, man, they're definitely a year away from being anywhere near competitive.
One of their mock targets, Lane Kiffin, looks like he's heading to LSU. So I don't think he was ever going to go to the Titans.
I think if Kiffin was going to go anywhere in the NFL, it would have been the Giants to reunite with Jackson Dart. But LSU is going to just throw him an absolute mountain of money. So
and it's crazy. Even in the college football world, a lot of people are complaining that he's not going to coach the way of the playoffs. But why would he?
Yeah, exactly. But we've got quite a few games in the 3 o'clock window today, Ponzi. And then, of course, we've got Commanders and Broncos later tonight. Talk about some of your worst Sunday night football games the entire season.
When we first saw the schedule, it may have been different.
Yeah, when we first saw the schedule, we're like, man, that's going to be a fun one. 2 second-year quarterbacks. Now Jaden Daniels is not playing tonight. Terry McLaurin does return to the lineup for the Commanders, though, so that's a little interesting. And I think that this is going to be an interesting night here, Ponzi, and the reason why I'm excited to watch that Commanders-Broncos game tonight is because we're going to find out if the Broncos, are they actually for real, or can they lose to a team like the Commanders that has really struggled?
If they lose to a team like the Commanders without so many people,
and I know the Commanders are home, but the Commanders are
excusable.
The Commanders are not a good team, man. If Bo Nix can't play well against that Commanders defense in this game, I'm not scared of the Broncos whatsoever in the AFC playoffs. But some other games in this 3 o'clock window that the Steelers will be playing in. Vikings, Seahawks, very interesting one. Max Brosmer, undrafted free agent. By the way, he looked better, in my opinion, in the preseason on the film than J.J. McCarthy did. Now, obviously, Brosmer's playing, at the end of the game and in the second half, where McCarthy was playing only with starters in the preseason. But, Brosmer, I think, has better feet, has better throwing mechanics. I think he's a better mental processor. The only thing that I think Brosmer isn't as good as McCarthy is A, mobility, and B, arm strength. In terms of physical tools, McCarthy hasn't beat, but in terms of actually playing the position, nuance, the ability to read coverages and getting the ball out fast, he's got a really quick release, really smooth, efficient throwing mechanics leading to good accuracy. All right, I think that in that offense with KOC, who can dial up some concepts now, I think that Brosmer and that Vikings offense today is going to look as good as they have looked this entire season with any quarterback. And that's crazy to say with the UDFA rookie at quarterback, and against playing one of the better defenses, they're going to play the entire season. But I'm kind of a Brosmer believer, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Are you going on your chair and saying that Brosmer is going to Brock Purdy, J.J. McCarthy?
Listen, man. There's a lot of similarities, right? Trey Lance, top draft pick, right? Traded up to get him.
It hurts.
All right, gets hurt. Then Brosmer, according to the reports, he's looked better than McCarthy in practice all season long, just like we saw reports that Purdy was playing better than Lance that year. Neither of them have a super strong arm, but they have really good mechanics. They can read defenses, and they're playing with an excellent offensive play caller. So there's a lot of similarities here. I'm not saying Max Brosmer is going to be as productive as Brock Purdy was to start his career. Not going that far. Just saying there's a lot of similarities there. I'm very intrigued to see how Brosmer does in Seattle this afternoon.
I'm very excited to see that too as well.
But then the Raiders and Chargers, I think we all expect the Chargers to win that game.
Unless Geno does Geno things after Chip Kelly. Apparently Chip Kelly was calling plays that didn't even exist in their playbook. Yeah. You didn't see this report? That Chip Kelly was calling plays that they did not install.
That's crazy, man. Well, if the Raiders win today, I think that probably points to the Chargers not being a super legit threat in the AFC. But we got some Super Chats and some Venmos that we're going to get to here momentarily here, guys. But Steven with a $1 super chat. Appreciate you, Steven. Mr. Vlang with a 2 as well.
Then he has another 5 here.
All right, I've got 4 Venmos to get you here.
I'll read this out while you send me that. It says, wait a minute. Why don't you like Sanders? Give me one good reason. His film is not bad at all.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
He'll definitely be better.
Oh, my gosh,
Will
dude.
Howard.
The film was not good at all at Colorado, man. Like, his completion percentage completely dependent on RPOs and screens. When he had to throw the ball down the field, man, it was not phenomenal. It just wasn't.
Man.
He would try to extend plays that weren't there. Listen, man, I'm not here to get into a fight about Shedeur Sanders, but, I mean, it's not good, man. It's just not.
But there's just things about Shedeur that you can't teach, Sperry. He's really got that perfect timing,
Whatever you want to say there, man. Listen, man, I don't root against NFL players. Like he is a Cleveland Brown, so I kind of do hope that he doesn't perform well. But he just got his ass whooped, man. 26-8, not a great day for Shedeur. His only touchdown today came on like a wide open design concept for him. We'll see how it works out for him, but let's just say I'm happy he's a Cleveland Brown. I'm just happy he's not on our team.
Not to say, players went to a certain spot for a reason, but there was a reason why he fell. And also, it didn't really help out.
I think the best way, I think Albert Breer said it best. He didn't go in the first round because he wasn't a first-round caliber quarterback. He went in the 5th round because of all the other stuff. Apparently, teams were completely turned off from him in the interviews and all that different stuff, including the Steelers. The Steelers interviewed him, and they're like, we don't want to draft him. How many times did the Steelers, completely have a chance to get him? I mean, they could have drafted him in the 3rd round. They could have drafted him in the 5th round. They could have done a lot of different things, and they chose not to draft him, and they liked Will Howard more. We'll see what ends up happening with Will Howard. But, I would say Shedeur was a big-time product of a college-esque system that had a lot of RPOs and screens. And when he actually was asked to, go full-field progression reads, NFL-caliber stuff, his accuracy down the field was actually not that great. I know a lot of people thought that his downfield accuracy was really good, but he also doesn't have a strong arm. So, if he's late on concepts, which he really consistently is, he's not a great mental processor. It just really shortens it really kind of limits the amount of margin for error for him. Like, he has to be playing on time, on target, all the time to have to play well with the lack of physical traits that he has. He's not a special athlete. He doesn't have a really good arm. In fact, he's got a below average arm in terms of overall arm strength. So he has to play with anticipation, which he never played with at Colorado, ever. Never, ever played with anticipation. I think he probably had 5 true anticipation throws at Colorado last year during his entire season, Ponzi. And I watched every single snap of his film last year. You just didn't see a lot of anticipation, and that's the type of thrower he needs to be to have success at the NFL level. Maybe he develops that. Maybe he does. But,
another thing that I noticed a lot is he's very jumpy.
Yeah, he likes to leave clean pockets a lot, all that different stuff. There'll be certain plays there, actually, though, Ponzi, where he will take a shot. There was a couple of really nice throws on his film last year at Colorado where he would stand and deliver in the pocket and take a big shot. But, frankly, he got bailed out a lot by a lot of really talented receivers at Colorado last year, including Travis Hunter and a couple of other guys there that are really good players. So, I'd have to disagree with you there, Mr. Vlang, that, his film was, really good. I honestly thought it wasn't NFL caliber film, and for that reason, I ranked him as the 5th quarterback on my quarterback rankings this year among rookie quarterbacks. So I didn't think he was going to fall to round 5. I thought he was going to go on day 2. But, I think a lot of the NFL scouts saw a lot of what I was seeing on film because there was a reason why he did fall as far as he did. But then we get to Venmo here, and we get Robert Locke with a $20 Venmo. Shout out to Dwayne. Robert first. Robert says, here we go, Steelers. Let's go, baby. Hopefully we can get a big win today, Robert. Then Dwayne Chapman comes in with a $10 PayPal. Let's see what he had to say in his. Just sends his shipping address. All right, Dwayne, so if you win the hat, Or if you win the jersey, I'll have your shipping address. Appreciate you. Then Steven coming in with another 10 says, let's give it up for Jack and Ponzi. Great show. We appreciate you, Steven. He's already put in quite a few dollars in Super Chats and Venmos today, so big shout out to Steven. He's been a real one today. Then we've got Mikel Alexander Bang! Making it rain again. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Mikel Alexander with a $50 PayPal. And Mikel says Steelers win with 7-5 raffle and hat. All right, man. So, Mikel, just make sure you send me an email, Sperry@chatsports.com, if you want a to get your hat. I'll send your hat early this week.
There we go. There's the email down in the L3 at the bottom of your screen there.
Just send me an email, Mikel, Sperry@chatsports.com. And we'll make sure to get you your hat, and you get 20 raffle tickets for the Heinz Ward jersey we're giving away at the end of the show. Mr. Vlang with a 5 says, I guess I don't expect much knowledge from the team that decides to throw to Deontay Dropson instead of George Pickens. I mean, listen, man, Deontay, when he was here, he was a fine football player. He had some drops, but like he was one of the premier route runners in the league while he was here. But I agree with you, Mr. Vlang, on the George Pickens thing. Like, man, it's just so disappointing that they could never find a way to use him correctly. I mean, he was always showing the flashes, right? He was always showing how good he really was. And if you watch George Pickens play, you knew exactly how talented he is and was. I mean, I've been saying for years he's a top 5 talent at the position in the entire game. And now he goes to a team in Dallas that actually throws over the middle of the field, in the intermediate levels of the field, gets him the ball out in space. And unfortunately, the Steelers didn't use him that way, never paired him up with an OC and a quarterback that were good enough for his talents. And that's certainly disappointing, Mr. Vlang. So even though we might disagree on Shedeur, certainly we can agree that the Steelers misused George Pickens. And it sucks that he's no longer here, and we wasted that caliber of a talent. $20 from Breathing Black and Gold. My man says, how many sacks does Pittsburgh get today with the Bills' tackles out? Listen, man, I think Buffalo is really going to make a big point of getting the ball out fast today, and they're going to run the ball a lot, in my opinion. So if you're expecting the Steelers to, repeat what was it, 8 sacks that Houston had on them last week. I don't know if they get to that level, but it's reasonable to expect somewhere between anywhere between 4 and 6. I think is realistic.
Because especially with both tackles out.
And I think this question, Breathing Black and Gold, it really depends on how good the coverage is from the Steelers. I think it really does depend on how long does this Steelers secondary force Josh Allen to hold the ball. Do the Steelers do a good job disguising their coverage pre-snap, or are they going to kind of go back to that single high coverage that we saw last week that got absolutely shredded and frankly has been getting shredded throughout the entire season? Well, I mean, it seems like it's a mixed bag between Mike Tomlin and Terrell Austin this season in terms of what we get schematically from week to week. Honestly, I'm scared we're going to see a lot of single high coverage today, Ponzi, because of the wind, because the Steelers probably know they're going to try and run the football. I'm hoping they stick with the 2 high system that they've been playing the 3 weeks prior to last week against Indy, against LA, and against Cincinnati, where they had awesome results for that 3-game stretch. Hoping they play similar to that compared to what they played last week.
Exactly.
Oh, David Lehman! Bang! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. David coming in with a 50. Gets him into gets him, of course, into the raffle. 10 raffle tickets for you, David. Appreciate you. Says on the road again. Don't worry, the kids aren't with me this time. Here we go. All right, no holds barred this time. No holds barred this show. But we appreciate you, David. Thanks for watching with us again today. We're about 20 minutes away from kickoff in Pittsburgh. Everyone give David a big shout-out in the chat, by the way. Show some love to David. He put in a 50, I think it was a couple weeks ago.
We're on a road trip.
Yeah, they were on a road trip, and he was here the last time the Steelers won a football game. So maybe David's
our good luck charm?
Maybe David's our good luck charm here. So we're about 20 minutes away from kickoff in Pittsburgh, guys. So let's go over Ponzi and I's Week 13 score predictions, okay? Definitely going to be interesting because of the win factor, because of Rodgers with his splint, because of, obviously, these are two teams that like to dump the football off. These are two teams that don't throw the ball down the field all that often. With the wind being what it is today, Ponzi, with 30-degree gusts, I expect to see a lot of short passes, a lot of running the football, a lot of methodical drives, and I think it's going to be a very interesting ball game. But you guys can take a look here at the trends before Ponzi and I reveal our score predictions. That the trends predict a 26-23 Bills win today, but that is within the margin of error, all right? That the margin of error when it comes to these trends predictions is 3 points, all right? So it's not necessarily a super clear favorite at this point, but certainly you're teetering on that. But here's the thing, man. I think the Pittsburgh Steelers actually match up very well against the Buffalo Bills. Everything that the Steelers do well, take the football away, run the ball from jumbo personnel, all that different stuff. It goes directly against what the Bills really struggle against, all right? So I think that it will be relatively close. I think Josh Allen will put on the cape a couple of times, make some great plays. I think James Cooks is going to have some good plays in this game as well. But I'm going to go with 24-21. Steelers win the ball game today, and they get to 7-5.
I mean, I agree with you. I think, obviously I have a little bit of a higher score, one more touchdown, and then the Bills kicking another field goal. But, I mean, I think that the Steelers match up really well, sneakily well, against this Bills team.
I mean, I honestly wouldn't mind playing this team in the playoffs.
Exactly.
Honestly. If you get that 4th seed and the Bills get the 5th seed, honestly, I'm not super afraid. I think the Steelers can beat any team in the AFC. I really do. They've already beaten the number 1 seed in the Patriots. They've already beaten the 3 seed in the Colts. Right, and I think the Colts just lost. So
the Colts did just lose.
So Houston, that's a big win for them.
But like
the Broncos, like Bo Nix has not played particularly great in the first 3 quarters of really any ball game this year. In the 4th quarter, he can turn it up, and their defense is really good, and they've gotten some good breaks this season. But I think the Steelers can beat Denver in a playoff game. And then you look at the Chargers. I know the Steelers already lost to the Chargers this year, but I think especially if it's a home playoff game, like right now, for example, the Steelers, I believe, would play the Chargers at home if, let me
pull up the playoff real quick.
Or going into the week. I think that, going into this game here, I think if the playoffs started today, the Steelers would play the Los Angeles Chargers at home. And I think, in a cold environment, in a playoff environment, without Rashawn Slater, without Joe Alt, all right, I think the Steelers would probably win that ball game. I think they have every chance to beat the Chargers. Jacksonville, they're so similar to the Steelers where, they have shown that they can play good on both sides of the ball. They just haven't been able to do it consistently this year. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with Jacksonville. And I certainly think the Steelers can beat Jacksonville in a playoff game at home this year. And then the Bills, like I've been saying, I think that they can beat the Bills at home as well. So I'm not particularly petrified of any team in the AFC playoff picture right now, guys. And obviously the Steelers have things that they need to get better at, Ponzi. I think
so does every team.
But so does every team, right? No team is perfect, all right? And I feel like Steelers fans sometimes say, we're not perfect, therefore we're bad. And it's like, that's just not the case, all right? We're inconsistent, sure. There's things that they have been, that they need to get better at. They need to throw the ball vertically down the field more. They need to be more consistent in run defense and passing defense for that matter, all right? They need to be more consistent. We've seen this offense play at a high level before. We've seen this defense play at a high level before. What it comes down to, folks, is if you can maybe unlock the vertical passing game a little bit, that would be huge down the stretch. And then can you get a little bit more consistency? Now,
I think that's true of every team.
Yeah.
But even with the Steelers, at their peak, they beaten teams like the Colts pretty handedly.
Yeah, I mean, they had that game wrapped up in the midway point of the 4th quarter.
And I think, what underrated part, obviously the Colts didn't have Sauce Gardner at that point, but, I mean, that team was red hot at that point.
Yep.
And they were winning consistently, they were dominating, and I think the Steelers have shown it both on the offensive and defensive side of the ball. But, I mean, like you said, putting it together is a different thing. But why isn't there a reason why this team can't go on a run?
Yeah, exactly. Listen, man. There's been multiple 9-win teams to win Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Like the Steelers. When they won their Super Bowl with Bill Cowher, they were a wild card team, right? And that team was certainly far from perfect during the regular season. So listen, man, there's certain things that need to happen, right? Rodgers needs to get back to playing like he was in the first half of the season, despite the injury that he now has. So that's a big if, all right? That's a big X factor. You have to find a way to unlock the deep passing game, the vertical passing game at some point. Obviously the defense needs to find a level of consistency. This team is not perfect, all right? And right now, I wouldn't say they've played like a Super Bowl caliber team, but it's a pretty weak AFC this year. And I think that we've seen what this team is capable of this year in spurts. It's just about finding that consistency. It's about playing your best football when you get into January. And I think this Steelers team is still very capable of that. But unfortunately, the Steelers did take a big loss as Jerry Dulac of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reports that Broderick Jones has a neck injury that is more serious than originally thought, and he will miss the remainder of the 2025 season. He was placed on
weird play.
He was placed on IR yesterday, and Andrus Peat will be his replacement at least for this week. Ponzi. I think the reason why Pete got this nod over Calvin Anderson was because Pete's bigger and he's a better run blocker. And I think
they need that.
Yeah, and I think that, that kind of shows you exactly where the Steelers' head is at right now. We are going to run the football in this ball game. We're going to put the guy with maybe a little bit, less experience playing left tackle. And he's played more guard in his NFL career than tackle, whereas Anderson and Cal is more of a designated swing tackle. The reason why we're going to go with Pete is A, the experience, but also B, he's bigger and stronger and he's a better run blocker. So we'll see how it works out today. You do have Cal still in relief, and that still opens you up to play Spencer Anderson at jumbo tight end. So it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the season goes, Ponzi. But there's a big discussion now that Broderick Jones' season is likely over, or it is over according to Jerry. Do you pick up his fifth-year option?
I just don't. I don't. I know he showed improvement this season, and a lot of people were saying, "Oh, he got better every week." But I think they schemed around Broderick a lot, and when you're getting to the point where you're a blindside tackle in this league, you cannot be lackluster, and where your offense has to scheme around you being a little bit of a liability.
Yeah, and it's nice to have a guy in Fautanu on the other side that you can just trust on an island. He has been phenomenal this year, which has allowed this offense to kind of give Broderick help. And I think Broderick has gotten better this year. It's his best year in the league by far. All right, he only has one penalty. That's a big step of growth for him. But he still plays with pretty bad technique. His hands are always really low. He lunges. He's off balance consistently in pass pro, and he's really benefited, Ponzi, from Aaron Rodgers and the kind of the philosophy of this offense this year, getting the ball out fast.
Yeah.
So Broderick is somebody where I don't think. This is what you guys have to say, all right? This is what you have to say if you're going to pick up that fifth-year option, that you feel like for sure he's going to be worth a $20 million cap hit in 2027.
And it's just
I just can't say that. I just can't go into next season with him playing the way that he's played his first 3 years in the league, mixed with now this neck injury, which is not insignificant, it sounds like. I just can't commit to a $20 million cap hit for Broderick Jones in 2027. I just can't do it.
To Broderick at all.
No.
I think to be feel like because I know Broderick. People have flamed him before.
Great teammate. He has gotten better. We have seen that growth. And listen, man, I'm not saying get rid of Broderick Jones or replace him next year. I mean, I would be open to bringing Broderick back as this team's starting left tackle for sure. I think he played well enough this year to get another crack at it. But I don't want to make the commitment of $20 million in 2027 if you pick up that fifth-year option for somebody that is a ginormous question mark heading into next year. And I think that the Steelers really need to have a really good backup plan for left tackle next year as well. They have to have a really good
draft a guy in the third round.
Whether that's bringing back Andrus Peat, if he plays well down the stretch. Cal Anderson is under contract for 2 years, so I'm sure he'll be back next year. But I think Broderick will be the starting left tackle of the Steelers next year. I don't think they want to spend another high draft pick on one or anything like that. But I think that going into next year, it's going to be a contract year for him, and it's going to be a big-time prove-it year for Broderick Jones to prove that he's worth a bigger, a legit NFL left tackle contract. next season. And hey, if he comes in next year and he plays great, I'll be happy to give him the big contract. I will. Yeah. And you could say in hindsight, oh, we should have gave him the 5th-year option, but like, you don't want to get stuck paying $20 million for somebody that's bad, right? Or just straight up you can't play them. So
I will say, like you said with this neck injury, because it does sound like it's really serious. So I mean, like, you're going to be asking him a lot to not only like rehab, but now you have this $20 million price tag. So even if
he's got to live up to it.
Exactly. So I mean, it's just one of those things where I hope Roderick, coming out of college, still my scouting report of him. He's got incredible size. He's got incredible physicality. It's just the technique. If he can improve, maybe it is something like just one little change in the offseason. Maybe this time off football is what he needed. I don't know. But I really think that Broderick has everything there. He's just got to put it together. And right now, I don't think the Steelers want to pay $20 million for a project left tackle still.
Yeah, 100%. I just sent you a couple Venmos there, okay. Ponzi. We'll catch up here with 10 minutes to go here on Steven. He says, I'm glad we have Boswell, F the Bills. And listen, man, this is the type of game where Boswell can play less of a factor because of the wind. I mean, it's 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So, like, the usual 50-plus yarders for Boswell that are automatic for him might not be so automatic today. Now, I trust Boz to kick a 50-plus yarder in these conditions more than, say, the Bills kicker. They still have Tyler Bass, right?
I believe so.
I think they still have Bass on this team.
Let me check.
And Bass does not have a big leg. No, it's Matt Prater now.
Oh, yeah, because Bass got hurt.
Yeah, Bass got hurt early in the season, so he brought in Prater. So Prater's, I mean, I don't think his leg is as good as it used to be, but
no.
Let's just say that the Steelers have the advantage in the field goal department today. But honestly, I think these coaches are going to be more aggressive on 4th and short in this game, just because of the decreased probability of a made field goal if you're going to attempt the field goal. So yeah. I think that there's going to be less field goals today. I think that when teams score, most of the time it's going to be a touchdown. And honestly, I'm not expecting a super highly scoring game in this ball game. I wouldn't be shocked if this was a classic Steelers like 21-17 type of game, where it's low scoring, it's lots of run game. It's going to come down to turnovers. And listen, man, if the Steelers have to play that brand of football today, I like the Steelers' chances because that's their game, right? Run the football, turn the football over, play to the crowd, do all that stuff. I think that the Steelers absolutely have a chance to win the ball game like that. $20 from Lake Havasu says, let's go Steelers, get the win. Shout out to Lake Havasu for the $20 super chat. That is, I believe, 3 raffle tickets for him.
Then Bo Irwin, 27-21 Steelers touchdown late to Jaylen Warren.
All right. Listen, man, I'd be thrilled. I'd be thrilled. If this would be a big win today, guys, if the Steelers can pull it off. I don't think it's necessarily a must-win for the Steelers, because if you lose, you're still tied in the division with both Baltimore games still to go. All right, I think if you lose today, it certainly narrows the path. All right, but if you win today, I think that your chances of winning the division go up pretty significantly, actually, especially with the Ravens coming off that really embarrassing loss to the Cincinnati Bengals. Shannon Cassidy coming in with a $10. That would be a Venmo. Since both teams lost last week, both teams need the W. Should be a good game. Yeah, man. I mean, there's 2 dogs and 1 bone today, man. To use a Tomlinism here, the Bills have certainly killed the Steelers in the Josh Allen era. I think they're 4-2, if I'm not mistaken, since when Josh Allen's played the Steelers.
I believe so.
And now we're getting a look here on CBS of Aaron Rodgers with his cast. Looks like a pretty significant cast on there, man. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how it works out. But we got a $50 Venmo from Carl Baker. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Shout out to Carl, $50 Venmo. I believe it's
$10.
It's a PayPal,
from
actually.
Hitting two.
All right, we're just a $10 super chat from banging the gong twice before we kick things off. Carl sent a message, and he says, if my phone will load here, he says, let's go Steelers, hoping for a big win. My name on YouTube is Ian Graves, because I will wear the jersey / hat. Also, big thank you for these videos every day. Big shout out to you, Carl. That's 20 raffle tickets. Best of luck in the raffle to win the signed Hines Ward jersey. And no matter what happens in the raffle, Carl, you're getting the Steelers Talk hat. Just send me an email at Sperry@chatsports.com. We'll make sure to get you your hat. Carl Baker. Great stuff, Carl. Give Carl some love down there in the comments section. Barker. Kyle Barker. My
Ponzi.
F. Ponzi in the chat. Typo. All right, man. We are now less than 5 minutes away from Steelers football here, man. Big game. Great opportunity. If you win today, Ponzi, and hopefully Rodgers can look, better than he's looked over, his last several games, honestly.
But if you win today,
you get that game lead in the division. Now, obviously, the winner of next week's game against the Ravens. Here's what I'll say about next week, Ponzi. If you win today against the Bills, you really put the pressure on Baltimore to win.
Yep.
All right, because if you win this game and you win versus Baltimore, you have a 2-game advantage with just 4 games left to go. That is huge. And the Steelers still have 2 games where if they just take care of business, right? If they have that 2-game advantage and they just take care of their freaking business against Miami and they take care of business against Cleveland, then the division's done.
It's wrapped up before even that.
It's wrapped up. All right. If you can win Bills and Ravens, and then you can beat Miami and you can beat the Browns, it's over. All right. The division race is locked up for the Pittsburgh Steelers. All right, so that's the importance of today. Because if you lose today and you win next week against the Ravens, that'll be big. You'll still have a game advantage, but you don't have that big advantage heading into the final 4-game stretch, right? So,
exactly.
I mean, if you can win these next 2 games, you're going to have a hell of a chance to have a home playoff game this year. And Ponzi, if this team has a home playoff game this year, the chances of a win are higher than in any playoff game the Steelers have played in a very long time. Probably since the Cleveland game, the last home playoff game. And even
that one didn't end well.
And even then, I can't even remember what the line was that week. Were the Steelers favorited in that game?
I believe the Steelers were favored.
But I think it was really, really small favorites, right?
Because I believe, if I'm getting this correct, someone could double check me in chat. They won against the Steelers backups to even make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, they did.
And so then they were favored, I believe, by maybe 4 or 5, maybe.
And then unfortunately, Baker. And by the way, Browns fans still live off of this core memory of winning 1 playoff game against the Steelers in Pittsburgh. I mean, the fact that is their core memory, and Steelers fans' core memories are 6 Super Bowls is just sad. It's just sad that Cleveland has to live off of that, but. That's the Browns for you. Tim Harris with a 10 says, bang, bang, Stiller gang. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Let's go, Tim. Let's go, man.
We got 2 Gong hits. 2 of the Gong hits.
Oh, yeah, that's right. All right.
Here we go.
Our goal was to get to $500 in donations before we kick things off. We have hit there. So let's do it, man. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Woo! Let's do it again. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Let's go! All right, man. I need everybody in the chat right now to type those P-I-T's. Let's go. Devon with a 10 says, here we go, Steelers Nation. Let's get this. I need everyone to spam those PITs. The Steelers have won the toss and have elected to defer. The Bills will start with the football. We'll have a chance to steal the Steelers defense to start this game. Type those PITs. We're going to give away a free raffle entry right here as we are now less than a minute away from the designated kickoff time. We got over 1,500 people in the chat. If you guys want a chance to win this signed Heinz Ward jersey, type those PITs. We got Terzel, Boulware. We got Troy Philippa-Buga, Eric Dexter, Mark. We've got Mark and Eric Dexter and Troy Philippa-Buga are filling it up. We got the Pivot Basketball. We got Rainbow Hunter. We got Ali. We got Darth. We've got Cassie Voth, my lovely fiance. We've got Ghost 304. Pat Lepla's here. Keep them coming. By the way, we're going to give away 2 free raffle entries because we already passed 200 likes. Every 200 likes and every 100 subscribers, we're giving away a free raffle entry. Keep them coming here, guys. Type those PITs. I'm going to go with Pat Lepla. Pat Lepla, longtime viewer of the channel, deserves to be in the raffle here. Shout out to Pat. Let's go, man. If you want the Steelers to take control of the AFC North today, spam those PITs. Let's go. Oh, 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 oh. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. Come on.
Let's go.
Chris Boswell lines it up, and we are off in Pittsburgh here in Week 13. Beautiful kick, fielded at the 1. And the Steelers will bring him down at around the 22-23 by special teams captain Peyton Wilson. Let's go, man. Let's go. Thank you guys so much for a great pregame show. If you're just joining us, you are watching the Steelers Talk Live Watch Party. We've got live reaction and analysis to this Week 13 matchup between the Steelers and Bills. We'll also have post-game coverage coming up after the game. Big shout-out to you guys. Now the Bills will start under center. James Cook the back with 2 receivers out there. Going to take the snap, hand off to Cook. He's going to bounce it outside, and oh my goodness, Joey Porter Jr. way out of position. Big run past the 40. Joey Porter Jr. needs to have better eye discipline. Terrible run defense from JPJ on that first play. Big gain, Buffalo, first down. Got to have better contain from your outside corner there. That one's on Joey Porter Jr. And Mike Tomlin is pissed. And for good reason. Got to have better execution there. Shotgun now for Allen. He'll send Knox in motion, takes the snap, quick screen, and it's dirted, incomplete. Alex Highsmith was there to redirect the throw into the dirt. He got a great jump, prevented Josh Allen from hitting his guy quickly on the screen. It'll be 2nd down and 10. Come on, defense. Get those S's in the chat if you want to get a stop. Come on. Got over 1,600 people watching live here on the Steelers Talk Watch Party. They'll go offset I formation here on 2nd down and 10. Takes the snap, hand off to Cook, and he is going to pick up maybe 2 or 3. Y.A. Black, the rookie out of Iowa.
You know what that means, Sperry.
And it's going to be 3rd down and long coming up, 3rd down and 7.
3rd down!
Come on, defense! Come on, defense. Get them off the field here, man. Steelers have had a tough time on getting off the field on 3rd down and long this season. See what they do here. Looks like they're going to go out in single high. Now they're going to bring Duggar out. Shotgun Allen takes the snap. They send blitz. Allen stepping up, throws, and he's got an open receiver. It is caught. James Pierre in coverage. It was man-to-man. That's number 18 for the Bills. That is Brandon Cooks, the newly signed receiver, signed this week. Just a little curl route, and James Pierre got cooked in man coverage. I mean, Pierre's got to know there, man, that you got to throttle down on that. You can't play scared. Patrick Queen on the blitz laid a nice hit on Josh Allen, but now Buffalo is already in Pittsburgh territory to the 43. Heavy formation here. Wing to the left. He's going to go toss to the right. Nothing doing for James Cook. Y.A. Black and T.J. Watt combined for a tackle, only a gain of 1. Y.A. Black getting going early. Love to see it. Come on, man. We need a stop. We need a stop to start this game. Remember, it is very windy in Pittsburgh, so from this distance, it would be a tough make. Expect both teams to be very aggressive in terms of when they go for it on fourth down. And now, false start. Let's go, man. False start on Buffalo. And we see a little false start celebration dance from TJ Watt pointing backwards. Remember, Buffalo has 2 backup tackles in today. And the backup right tackle there, number 70, Alec Anderson. Now they go pistol formation here. Allen will take the snap. He's looking for a quick pass. He's going to find Cook out into the flat. Got to tackle. The Steelers do. Be about a gain of 4. Get back to the original line of scrimmage, but it'll be 3rd down and 10 coming up. 3rd down and 10. Second, 3rd and long opportunity for the Steelers defense here. Got to get off the field here if you want to prevent a first down scoring drive for Buffalo. Come on, man. Type those 3s. Let's get off the field. Let's get after Allen's ass here. Let's go. I think the Steelers are sending a 5-man blitz here. Patrick Queen they're going to send Peyton Wilson on the other side, throws a quick slant, and it's intercepted! It's intercepted! That's Brandon Echols! He gets up and he runs to the other side, but they're going to say he was down. Steelers defense forces an early turnover, and the Steelers will take over. Yes, let's go. Type those INTs. Brandon Echols getting the early interception on Josh Allen. Tried to go to Gabe Davis. Did it hit the ground? It doesn't. I mean, if anything, 4th down, they'd have to punt. But great catch by Brandon Echols. He's been playing better in the slot over the last few weeks, and now the Steelers will take over, not giving up any points on that first drive. Great start for the Steelers defense, Ponzi. Great start. Let's go, man. Big-time stuff there. Okay, I do have 2 Venmos that we can hit while we're at commercial. Just a reminder, guys, every 100 subscribers and 200 likes we get on today's show, we're giving away a free raffle entry to win a signed Hines Ward jersey. This is the jersey that we'll be sending out to one lucky fan at the end of today's show. $10 in donations in Super Chat, Venmo, or PayPal gets you into the raffle. $20 gets you 3 raffle tickets. $50 gets you 10 tickets. And if you guys use Venmo or PayPal, you get double the raffle tickets. So I don't know where we're at with subs, Ponzi. But we'll hit these 2 Venmo donations here. We'll start with Timothy Kimes. And he says Steelers have to use the best offensive player, or their best offensive player, in Warren in the run game today. If the Steelers run the ball, the Steelers win. I agree. I think that the run game will be the key to victory for the Pittsburgh Steelers today. The other key to victory, the turnover battle. Steelers already off to a great start in that regard. Then we got James. So, Tim, thank you for the 10 there. Big shout out to him. He's into the raffle today with 2 raffle tickets. James Smith with a 10 as well. Says, got my signed Deshaun jersey out of good luck. Or Dawson jersey. Got his signed Dawson jersey out for good luck. That's awesome, man. Appreciate you guys. Steelers defensive line, got to eat. I agree, James. Appreciate the 10. You got 2 raffle tickets to win another signed jersey here in the Hines Ward one later in today's show. If you want to know what my Venmo and PayPal handles are, they're right at the bottom of the screen right now. I'm at Jack-Sperry, at Captain Jack Rabbit on PayPal. Again, you get double the raffle tickets when you use Venmo and PayPal. So a $10 Venmo gets you 2 tickets. $20 Venmo gets you 6 tickets. $50 Venmo gets you not only 20 tickets, but also it gets you a Steelers Talk hat. And you join Steelers Talk Hat Club. So even if you don't win the raffle, if you put in a $50 Venmo or PayPal, you're going to be walking away with a Steelers Talk hat this week. Okay, man. Jeremy Chugs. We go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Everybody spam Chugs in the chat. His Texans got a big win today. And now Aaron Rodgers, for the first time since he fractured his wrist in 3 different spots 2 weeks ago, he is back in the starting lineup here.
Texans, Steelers, kicking the Bills out of the playoffs.
Yes. F the Bills. All right, here we go. Rodgers will start in shotgun. Expect a lot of shotgun and pistol today from the Steelers, but they are in jumbo personnel with Spencer Anderson. They send him in motion. Rodgers takes the snap. He's going to fake toss it. Now they're going to get it out in space to DK, and he's going to run over somebody, pick up around 8. Good first play. Good first play. I like that. Get DK going across the grain there. Get him the ball out in space. Everybody in the house is expecting a run. Just got a couple PayPals. We'll get to these next commercial break. Now they go pistol with Rodgers. They send Jonnu in motion. Get his ass off the field. Now there's a shift here pre-snap. They will go outside zone to Jaylen Warren. He'll pick up 2 yards, and they're going to mark him just short. God, we've been getting some terrible spots lately, Ponzi.
It always feels like the Steelers will get a first down, and then the refs just mark the ball back.
I mean, how many times last week did it
Like,
feel
that's
like
the
we got an
time.
extra yard, and then they just bring it back another like half or even a full yard?
And there's no point in challenging it.
3rd down and 1 here. Steelers are one of the best teams in the National Football League in converting on 3rd and short situations. You got multiple tight ends out there, multiple backs, pony personnel here. Warren lined up to Rodgers' left. He's going to hand it to him. He will pick up the yard needed. And then some good push by the Steelers. Offensive line, he'll pick up 2 yards. First down, Pittsburgh. And sometimes, Ponzi, all it takes for this Steelers offense to get going is just 1 first down. Come on, man. Let's go get a win. Let's go get a score here. Now they go to pistol. We'll send DK in a short motion. Takes the snap. Toss play to Warren. Guy in the backfield immediately. I don't know whose guy that was, but it's a loss of at least 3. Be 2nd down and long, and that puts the Steelers behind the sticks. They're going to mark it as a 2-yard loss. That's Christian Benford, the outside corner. This is either Muth or Jonnu's guy. And it's Jonnu. Fuck! Why is he on the field? He's terrible, man. Now shotgun. They got a bunch out to the right in a nasty split. Rodgers will take the snap. He's looking right, looking for the quick option. Nothing there. Just dumps it off to Jaylen Warren. He's going to lower his head and pick up about 3. But it'll be 3rd down and long here. And we're going to get our first look here at Aaron Rodgers in a 3rd and long situation. Look like a quick game concept there. Try and get some yardage back. Nothing open on the looked like it was spot on the play side. Then he goes backside to Jaylen. And that's Matt Milano, the longtime Bills veteran, taking over for Terrell Bernard. 3rd down and 10 here. Shotgun Rodgers. 3 receivers on the field, Roman, Calvin, and DK. And now tries to go hard count. Doesn't get him. Rodgers takes the snap. They send pressure. Rodgers loading up. He throws down the field to Calvin, and he's incomplete. There was contact, but it's going to be incomplete. Tre'Davious White in coverage. Not a terrible throw from Rodgers. It's just a very tiny target to try and hit. I think Rodgers might have wanted a penalty there. And oh, my goodness, this is a clear DPI. He's literally holding Calvin Austin's hand down. How is he supposed to catch that? Another obvious DPI on the Steelers not called by the refs. This is just a week-to-week thing at this point. So the Steelers will have to punt. Waitman boots it away. Bullshit! Fielded at the 18-yard line. That gets my blood boiling, man. Like, were these refs flown in from Buffalo? Like, what are we doing here? Usually the home team is supposed to get a little bit of grace there, Ponzi, but that was one of the most obvious.
The Steelers.
It's one of the most obvious DPIs you're ever going to see. Literally holding a receiver's arm down, trying to go for the ball.
Like he's a couple in the park.
How is that not a penalty?
It's infuriating.
And that takes 3 points off the board for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That takes
at least.
That takes, unless there was going to be an interception or a fumble or something, that would have been probably 3 points. That puts you well into Bills territory. It was a good throw from Rodgers. It infuriates me, man. You know what doesn't infuriate me, though? You guys having a great opportunity to get a great piece of Steelers apparel for 25% off when you use code CYBER60 at our code or at our link, chatsports.com/PitSalute25. I really like the Salute to Service gear this year, guys. So if you want to get this for a family member or just for yourself, great Christmas gift for yourself or somebody you love. 25% off today only, Cyber60. Go chatsports.com/PitSalute to make it happen today. Where are we at with subscribers here, Ponzi? Yeah, let's do Venmos. Let's get the Venmos out of the way here. Joseph Grimaldi with a 10. He's in on the raffle. Says, so what do you want for Christmas? I want a Steelers playoff run for Christmas, man. That's I'm simple, man. I want a Steelers playoff run for Christmas. I want at least one win. But I don't want to stop there, all right? I'm not just going to be satisfied with one win this year.
We won a playoff game.
You know, I would love to go on a run this year. And then we got Michelle West with a $20 Venmo here. And she says, hope they play Asante to see what he can do. At least on that first drive, it was James Pierre. So Asante is the backup outside corner, it appears, for today's ball game. But it'll be interesting to see if they rotate him in. We've seen the Steelers do that at times. But he is the first line of defense if there is an injury to the cornerback room today, Michelle. So big shout out to her. 6 raffle tickets for the signed Hines Ward jersey. We are back in Pittsburgh. Under center is Josh Allen starting at his own 18. You'll hand it off to James Cooks, and he'll slither his way through, and his knee will eventually go down after a 7 or 8 yard gain. We are just 20 subscribers away, by the way, new subscribers, from giving away a free raffle entry. We've got the signed Hines Ward jersey today. Every 100 subscribers we get today, we're giving away free raffle entries every 200 likes. And by the way, we just passed 400 likes, so we'll have a free raffle entry to give away next commercial break. And here's our last 5 people to click that subscribe button. Big shout out to those guys. Shotgun for Allen, hands it off to Cooks, and he will pick up a first down and a gain of about 4 or 5. And get to the 31-yard line. Bill's already marching down a little bit here. Hector says, why won't Rodgers throw down the field? He won't let it go. He did that. We just saw him throw that down the field, my friend. He tried throwing it down the field, and listen, man, should have been a successful play. It should have been a penalty. Fortunately, not called. Under center for Allen. Handoff. It's going to be a nice hole forms in the middle of the field. It's going to be picked up by Davis. Ray Davis, the backup running back. He gets close to midfield. And another successful running play for Buffalo to start this drive. Steelers are playing more of the two-high system that we've been asking for, but Patrick Queen out of position there. I mean, that's unfortunately become a pretty common occurrence this season. Now they go under center. Condensed formation with only one receiver out wide. They're going to hand it off. Once again, Davis, he finds a crease. Oh, my goodness, this is a terrible run defense from the Steelers. He picks up another close to 15 yards, gets in the Steeler territory to around where they were last drive, first down Buffalo. This time they put Ramsey in the box, and nobody's getting off blocks. Looked like there was a little bit of a hold on Jalen Ramsey as well. That, of course, wasn't called. Under center now at the Steelers' 42-yard line is Allen, he'll hand it off to Davis. This time they get good push, and Nick Herbig is there for the TFL. We'll see how much exactly they lost, but it's going to be probably around 3 or it's going to be 2 yards officially. Great job by Cam Hayward to force this outside, and Nick Herbig with great quickness to beat his man on the outside as well. Got to say, man, Derek Harmon, or not Derek Harmon, Y.A. Blacks looked really good to start this game. Now there's going to be a false start on Anderson again. And T.J. Watt wasn't even on him. It was Jack Sawyer, and he's still scared shitless. Let's go. And now Josh Allen, you can tell, is getting a little upset with his right tackle. Spencer Brown, their starting right tackle, out, dealing with a shoulder injury. Now they go shotgun with Allen. 2nd down and 17. Takes the snap, looking for something quick. Now they're going to go screen to the running back, and he will get back to the sticks. 7-yard gain. Oh, no, that was going to be a personal foul on the Steelers. This is going to be 15 yards and a 1st down for Buffalo. Are you kidding me? Did he hit him? Like, what is the issue here? Face mask on the defense, and I think it's on Duggar. Yeah, it's on Duggar. Wait a second. No, the replay assist here is going to take it back. So it'll be 3rd down and 10. That was not a face mask. He put... So Duggar's hand was on the ball, and the ball was up here, so it looked like he was grabbing the face mask, but he was just raking at the ball. So replay assist means it's 3rd down and 10. Let's get him off the field. Type those threes. Empty formation for Allen. Now they bring him in to form shotgun. Allen sees something in the defense, calls it out. Kicks the leg, takes the snap. Allen looking, has to step up, nothing there. Now there's pressure. Herbig is there. Now he's going to try and dump it off. It falls incomplete. Let's go. Steelers defense gets off the field. I don't think they're going to be able to kick a field goal here. Are they just going to go for this? T.J. Watt on Anderson. Got in to force the pressure. Herbig was there to clean it up, and Allen throws it away when he was dead to rights. That's what's going to happen when you force Josh Allen to throw the ball and hold the ball for a little bit. And they're going for this here. 4th down and 10, a great chance to get the football with great field position. Might be just trying to get him off sides. Clock runs out. Delay a game. Because from this distance, Ponzi, they knew they weren't comfortable kicking the field goal, so they were just going to try and get them to jump off sides and get a free play.
I mean, there's no risk in
there's no risk in not doing it because they're just going to punt it.
Yeah. Great job by the defense staying disciplined. Shout out to replay assist.
Shout out to replay assist because that would have been bad.
Imagine getting a face mask.
These refs tried to screw us.
Replay assist said, nah.
These refs have been awful to start this game. I'm sorry. I'm usually not someone to blame the refs or anything, but
I mean, we do have reasons.
It's like they've missed some very bad calls. Kicks away. Calvin Austin's going to let it bounce, and it goes into the end zone. Good call by Cal, and the Steelers will get the ball at the 20 to start the second drive on offense in this game.
Not a bad start for the defense.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, they're giving up yardage, but then when they get into their own territory, you know, they're doing a good job shutting them down. Excuse me.
Someone commented, in your own stadium makes me sick. Yeah. Where's the home field advantage here? No love for the home team here by the refs.
Well, I mean, I'm not even asking for special treatment. I'm just asking for you guys I'm just asking for the refs to do their jobs. If somebody holds down the arm of a receiver trying to make a catch, that is by definition pass interference. How do you not call that?
Like I said, more hand-holding than
and then if somebody has their hand trying to rake at the football and you call face mask, that's a bad call. I'm sorry. That's just I'm not asking for anything special here. I'm not asking for the refs to rig the game in the favor of the Steelers. I'm just asking for them to do their jobs. All right? Because Steelers might have some points right now if they did. $2 from CL Rose says Steelers win in overtime. I just want to win. I don't care how we win. I just want to win. $2 from Adam says just came in from your boys' stream after a fireball. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, Adam.
Steven?
Excuse me. Got a little dry throat today.
How many missed DPIs this year? Yeah, it feels like a lot.
There was at least 2 in the Charger game a couple weeks ago. Now you already have another one here. It's just, I don't know, man. There's been a lot of missed ones this year.
Tony Perez for the $2. Today is do or die for our beloved Steelers.
I don't think so.
I don't think so
Because if you lose today, you're still tied in the division. You still have both games against Baltimore. And Baltimore just lost to Cincinnati. And by the way, Lamar Jackson, looked terrible. And he's also not played well against the Steelers in his career. I think the biggest reason why Baltimore beat the Steelers the last 2 games that we've played against them was because of Derrick Henry running all over the Steelers.
Which even then, at times,
I'm honestly more worried about stopping Derrick Henry next week than I am stopping Lamar Jackson. Yeah. I really am. So, Pizzle Fizzle with a 5 says having a hard time staying optimistic here. Jack, give me some hope. 412. I mean, listen, man, you're first in the division right now. If you win today, you have a full game advantage, and then you got a game next week against Baltimore to go up 2 games in the division with 4 games left. You got everything left in front of you. We've seen this offense play at a high level at different spurts in the season. We've seen this defense play at a high level in different spurts of the year. It's just about putting it all together when it matters most. At the end of the season, I'd rather be in this situation than where we were last year, where you're losing 5 straight games and you're playing your worst football at the end of the year. I'm hoping that this Steelers team, it's always been built to play their best football towards the end of the season. I'm hoping that comes to fruition here over the next few weeks. Back in Pittsburgh, starting at the 20, they got jumbo personnel with Spencer Anderson lined up as a running back next to Aaron Rodgers, with Kenneth Gainwell the back behind. It's going to be a toss to Gainwell. Good blocking in front, but he's only going to pick up about 2. Looked like Jonnu Smith missed another block. Great.
Yeah.
But let's continue to play Jonnu Smith
over Darnell Washington.
God, it's the most mind-numbing thing that they play Jonnu Smith as much as they do. I don't know what blackmail he has over Arthur Smith. Play Pat Freiermuth more. Get more speed on the field with Roman Wilson and Calvin Austin. Play more 11 personnel. I know you came into the year wanting to play a lot of heavy tight end stuff, but you don't have to have Jonnu out there. 2nd down and 8 here. 2-back set. Rodgers from pistol takes the snap, hands it off to Jaylen Warren. He's going to fight his way forward here. And he will get, I would say, about 3 or 4. It'll be 3rd down and medium coming up, but probably 3rd down and pass situation. That is a pretty thick cast that Aaron Rodgers is wearing. Third down and 4. Steelers want to play methodically. Now they go empty with Rodgers. Spread out. 3 on the right, 2 to the left. He'll take the snap. Looking for the quick eye. He's going to launch it down the field to Roman. He overshot him. God damn it. Another missed deep shot from a Steelers quarterback to Roman Wilson. I mean, Roman had 2 opportunities last week. He beat a guy deep. He had another one here, and Rodgers, missed in a very similar way. And I think Rodgers is probably wanting Roman to go more towards the sideline. But Roman, from his perspective, is I've already have him stacked. Just throw it down the red line. Man, got to be able to hit those throws, man. That's a touchdown if he hits that. Kick is away. It's fielded with a fair catch at the 23. Flag flies, so we'll see what this is. But, the Steelers have thrown the ball down the field twice in this game, 0 for 2 with 1. I mean, you gotta chalk that up as a miss from Rodgers. Holding on Buffalo, so that will park them back a little bit here. It'll be a long field for the Bills, but disappointing end to that drive, man, because you had it. It's not like the Steelers players aren't open. And this was the case last week, Ponzi, where a number of players were open down the field for Pittsburgh. Mason Rudolph just couldn't get it to him, and now
Aaron Rodgers does the same.
And listen, man, I get it. 30-mile-per-hour winds. It was the same thing when we played Cincinnati a couple weeks ago when he got injured, right? So I'm not saying that throwing the ball down the field in these conditions is easy, but like if you're gonna take it, you got to hit it.
And like
it's the way it works, man.
It's just complete miscommunication from Rodgers because he thinks he's going to go towards the sideline. But, I mean, I agree with you. Roman took it deep. He already stacked him.
And, dude, that's the third time here in these last 2 weeks where Roman Wilson has stacked his corner with no safety help over the top. He has a touchdown. And if he just gets an accurate football,
he would lob it up to him.
If the Steelers quarterbacks were perfect on those throws, he would have, more yards than maybe Jonnu Smith has had on the entire season on those 3 catches alone, plus 3 touchdowns. All right, so Roman Wilson's doing his job. It's about the Steelers quarterbacks finding a way to hit him. And it's kind of the opposite from last year, Ponzi, where last year all the Steelers could do was throw the ball down the field. It's all they could do. And now all the Steelers can do is throw underneath. And it's like if you would have merged the positives from the Steelers offense last year, throwing the ball down the field, being able to convert on 3rd and longs, stuff like that, and you combined it with the strengths of this year's Steelers offense, the better run game, the underneath passing game, the red zone offense. If you would have combined those 2 aspects of the offense, this offense would be awesome. But it's just, I know people are going to chalk that up to 30-mile-per-hour winds, but if you're going to take the shot, you got to hit it. Plain and simply, there's no excuse.
Simple, not even giving your receiver a chance.
Yeah, it's not even in the area. That's the second time. It's the second time in the span of 2 quarters? Over the span of 10 minutes of gameplay where you have a wide open Roman Wilson touchdown down the sideline.
He's doing good routes.
And you can't hit him? It's unacceptable, man. And you guys know, I still think Aaron Rodgers is probably the best quarterback we've had here since in the post-Big Ben era. But, he needs to hit those throws. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He has to hit those throws.
Got to hit them. Those are game changers right there.
So, all right, another defensive drive. By the way, next commercial break, I know I just went on a little rant there, but we're giving away 2 free raffle entries next commercial break. Just passed over 500 there. So big shout out to you guys. Every 100 subscribers we get today, we're giving away a free raffle entry. Offset pistol here. Now the first option's taken away for Allen. Now he's going to swing it out to James Cook. He'll pick up about 5 on the first down reception. But I honestly think, now that I've seen the replay of the play over again, Ponzi, I think Roman was supposed to drift towards the sideline because there's a safety coming over. So I think Rodgers wanted him to go over. So that might just be a details thing from a young receiver in Roman, unfortunately. So maybe it wasn't the worst throw in the world. It was just Roman, the young receiver, not being in the right spot. Now toss play. Great play by Watt to get into the backfield, but he misses the tackle. He'll pick up about 1 yard. It'll be 3rd down and medium coming up. Third down and 4. Type those 3s. Let's get off the field. Let's get this offense back out. This offense back out there. Come on. Get this stop here. 2 high safeties for Pittsburgh. Looks like press coverage across the board. Shotgun for Allen looking. He's going to throw a quick slant. It's incomplete. Good coverage. Guess who? Brandon Eccles with the PBU. And that's going to force a punt. Steelers will get the football back. Steelers defense having a big bounce back performance Looked like that was catchable by Shakir. Eccles had his arms wrapped around Shakir's body, but Shakir just couldn't bring it in.
Contested catch, though.
We've had a couple downfield shots from Rodgers on third down in this game. Both of them fall incomplete.
Gotta hit one.
We got to hit one here. Kick is away. Austin will catch it at the 29. He's got some room to run. Makes one-man miss. Gets past the 40. Excellent field position for the Steelers. Got to capitalize on this opportunity, man. Let's capitalize on this opportunity now. Let's go. It's time to forget what the first few drives were and the results of those.
It's a deadlock game.
Weren't on the same page on that deep ball to Roman on this last one. Then you didn't get the DPI call. All right. Still early in the game. Defense hasn't given up any points. Let's take a lead here. Let's go.
Six seconds left in this first quarter, so this will probably be the last play.
Yep, probably last play of the first quarter here. They go jumbo. They go pistol with Anderson lined up next to Rodgers to his right. They're going to go play action. Rodgers looking. He's got time. Nothing downfield. Now he's going to try and get it to Jonnu on the check down. It's incomplete. It's tipped. 1 second left in the quarter. So it looked like the Steelers tried to go play action deep shot on the first play of this drive. Nothing was open. Rodgers looked like they tried to go to DK. And he slipped. That's what it was. DK slipped and Rodgers got off of him. And now it's second down and 10. Got to at least get a few yards here, but, I mean, Arthur Smith is the king of the second down and 10 run, so that's what I'm guessing happens here.
Second down and 10 toss.
They are in 11 personnel here, but Ben Skoranek is out there instead of Roman Wilson. They will go handoff to Jalen. He's going to try and find a lane. He finds it. He's going to pick up a first down, get 12 yards. Great run from Jalen Warren. And that'll be the end of the first quarter as the Steelers will start the second in Bills territory. Still 0-0 in Pittsburgh. And I told you guys, I did not think that this was going to be a super high-scoring game. I predicted a 24-21 victory for Pittsburgh, and we're ending the first quarter with no points being scored. So I would say Steelers defense playing pretty well here. They're getting off the field for the most part. They had one third down and long where they couldn't get off the field, but and there's certainly been some successful runs from Buffalo, but I think the Steelers pass defense for the most part has done a good job making Allen hold on to the ball. They've been getting pressure on him. And then the Steelers offense, it's like, I've had a couple downfield shots that you should have for sure had the DPI call. That wasn't. And then that takes pretty much 3 points off the board for you. Then, obviously, you have the downfield shot to Roman, and, we'll probably get an answer to that once we watch the film. Was Roman supposed to kind of tail off towards the sideline and have it be more of a fade, or was it more of a true go where Rodgers just plain missed him? I guess we'll find out the answer to that. But today, guys, we do have a signed Hines Ward jersey that we're going to be giving away to one lucky Steelers fan. If you guys want to get in on the raffle today, $10 to get in, $20 to get 3 raffle tickets, plus you get your name on the Steelers Talk Gong. For $50, we'll make it rain for you, plus you get 10 tickets, and for every $250 we make on today's show, we're hitting the Steelers Talk Gong. And if you guys want double the raffle tickets, you guys can go to Venmo or PayPal, at Jack-Sperry on Venmo, at Captain Jack Rabbit on PayPal. If you donate via Venmo or PayPal, we will double your raffle tickets. So 2 raffle tickets for 10, 6 raffle tickets for 20, 20 tickets for a $50 Venmo or PayPal. Got some super chats to catch up on here. Michelle of the 5 says, we need a quarterback that throws to the player, not a position. Draft Chambliss out of Ole Miss. Yeah, I think Chambliss, coming out in the draft potentially. We'll see on him.
He's a talent.
He's a physically talented guy. I don't think he's a first-round guy though, Michelle. I think he'll be more of a maybe mid-round draft pick.
I think he stays though. No.
And he might stay in college as well. Crisis King with a 5 says, Bears fan here. We number 1 in the NFC. First time since 2006, and we've swept NFC East. First time the Bears have done it in team history. Good luck to you guys. Appreciate you, Crisis King. And by the way, congrats on Ben Johnson and the success the Bears are having this year, man. After an 0-2 start, I mean, they've been red hot. And even though Caleb Williams, I won't say is all the way there yet, I mean, he looks like he's got a bright future. Ben Johnson's doing a great job. And they're winning ball games, man. So good for you guys. So if you guys want to click that subscribe button, we greatly appreciate you. I do have a couple Venmos to get to here next commercial break. And we still have 2 free raffle entries to give away. But we are back in Pittsburgh. Now in Bills territory, 1st down and 10, shotgun for Rodgers. One receiver out wide is Metcalf, but multiple tight ends on the field. Takes the snap. Rodgers looking, and he's going to throw it. Metcalf, he is completely blanketed on the shallow cross. Incomplete. Benford in coverage. I think Rodgers needs to find a more open receiving option there than DK. But on that comment of we need a quarterback that'll throw to players not areas of the field, well, if it's a fade route, there's a specific area where all quarterbacks are taught to throw the football. Here on 2nd down and 10, it's a 1-yard gain on a run from Jaylen Warren. Be 3rd down and 9. We need Rodgers in the passing game to dig us out here and get us into somewhat Chris Boswell field goal range. They'll go with their 3rd down package here, 11 personnel with Kenneth Gainwell in as the back. But, if it's a fade route, Rodgers is throwing it to Roman like it's a fade. So if Roman is not, bending it towards the sideline, Rodgers, there's nothing he can really do about that. But obviously I'll have to watch the film to see if it actually was like shock or whatever concept where it was a fade from the slot. But here we go. They go empty with Rodgers. Takes the snap. He's looking. He's got time. Now he's running out of time. He steps up in the pocket, avoids pressure. Now he's rolling out to his right. He's pointing. He's going to throw crossbody and incomplete. Tried to go to Roman Wilson, and it's not going to – no, to Calvin Austin, my mistake. And another downfield throw for the Steelers and another incompletion, and it will be another punt for Pittsburgh. And both teams kind of knocking on the door here, Ponzi, but just not enough. And that's just not an accurate throw from Rodgers, working crossbody to Calvin. It's thrown low. Now Waitman will look to pin them deep here with 14 minutes left to go in the half, and the kick's away. And it's going to be downed at the 20. Not a great punt from Waitman, who had some poor kicks last week. But it's going to essentially be a touchback here for Buffalo. But, yeah, man, offense obviously not getting it done early in this game. And, it's frustrating. And what's frustrating, Ponzi, is that they're throwing it as much as they are.
Yeah.
That they've been exactly 50-50 in runs and passes to this point. And the run game isn't getting going the way that you would want. I mean, just 21 yards total on 7 carries. That's 3 yards a carry. That's not phenomenal. Elevate LTs with a 1. It says this offense is so boring, man. And yeah, it's just you want to be able to hit some of those downfield shots, and they just haven't been able to do that. I mean, 14 plays at this point for the Steelers offense, only 31 yards. It's a joke. It's not been good to start this game, plain simply. But then James Smith coming in with a 20. I think it's the second one of the game. It says, bang that gong, guys. Jonnu sucks. Did we get to 750?
Let me see.
I don't think we did.
Did you send me this other Venmo?
No, I didn't. My bad. It's James Smith, $20. Got another one as well. But let's give away a free raffle entry. We're at commercial break right now, so if you want a free raffle entry, spam those me's in the chat. Steelers and Bills, by the way, are combined 2 for 8 on 3rd downs, each team only having 1 conversion apiece. So not the most entertaining game to this point, Ponzi. But type those me's if you want a free raffle entry here. It's the big ticket item this week with the signed Hines Ward jersey. Got Xify in the chat. We got Israel Gutierrez. We got Mike Hurst. We got Fluffy, Mark. Got John Lawrence, Javon, Jay Waddy, Ali the Reaper. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to go with Ollie the Reaper and Exify. You guys are in.
Alrighty.
Got over 3,000 people watching live. Guys, for every 100 subscribers we had on today's show, we're giving away a free raffle entry for the Hines Ward jersey raffle. Also, for every 200 likes, we're giving away one as well. We just gave away 2, so we greatly appreciate your guys' support. Now the Bills start their next drive shotgun. They'll hand it off to James Cook, and there's not going to be much there. Steelers run defense does a good job, and there's Y.A. Black, who has been playing phenomenally today. I would say the 2 MVPs on defense today, Brandon Echols and Y.A. Black, have been phenomenal to start this game. Maybe a 1-yard gain to start this drive for Buffalo. James Cook has pretty much double the rushing yards that the Steelers have, and he has more yards today than the Steelers offense does. Play action from under center here. Going to throw a quick one to James Cook. He's got some room to run. He's going to pick up a first down and a gain of about, I would say, 15. First down, Buffalo. Patrick Queen out there in coverage. And, I mean, Patrick Queen just got juked out of his shoes by James Cook. We're $120 away, by the way, from hitting the gong for the 3rd time today. Under center here is Allen, condensed formation. They'll go play action boot to the left. Allen's still running. Looks like he's going to try and take it himself, and he will pick up about 6. No one on the other side to contain Allen, who is an excellent rusher. I think he currently has the most touchdowns out of any quarterback in NFL history, over Lamar Jackson and over Cam Newton. I think he just recently passed that milestone. 2nd down and 3 here, 12 minutes to go in the first half. And now it'll be a handoff to Cooks, and he will pick up 1 or 2. Y.A. Black in there again, man. He has been terrific to start this game up front with Derek Harmon out with a knee injury. It'll be 3rd down and 2. Type those 3s. Need an impact play to get off the field here. Steelers defense doing their part here. Aaron Rodgers is 2 for 7 in this game so far, man. That is brutal. Brutal. Shotgun for Allen. He's got trips right. Takes the snap. He will hand it off. He needed a nice run stuff here, and they're not going to get it. He's got the nice little push, and he's going to, I think it depends on the spot, but I think they're going to give it to him, and they do. First down, Buffalo. If you haven't clicked that subscribe button yet, every 100 subscribers, we're giving away a free raffle entry. What we provide for you guys is not only our free watch party coverage every single Steelers game day like we're doing right now, but also we give you guys 2 free Steelers videos every single day, previewing every single game, post-game reactions, overreaction Mondays, lots of fun stuff that we put up on this channel for free. So if you love the Steelers, click that subscribe button. Greatly appreciate you. Offset I formation, handoff to Cooks. He's going to bounce it outside, and now fumble, ball's on the ground. Ball's still on the ground, picked up by the Steelers! And it's going to be Steeler football at the Bills 38. And it's Peyton Wilson who raked it out. Patrick Queen with the recovery. Steelers football. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Let's go. 2nd turnover of the day. This time in Bill territory. James Cooks. James Cooks lost the football. It was Peyton Wilson that jarred it. No, it was Nick Herbig. My mistake. I saw the 1. It was Nick Herbig with the forced fumble. Great stuff. All right, offense. This defense is giving you every opportunity. Go score here. They start this drive in empty. Are you kidding me? Run the ball. Takes the snap. Rodgers looking. Throws. Caught. Middle of the field. Metcalf. He'll pick up about 16. First down, Steelers. Let's go, man. Now we finally get a little bit of a rhythm there. Rodgers was a little bit hesitant. He kind of double clutched it, but he eventually let it loose on the stop route there to Metcalf. Little low as well, but Metcalf caught it, moved forward for a couple more yards. Great stuff from the Steelers defense in this first half. Now at the 25-yard line. Pistol formation for Rodgers. Takes the snap, play action, rolling out to the left. Rodgers, nothing there. Now he's trying to direct traffic, throws it. It's dropped. Who dropped this? Darnell dropped it. Got to catch it, man. Rodgers doing a good job creating plays out of structure there. Throws it right into the chest of Darnell, and he drops it. Throws it around a defender as well. I mean, listen, man, it hits him right in the chest. What do you want him to do? Got to catch it. Got to catch it. Lots of passing early in this game. Shotgun for Rodgers. Multiple tight ends set again. They send Muth in motion. Takes the snap, looking left, nothing there. Now he's going to dump it off to Gainwell. Barely catches it. Shoestring catch. He's going to stiff arm, man. Still going. Down to the 50, down to the 9-yard line. First down, Steelers. Gainwell, what a play. That was not a nice throw from Rodgers. Put it almost on the ground, almost dirted this thing. Did not come out of his hand nicely. And one-handed grab from Gainwell while still moving. What a play by Kenny Gainwell to move the chains and put him in first and goal. Hell of a play by 14. Steelers, one of the best red zone offenses in the National Football League. Now in the low red inside the 10. First down and goal. They go pistol with two receivers. Calvin and DK. Takes the snap. Rodgers play action. Another pass. Going to try dumping it off to Warren. He's got some blockers in front of him. He gets down to the 2-yard line. I will say, Rodgers looks like he's having fun out there, man. He's joking and laughing. The little wrist flick. This is where you pound it in here. Or you go up one-on-one with Metcalf or Darnell. And now Metcalf and Benford were getting into it after the play. All right, they bring in Spencer Anderson. Jumbo personnel. Metcalf is the only receiver. He's one-on-one. I think the Steelers can go whichever way they want. They're going to choose to try and throw it. He has to dirt it. Oh, my goodness. Tried to go one-on-one. Fade to Metcalf on second down and goal. For whatever reason, Rodgers didn't like it, and he had to dirt it. It'll be third down and goal here. This is 4-down territory to me, Ponzi. I'm sorry. You get that fumble, you gotta get it. I think Rodgers wanted DK to go on the fade. He kind of went on a little slant. Miscommunication again from Rodgers and his receivers. Third down and goal, big play here. They still have Spencer Anderson out there. I think this is a run. And it is. They hand it off. Up the middle. He's in! Touchdown! Jaylen Warren! And the Steelers take the lead. Finally, the offense breaks through. Off of the Nick Herbig forced fumble. And the Steelers will take a 7-0 lead pending the extra point. Let's go. Flag on the play. Let's see what this is. I don't think this is coming back. I think this might be an after. I think this might have been maybe after the play there was some extracurriculars maybe. Unsportsmanlike conduct on the Steelers. And it's on Metcalf. And it's on Metcalf. I don't know what he did. I think he probably taunted. But listen, man, I love this from Arthur Smith. Just get Spencer Anderson in motion, let him lead block, and let Jaylen Warren run right behind him. Just bully ball. That's Pittsburgh Steeler football in November. That's great stuff. Good stuff. Still wasn't perfect on that drive, Ponzi. You know, Rodgers had to be bailed out a couple times, and you know the shoestring catch from Kenny. But hey, a touchdown's a touchdown here. And now Danny Smith talking strategy here with Mike Tomlin, as I think the Bills are going to want the yardage off of the kickoff, and I think they're just going to kick it out of bounds. Oh, never mind. I think that's the other way around, Ponzi. Yeah, it's the other way around. So I'm getting my rules mixed up here. But you guys remember a couple weeks ago, Danny Smith decided to kick the ball out of bounds because there was a penalty that was going to be enforced regardless. So Boswell here will kick the extra point, and it is up and good. 7-0 Pittsburgh. So listen, man, defense doing a great job here in the first half. We got 8 minutes to go. Got to keep it up, though. No Derek Harmon. Obviously no Deshaun Elliott. And they're doing a great job. All right, let's have a word from our sponsor today, where you guys can get a great Steelers hoodie today. It's the officially licensed Salute to Service Steelers hoodie, by the way. I love that army green, man, and this is going to be the best deal you can find on a Salute to Service hoodie pretty much anywhere, anytime during this holiday season. 25% off when you use our code CYBER60 at chatsports.com/PitSalute25. Ponzi's going to put that link down in the comments and description of today's show. Fantastic stuff right here, guys, and part of the proceeds go back to us here at Steelers Talk. So if you want to help out the channel and you want to get this awesome Salute to Service hoodie for 25% off today, again, that's code CYBER60. Today only, by the way, chatsports.com/PitSalute. Hat guy, LTs. Elevate, I'll put in another one, just so you know. And then Rob Strunk coming in with a $10 PayPal. That gets him into the raffle twice here. It says, please enter me into the raffle for the Hides Ward jersey. Thank you. No, Rob Strunk, thank you so much, my friend. Best of luck to you. You got 2 raffle tickets, and you can always purchase more later if you want there, Rob. So appreciate you. Have we passed any milestones here? Well, we're 10 likes away from giving away a free raffle entry, so if you haven't already, click that thumbs up icon. Don't know where we're at with subs, but we might be getting there. $10 from Breathing Black and Gold. He says, hammer the run. Go Steelers. What do you think of Pizza? I mean, we haven't called his name, which is really good for an offensive lineman. So here's the thing about the Steelers' offensive line, guys, is that Fautano's so trustworthy and so good on the right side that you can give help to your left tackle. And like Andrews Pete is not the best offensive lineman in the world, but when you're consistently giving him help from tight ends and from running backs, I think he's going to be just fine. He's a pretty good run blocker, big guy. So I think so far, so good for Andrews Pete so far this week. I really don't think it's that much of a downgrade from him to Broderick Jones, because Broderick is not a great player. He's just not at this point. I think he's gotten better. I think he's improved. This has been by far his best year, and unfortunately it's been cut short. He's out for the rest of the season, but I don't think the Steelers' offense goes down dramatically in performance with Andrews Pete in there. $2 from CL Rose says, you think Hines Ward ever makes the Hall of Fame? I sure hope so, man. He is as much of a Steeler as any player that's ever put on the uniform as far as I'm concerned. So here's how it gets enforced. Chris Boswell is going to be kicking this from the 20. But he's got as good of a leg as anybody here, so we'll see how far Boz can kick this away. And shout out to CL Rose there. Kick is away, but it's going to be fielded here at the 16. Nice head start. And he's going to get past the 30 to the 31. So not terrible there. Decent coverage. Now here comes the Steelers defense, which has been phenomenal today. Nick Herbig, Y.A. Black, Brandon Echols have been terrific in this first half. Holding that Bills offense to no points. I mean, this is a good offense. This is a top 5 offense in the game, guys. And you're holding them to 0 points at this point with 2 turnovers already. See what they can do here. 8 minutes to go in the first half. Steelers up 7-0. Bills at the 31 to start this drive. Steelers have 2 high safeties. Now they bring Duggar down into the box. Under center is Allen. He's going to hand it off to Cooks, who's going to find a lane, and he is going to pick up a first down and more. Picks up about 14 on the first down carry. Run defense has not been great for the Steelers today, not getting off blocks all that well. Outside of Y.A. Black, I would say. I would say in particular, Brandon Echols gets completely blown off there. Same thing goes for Kyle Duggar. TJ Watt gets swallowed up there in the run fit. It just creates a lane. Got to be better. Now at the 45. Under center now is Allen in a condensed formation. Going to take the snap, hand it off to Cook, and he is going to get about 2 yards. Over 3,100 people watching live. We just passed 600 likes, so we'll be giving away a free raffle entry next commercial break. Can we get to 105,600 subscribers by the end of the show? Our goal is to get to 106,000 subscribers by the end of the watch party. That would be terrific. Shout out to Steven, Willie, Amir, Ginger, and Luis, the last 5 people to click that subscribe button. Shotgun here for Allen, looking, nothing there. Now pressure. Highsmith almost brought him down, but he escapes, and now Allen takes a huge shot at the 50 from Patrick Queen, but it will be a short gain. Highsmith had a chance to bring him down for the sack, but instead of 3rd and long, it's going to be just 3rd and 3. Highsmith had him in the grasp and couldn't bring him down, and then Kyle Duggar and Patrick Queen combined for a nice hit on Allen. Come on now. 3rd down and 3. Let's get off the field again here, defense. Let's get off the field again here, defense. Give our offense a chance to double dip. Shotgun for Allen. Steelers threatening pressure. They're gonna go read option with Allen, and he's gonna pick it up just barely. Bills pick up the 2 yards needed. Now Hayward gets up in the face of Josh Allen. I mean, you don't see Captain Cam getting upset all that often. And he's pointing at Josh. Did he spit on him? Or did he try and poke him? What happened here? Because you don't see Cam Hayward all that often. I don't know what was said or what was done there, but it's first down on the Steelers 45. This is kind of the area where the Steelers defense has really shown up. Toss play on the outside, not going to get much, maybe 2 yards. Alex Highsmith there in run defense. Man, with the Steelers run defense, they never give up like 4 to 6 yard gains, Ponzi. They always give up 1 or 2, or they're giving up 7, 8, or 9. Second down and 8. 3 receiver set for Buffalo. Shotgun for Josh. Single high safety for Pittsburgh. Allen takes the snap. Play action. Rolling. And it's going to be almost intercepted by Kyle Duggar. He jumped up and deflected it. It almost went right into the breadbasket there. But it falls. It hits him right in the helmet, actually. Tried to go screen. And this was almost the 3rd turnover of the day. I don't blame this on Duggar though. The last week, the drop pick was huge. This one was more of just a good defensive play that honestly would have been a lucky interception if we would have gotten it. But now it's 3rd down and 8. This is where the Steelers defense has held strong all day long. Let's see if they do it again. They go condensed, empty formation for Allen. Takes the snap. Steelers send pressure. Throws quickly to the running back Johnson, and he's going to be right at the sticks. They're going to say first down. They're going to give it to him. Peyton Wilson in coverage. Great processing from Allen to know where his outlet was, and it looks like Johnson was there. Joey Porter Jr. was the first one. And it's another 3rd and long this season where the Bills move the chains, and now you can make an argument there in field goal range. And there's not going to be, if the Steelers get the ball back, unless they get a turnover, there's not going to be a lot of time for them to score again before the half. So that's a big play right there. Under center now is Allen. He's going to check the play. And now it's going to be handoff to Cook, and he's going to find a lane, and once again the Steelers are out of position. He picks up 7. Looked like somebody jumped out of their run fit there again, and it created a pretty big hole for Cook. And he got a decent gain there. It looked like the Bills, by the way, were running mesh rail on that. It looked like Patrick Queen out of position again. Patrick Queen's been this team. I mean, dude, just terrible run defense from Patrick Queen. What are we doing? Now under center is Allen. Takes the snap, play action, now the pressure in his face immediately. TJ Watt misses the sack. Now here comes, oh my goodness, they couldn't, oh my goodness, there's going to be a huge foul on Patrick Queen here. Just absolutely levels Josh Allen. And now obviously the Bills players come to the defense of their quarterback. Queen completely leveled Josh Allen. Do I not see a flag on the field? Allen was giving himself up and Queen popped him. It's not helmet to helmet, though. He hits him in the shoulder. I think this should, and the ball comes out, by the way. But, yeah, he's down. This is going to, by the way, if he's giving himself up here, he's short of first down yardage. So TJ Watt was in his face immediately, missed the sack. TJ, we pay him to make those plays, man. And then number 93, that's Ezesi Otomiwu, coming in. He couldn't chase him down. I mean, he's giving himself up and he's hitting the quarterback very hard. That should have been a penalty. But we'll take it. I mean, Steelers didn't get a penalty on a DPI. Now it's 3rd down and 2, a chance to get off the field. They go read option with Allen. He's going to get hit hard again at the sticks. He'll pick up first down yardage. Josh Allen taking a beating right now, and now Patrick Queen is down on the ground. First down, Bills, and Patrick Queen is holding his head. And it's getting chippy in Pittsburgh, folks. Cam Hayward is still talking to Josh Allen. I can't wait for the Not Just Football podcast this week, man. He's going to have something to say. But it is first down for Buffalo, and we'll see what the penalty is for Patrick Queen, who is this team's green dot, by the way. So if he's not able to go, you're going to have to give the green dot to Peyton Wilson, who had some preseason action with the green dot. But, that's a big piece. I mean, as much as we talk about Patrick Queen being out of position, and he is, he's been one of the worst Steelers defensive players this year, guys. He's a big reason why this defense is as inconsistent as it is. Maybe Peyton Wilson will do a better job of that, Ponzi. I don't know. But obviously when the guy that you're used to calling defensive plays isn't out there, you're playing defense in a way that you're not used to playing.
What I'm seeing on social media so far about this Cam Hayward is Allen stuck his finger out at Hayward.
Trying to poke him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
Justin coming in with a 2. My man says, so tired of this punk-ass offense. Get 81 out. I completely agree. Just don't play Jonnu Smith. And when you do, only have it be short yardage situations or goal line. It doesn't make sense to have him be an every down player. It doesn't. $5 from Stephen O. Says, it saddens me to say, but Houston is the best team in the AFC right now. We are just not a quality team week in and week out. I would argue, Bill Cowher's lone Super Bowl, that year's team was not a great football team week in and week out. They weren't. They were a wild card team, and they ended up making a run. They got hot late, right? That's what it takes. It's about A, getting into the dance, B, getting hot late. Now, I don't disagree with you, Steven. Steelers, especially on the offensive side of the ball, not playing to a Super Bowl level right now.
No.
But, we've seen Roman Wilson get open a lot of times down the field. We've seen DK Metcalf get open down the field quite consistently. We've seen Calvin Austin III get open on some nice routes over these last 2 weeks. And, if they can just find – and listen, man, this might be a big if with Rodgers injured and, Mason Rudolph being your backup quarterback. But, I still don't think it's impossible that this team finds a way to play, high-level football. And listen, man, Houston's not even in the playoff picture right now. Like, we're calling them the best team in the AFC. They're not even they're not even in the playoff picture. And if the Steelers play them in the playoffs, it's going to be likely as, with the Steelers at home. And it's a warm weather team coming to play in Pittsburgh in January when it's cold as balls outside. And now Patrick Queen is limping pretty heavily to the blue tent. But that's going to give Cole Holcomb some more opportunities to play. Malik Harrison had replaced Cole Holcomb's spot in this defensive rotation. So it's nice to know that you got a guy in Cole Holcomb who's played for this defense that can rotate in now. But here on first down and 10, it's Peyton Wilson, who is now the green dot and the every down linebacker, and Malik Harrison out there. So hopefully Queenie's okay. They're not going to another commercial here, are they? Another commercial? Mexamander 10 says, I feel bad because I betted against my Steelers. I chose Bills, but the Steelers offense needs to step up, or else I would play Rudolph. He did not play good last Sunday, Mexamander. I'm sorry, man. He was okay as a distributor, throwing the ball less than 10 yards. He had 6 passes over 10 air yards last week, Mexamander. 1 of 6. And he had multiple open touchdowns down the field, was inaccurate on all of them. So he had the ball twice in the fourth quarter, down 3 to go tie or win the game, and he failed on both. Big shout out to John Masood, says, hail Jack Sperry, hail Cassie Voth, hail Ponzi, hail Chat Sports. Love your channel. Love you, John. You're a real one right there. And then 50 Cal with a 2 says, where's Asante? Did they elevate him? They did, but they're starting James Pierre, who, by the way, has played pretty well over the last month. He's earned a shot, I think, here. And Asante has earned the trust of the coaching staff enough to be the backup outside corner today. He has usurped Darius Slay, who's played all season for the Steelers. So that tells you that Asante is slowly but surely rising up the ranks, and I do think that the leash is probably pretty short on Asante Samuel or on James Pierre. Like, if Pierre has a bad game or even a bad half, I would suspect Asante starts seeing more first-team reps eventually. But with James Pierre playing, pretty good football for this defense, it doesn't make a ton of sense to just take him out for Asante, who hasn't played since the first month of last season and hasn't played for this defense at all. So, I think Asante is more of an insurance policy in case there's an injury or if James Pierre starts not playing so well. But now that he's on the active roster, Ponzi can't be poached off the practice squad anymore, so that's nice. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. I really do appreciate all of your guys' support. We try to give you guys the best Steelers coverage there is here on YouTube. We provide it for you guys for free. 2 in-depth videos on the Steelers every single day on this channel, as well as weekly live shows, as well as weekly watch parties. That's what we're doing right now. Every 100 subscribers, we're giving away a free raffle entry to a random person in the chat to win this Heinz Ward jersey. And we are back in Pittsburgh. Bills with the ball at the Steelers 25, under center in a condensed formation. They will hand it off to James Cook on the outside. Joey Porter Jr. Eventually finds him. He's going to pick up a 4-yard gain. Better job by Joey there on the contain, but he almost lost contain again. Patrick Queen is now out of the tent, and he is now jogging on the sideline. So we'll see if he's able to get back out there. And I guess, no. Is that the 2-minute warning? Because it was just at 2 minutes. Was it because there was an injury that it can't be the 2-minute warning? I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. Does anyone know what happened? It's Steven coming in with a 5 while we wait here. He says Houston is 7-5 and most definitely in the playoff picture. I mean, they're not right now. They're out of the playoff picture. Believe it or not. Playoff race is pretty – well, yeah, if the Bills lose this game, they will be in those, Steven. But I don't disagree with you. Houston's hot right now. They are. Defense is great. Offense is still meh, in my opinion, but under center here is Allen. They'll hand it off to Cook again. Once again, the contain from Joey Porter Jr. is just not there, and he picks up 8 or so, first down, Buffalo. What's that? Timeout by the Steelers. So Steelers are trying to get the ball back, is why the stoppage of play happened. But, like, there's just no contain on the outside by the Steelers defense. And a lot of it is Joey Porter Jr. He's trying to knife inside. And, like, I feel like the Bills are kind of realizing, hey, if we go outside here, you know, Joey is not going to be disciplined out there. By the way, Patrick Queen dealing with a hip injury right now. I mean, Joey. And now this play is under review for what? See some people asking me if I think the Steelers beat the Ravens next week. You know, I think that they've got a really good chance to. I do. I know it's in Baltimore, but guess who just went into Baltimore and beat their ass? The Cincinnati Bengals. And I know they got Joe Burrow, but it was the defense, man. Lamar and the offense only scored 14 points. They had 5 turnovers. What is the Steelers defense known for? Defense and turnovers. What are they reviewing here? Oh, are they? Because he picked Joey up off the ground when he got out of bounds. Are they doing that? So first down and 10 here on the Steelers 12. Let's see if the Steelers red zone defense can hold up here before the half. Steelers still have, and by the way, they used another timeout. Steelers trying to get the ball back, trying to get some points before half. It's going to be handoff to Cooks. This time, better job by the Steelers' run defense. It'll be a gain of 2. Gets to the 10-yard line. It'll be second down. But the Bills have run duo on 3 straight plays. So they're just trying to bully the Steelers at this point. Didn't work on that one particularly well. The Bills are dominating time of possession, over double the amount of time the Steelers have, but the Steelers are obviously leading. Second down and 8. Shotgun for Allen. Play action, going to throw quickly, and it's dirted. Bad throw. Tried to go to Dalton Knox on the quick throw, but Allen clearly uncomfortable getting that ball out. And it just, I mean, that's going to be maybe the worst throw you see from Josh Allen this entire season. Just probably didn't get a great grip of it. And now, third down. There's not a lot of room to pick up a first without a touchdown here, so this is a big play. Type those 3s. Get those terrible towels rolling. Come on, folks. We need to stop. Even better, a turnover. Let's go. Shotgun Allen. He'll take the snap. He's looking. Throws quickly. Slant. Caught by Davis. He's going to be held short. Be 4th down. Clock continues to tick. Will the Steelers call timeout? Somebody calls timeout here, and now James Pierre is down on the ground. Oh, no. Please be okay, James. James Pierre, who's played maybe the best month of football of his life. Steelers were the ones that called the timeout, so they are out of timeouts. And I think they had, because of the injury. So it'll be 4th down and 4. An interesting decision here for Buffalo. Do they take the points or do they try and score a touchdown? I think they're going to go for it here, Ponzi, because even if they don't get it, they've completely. I mean, the Steelers have a long way to go with 55 seconds and no timeout, so they're going to go for this here. Is what I'm guessing, but Steelers do get the ball, and by the way, if James Pierre has to miss any time here during this game, and it appears like it's going to, he's still on the ground. That means Asante Samuel Jr. is about to make his Steelers debut. So I want everybody in the chat. Listen, man, I'm certainly not happy James is injured, but if you're excited for Asante Samuel Jr. to see what he can do, type those ASJs. So Patrick Queen has gone to the locker room. My guess is he's done for the day. And we'll see what the injury is here to James Pierre. He's now walking off, so that's good news. But it certainly looks like Asante Samuel Jr., who was elevated off of practice squad this week. Darius Slay is a healthy scratch, and he's going to get checked for a concussion. So hopefully James will be okay. But Asante Samuel Jr. will come in for this fourth down play that I'm assuming the Bills are going to try and score a touchdown here. Because first of all, the chance to tie this ball game is just too good, and you have a great quarterback in Josh Allen. Use him. But also from their perspective, if you get a field goal and you kick it away to Pittsburgh, they could get a good return, and they're closer to field goal range to get more points. So not only can you score more points by going for this on the Steelers' 4-yard line here, so it's not like you're knocking right on the door. But if you don't get it, then the Steelers have a long way to go, and they're backed up. So this is a pretty obvious go for it call here for the Buffalo Bills. Yeah, and that's what we kind of assume that. Again, guys, make sure you click that subscribe button if you haven't already. James Pierre is up and walking. He's nodding his head as if he's good to go. Watch for the Bills to maybe target Asante Samuel here. He's in off coverage from the 4-yard line. Now they're going to go under center. Allen trying to get the Steelers to jump off sides, and now Allen will make a can call. And it looks like Allen is just going to not snap it and take the delay of game, and the Bills are going to kick a field goal. So good job by the Steelers not jumping there. When Allen went up to the line, I thought, oh, man, he's going to sneak this. Thank God none of the Steelers jumped the way I jumped. Well, the Bills called timeout. So they can still run a play here, and I think they still will. I still think the smart move here is to call a play. It just makes more sense. You can score more points by trying for the touchdown here. If you don't get it, the Steelers are backed up. Now, if you kick the field goal here, you pretty much guarantee it's a one-score game heading into halftime. But they are going to send Allen out for this 4th down and 3. Everyone type stop in the chat. Type those stops in the chat. Come on. Type those stops in the chat. Come on, Steelers defense. Hold up one time for me. They've held up when they've needed to hold up all half long. Let's see if they can do it one more time and keep this 7-point lead. Now watch out for the quarterback run here. Now they went early. Osiris Torrance. And I think James Pierre was back out there. So Asante Samuel Jr. didn't even get a single snap. All right. So that's going to be a penalty. And it was both of the starting right side offensive linemen, and Joe Brady's pissed. Now will they just take the 3 points and pretty much guarantee a one-score deficit at halftime? It looks like it. 27-yard attempt coming up. Big penalty there for Buffalo. Might have been a 4-point penalty right there for the Bills. Now the kick is up, and it is good. 7-3. Steelers have no timeouts. Clock goes all the way down to 51 seconds. And, the Steelers have been airing it out, man. Steelers have 12 pass attempts to just 8 rushing attempts in this first half.
You look at this time of possession.
The Steelers...
It's bad.
It's been not terrific.
But, if there's any flip side to that, Steelers are leading.
But, they've created a lot of turnovers, and, the Steelers' defense has held up very nicely.
Yeah.
And you also have to realize that there's been a lot of running the football on the Buffalo Bills side, where it's just been running clock, all that stuff. Rodgers is going to, right now he's 5 of 12, and there was a clear drop from Darnell Washington and then a missed DPI earlier in the game. So you can really think of that as 7 of 12.
Yeah.
But, obviously he had that miscommunication down the field to Roman on that downfield shot. He's had a couple misfires today. In fact, you can make an argument, one of those 5 catches came on a bad throw where Gainwell just, Spider-Man catches that thing.
I mean, Allen isn't doing too well either. If you look at the flip side, 6 of 12, only 1 more completion and 3 more yards.
Kicks away. Fielded at the 3 by Keshawn Williams. Let's see what he can do here. He's going to try and make a cut. He only gets to the 25. He gets absolutely leveled. Now Peyton Wilson is getting and now there's a flag on the play. Hang on here. I think this is going to be on the Bills. The Bills kind of ran into Peyton Wilson after the play was over. This is going to be on Pittsburgh. Calvin Austin is looking very exasperated. Personal foul on Peyton Wilson after the play was over. 15 yards. That's going to park the Steelers back even further. Now it's time to just take a knee. You're up 4. You're getting the ball. You have a chance to go up 2 scores with a touchdown. With the way Rodgers has been throwing it in the first half, I don't want to mess with that. But, I mean, even if that penalty didn't happen, you're only at the 25. But so they're going to start at the 13. Rodgers isn't empty. They're going to try this, man. They're going to try and get some points here to go up 7 before the half. Takes the snap. Quick throw to Jonnu on the outside, and he doesn't have the wherewithal to get out of bounds. He picks up 6 or 7, but the clock will run. I mean, why are we throwing a screen on that first down? That makes no sense to me. Now the clock is less than 30 seconds. 19-yard line. You need a big shot here somewhere to be able to get in the field goal range. They're going to hand this off. They're just going to play it safe. Gainwell, good gain, gets to the 30-yard line, but they can't stop the clock. Eight seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. They're just going to walk off the field. 7-3 is the score. Steelers lead at half, but this is certainly a Pittsburgh Steeler kind of football game here. But it's a game that Mike Tomlin and these Steelers players, especially these veterans, are very comfortable in. Low scoring, turnovers really loom large. But despite 2 turnovers from the Steelers defense there in that first half, Steelers just get 7 points. They possess the ball for less than 10 minutes of game clock. So we'll see what they do in the second half here. By the way, we passed 600 likes. Let's give away a free raffle entry here to kick off our halftime show. Type those me's in the chat if you want a free raffle entry. Just so you guys know, we are going to be giving away a signed Hines Ward Steelers jersey today. You guys can see the signature on there, number 86 Steelers jersey. I think we're all in agreement here. Hines Ward should be a Hall of Famer. We had an opportunity to get a signed jersey from him for our raffle this month. So if you guys want a chance to win that jersey, make sure you click that subscribe button. Make sure you click that thumbs up icon and like today's show. And then if you guys want to get in on the raffle, $10 to get in, $20 to get 3 raffle tickets, $50 to get 10 tickets. And by the way, all those double when you donate via Venmo or PayPal. So you can find me on PayPal or on Venmo at Jack Sperry or on PayPal at Captain Jackrabbit. And if you guys Venmo and PayPal, $10 gets you 2 raffle tickets. $20 gets you 6 raffle tickets plus your name on the Steelers Talk Gong. $50 gets you 20 tickets plus we'll make it rain. If you just put in a regular super chat, it's 1, 3, and 10 for those price points. We greatly appreciate all of your guys' support. And, just to give you guys my quick thoughts here on the first half, I think the Steelers defense stepped up in a number of different ways. Obviously didn't give up a touchdown. I do think they're giving up quite a bit of yardage to James Cook, who's already at 81 yards. On the ground, so he's well on his way to over 100 yards on the ground in this game. So run defense needs to be better, okay? Because I think eventually the dam is going to break, and they're not going to be able to hold them forever. But right now, as a team, the Buffalo Bills have 125 yards rushing on the Steelers, so that's going to be a big area for improvement. But they've already created 2 turnovers, so that's good to see the Steelers defense flying around. Getting off the field on third down has been pretty good so far in this game as well. The Bills are 5 of 9 on third down. That's okay. But then the Steelers, I think that they're passing the ball too much, Ponzi. I think that they're passing it with Aaron Rodgers too much. I think that this is a game where it has to be won through the ground game, and you got a quarterback that has struggled with some accuracy stuff today, and it's highly windy outside, and yet it seems like the offensive game plan this week was very centered towards attacking one of the best passing defenses in the league through the air. You only have 9 carries so far in this game for a total of 33 rushing yards.
Jaylen Warren only has 20 yards.
That's just not enough, right? That's just not enough. So you need to get the run game going, and you need to stop the run better. I said going into this game, whoever runs the ball better is probably going to win the game. Right now, the Steelers are leading, and that hasn't been the case. But I think you're going to have to see, the tides turn in that regard in the second half, because it just doesn't make sense to throw the ball as much as the Steelers have been throwing it.
Of course, James Cook, as we were talking about, 17 carries for 81 yards, 4.8 average, and then he added 2 receptions for 17. So, he's definitely been the focal point for the Bills. I was saying it earlier, Josh Allen hasn't really been that good today.
No, he hasn't. I think that the Steelers have actually done a really good job stopping the passing attack today. Pass rush has been pretty good. They're making plays in that regard. Haven't allowed too many explosive, big chunks in the passing game, but it seems like that's what they're putting a lot of their focus to. When in this game, I think that the focus needs to be on the run game, and the Steelers are just, kind of playing this game as if, it's a game being played in September or in August. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. We got some Super Chats and some Venmos that we are going to be booting up here in just a second. Kelvin Olvera coming in with a 10. Let's see. Kevin. Let's see what he had to say. Hi, Kevin. I don't see a message attached to this. So shout out to Kevin. Trying to see if there's a message, but I don't see one. Let's see here. Hi, Kevin. Yeah, I don't see a message there, but he's in on the raffle. Cody Wilkerson coming in with a $10 Venmo. I'm trying to see your message here, Cody. Sorry, my phone's being a little slow. It says Hines Ward jersey. All right, well, Cody, we got 2 raffle tickets. Best of luck to you. Joshua coming in with a 10 as well. He says, let's go Steelers. Joshua also has 2 raffle tickets there. And then William coming in with a $20 Venmo here. And he says a good defensive low-scoring game reminds me of good Steeler football. You guys rock, Jack and Ponzi. Here we go, Steelers. Big shout-out to William McGathey. That's Tink McGathey right there. Yeah, man, this is the type of game where the Steelers feel very comfortable. Kind of ground and pound game, even though the Steelers, they've been kind of successful on the ground, but it's just, I don't know, man. They're just passing the ball too much for my own liking at this point. Oh, no, Max Brosmer, what are you doing, man? Is he going to fumble this? Oh, yeah. What an awful interception from Max Brosmer, dude.
Next by Purdy, though.
Awful pick 6, dude. Did you see this? They were on the doorstep to take the lead at the end of the first half, and he just slings it.
Yeah.
That's a tough look for the UDFA. But I appreciate you, my friend William.
Actually, a good segue. Talk about some of the scores.
Yeah, Seahawks up 16-0. That was really the turning point in the game right there, was that pick 6. Saw Brosmer's had some decent throws in that game, but obviously 0 points in the third quarter isn't ideal. Chargers-Raiders tied. So, in terms of, AFC wildcard race, hoping for the Raiders to pull off an upset in L.A. Then tonight, you got Broncos and Commanders. Obviously, whatever with Broncos. They can do whatever they want. Honestly, I kind of hope they win that division because I'd rather play the Broncos in Denver in the playoffs than, the Chiefs roar their way back to win that division.
Honestly, they have like a 20-30% chance to make the playoffs now after that Cowboys loss. Something like that. I mean, that'd be crazy. I mean, Patrick Mahomes has never missed an AFC championship in his career. So, it's crazy. Did we give away the raffle?
John Masood, what are you talking about, man? We hit your super chat. Go back. We hit your super chat, John. If you want to hit it again, Ponzi. Apparently he's telling Cassie that we didn't hit his. We hit it, man. I promise you, we hit your super chat. But here it is again. If you didn't see it earlier, John. Hail Jack Sperry, hail Cassie both, hail Ponzi, hail Chat Sports. Love your channel. We love you, John. That's why we show your super chats. When they come up.
We got a couple more. Raymond P with $2 says, Jacoby Myers, why didn't we give up a 4th and 5th? I think they did. They were trying to. And it came down to where Jacoby wanted to go.
Yeah, so the Steelers actually matched the offer that the Jacksonville Jaguars ended up paying. And essentially the Raiders said, okay, Jacoby, you can pick where you want to go. And I think he picked former Raiders wide receiver coach, currently working in Jacksonville. So there's that connection. Also, the weather's better. Also, they're a pretty similar caliber team to what the Steelers are. Honestly, it made sense why he picked Jacksonville. It's unfortunate because we were that close to getting Jacoby Myers. And how many times has Omar Khan been this close, Ponzi, to getting a receiver? He was this close to Brandon Ayuk. He was this close to Jacoby Myers. We were this close to Rashid Shaheed as well. Didn't get him either. So, it's disappointing. But honestly, man, you got speed on this receiver. Like, if we got Rashid Shaheed, I guarantee you, this offense would not have gotten better. I really don't think it would have gotten better. Like, he is, like Calvin Austin or Roman Wilson. Like, it doesn't matter if somebody gets open down the field if you don't have the quarterback to hit them, right? And we just haven't had a quarterback being able to hit those downfield shots in multiple weeks at this point. Bernard says, I'm worried about A-Rod. I think he fell off. Hasn't been the best start to the game, I would say, but, he had one just straight up drop, and he had one play where he throws it up to Calvin Austin and he gets interfered with. So, if you count those two plays, it could be 8 for 13 at this point. Could very easily be 8 for 13. And if that DPI gets called, you're in field goal range. So that might have been 3-point difference right there. But, he's got to play better than what he played in that first half. Like, dude, this Bills defense is number 1 in the league, I think, in passing yards allowed per game. And we are passing the ball more than we're running it right now. And that's unacceptable to me, man.
Stephen Orrick with a 5 saying it's the time of possession why we have no rushing yards. He only has, I believe, referring to...
No, but here's the thing, though, Stephen. We have 9 carries. We have 13 pass attempts. That should be at least flipped. Like, that's too many pass attempts, in my opinion.
I think he's agreeing with you here.
Oh, okay.
He says he has only 7 carries, Jaylen Warren. He needs 20 to 25 carries a game to win time of possession. So I think they're agreeing with you.
Get him more. Get the ball in Jaylen Warren's hands more. He's only had the ball in his hands. He's actually touched the ball 9 times in this game. Believe it or not, he's got 7 carries and 2 catches, but he's got to be more of a priority, and we got to make the run game more of a priority here, especially on 3rd and short. Like, we pass the ball on 3rd and short way too often, in my opinion.
Shannon Cassidy saying, Jack, when you popped the question, unless you're misinformed, Jack already popped the question.
Yeah, me and Cassie are engaged, Shannon. I didn't know. I didn't know you didn't know that, but I popped the question back in July, Shannon. So, where have you been, my friend? But yeah, wedding is on June 6th next year. So, really excited about that. We just got our save the dates in the mail yesterday. They look terrific. And I'm really looking forward to marrying the love of my life. So, okay. We got another Venmo here.
Bernard Nixon with the same message. Shout out to Bernard. Always a real one.
Yep. Shout out to Bernard. Always a real one. I'm a little worried too, Bernard, just because it's been a long time since we've seen Rodgers, quote unquote, at his best. It's been since the Cincinnati game, which is over a month ago. It's like a month and a half ago at this point, almost 2 months since we've seen Rodgers really play at what I would consider a truly high level. Now, we'll see how the second half pans out. We'll see how it goes. But it's very obvious that Arthur Smith has a lot of confidence in Aaron to distribute the football and get the offense rolling in the right direction. Unfortunately, it just hasn't worked out for the most part outside of that one drive. But hopefully the second half is a better game plan and a better situation for the Steelers offense. James Smith with another another $20 Venmo.
You know what this does too, Sperry? Gets us to 755.
What's that?
We're at 755.
Oh, all right. Here we go. Before we kick things off in the second half, this one from James Smith gets us to over $750 in donations. You guys know what that means. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Let's go.
Let's get it done.
Come on, baby. I love these games, Ponzi. The 3 o'clock, like the 3:30 window, number one CBS crew.
In this weather.
It looks like it pretty much is a night game because it is dark outside this time of the year in Pittsburgh. You know, you get the primetime vibes going, all that great stuff. Shout out to James Smith for getting us over $750 in donations on today's show.
Kevo with the $2 saying,
Kevo.
I think we need to get Roman going. He's open.
Yeah, man, he's open. You just got to get it to him. You just got to find a guy that can – well, I mean, the one from earlier, Kevo, I think he might have had to run a fade, and Rodgers was expecting him to go more towards the sideline, and that's why it looked so off. Yeah, but, you know, who knows? You know, we're not in that room, and maybe we get an answer on that this week. But the Steelers offense, get the ball here, but I agree with you, Kevo. Let's get the ball to Roman Wilson more often. Steven says, congrats to you and Cassie. Steven, I appreciate you, man. Kobe Smith says, you should collab with the Commanders Report guy. Good one, Kobe. Should we do a joint preview?
Yeah.
Kick is away. And it's going to be fielded at the 10-yard line by Keshawn Williams. He's going to be stopped up at around the 25-yard line. Hold on to it, please. They're going to mark him at the 26, and that is where Rodgers and the Steelers offense will take over here. So let's see, man. Let's see what this offense can do. They're going to go out in pistol, multiple tight end set, jumbo personnel, Metcalf the only receiver. Takes the snap, play action, another pass. Rodgers moving in the pocket beautifully. Now he runs out of time, fumble, picked up by Buffalo, 10-5 touchdown Bills. And now Rodgers is down on the ground. Got absolutely destroyed. And Rodgers, hard time getting up. I mean, why are we passing it again? And like Rodgers is looking for anything open downfield, and there's nobody open. They just showed the end zone angle, and there's nobody open for Rodgers. He's trying to make something happen. He's doing a much better job maneuvering the pocket, but then he falls right on that wrist, and then his nose is bleeding. So defensive touchdown for Buffalo. It's going to give the Bills the lead, and there goes the lead like that at the start of the second half. By the way, Steelers have lost 3 games this year where they've had a first-half lead. And if they lose this game, that would be their 4th game this year that they were leading at halftime. Oh, so apparently we still have to pick somebody for the raffle, so we're going to do that here right now. Type those me's if you want a free raffle entry. By the way, we'll give away 2 if we can get 5 more people to click that thumbs up icon. Type those me's if you want a free raffle entry. We got a Heinz Ward jersey we're raffling off at the end of the game, a signed one. Joey Bosa just planted Aaron Rodgers, and we'll see if he even comes back out. Because his nose is bleeding. His hand's got to be killing him. Obviously didn't see that guy coming. It was coming on the blind side. So we'll see if Rodgers goes in there. Rodgers is in the medical tent. And, can Rudolph save Thanksgiving? So Rudolph looks like he'll come in for at least a little bit here, maybe even the rest of this game. Kick is away. It's caught at the 1-yard line. Gainwell is going to get to the 20, the 30, and down to the 35. Flag on the play. This is probably going to be on Pittsburgh. I'm going to give this free raffle entry to Eric Dexter. Holding on the Steelers, that'll park them back. This has been a disastrous start to the second half. And Mason Rudolph goes out there here. Let's see what he can do. Rodgers just never saw Joey Bosa as he was trying to throw, and it lands right on the wrist. It's a scary play, man, and hopefully that didn't make it worse. Because if it made it worse, that means we're probably looking at Mason Rudolph for probably the rest of the season. And, the upside of this Steelers offense is probably decreased with Mason Rudolph in at quarterback, unfortunately. But we'll see. We'll start this drive here. 2 receivers out there. Rudolph in pistol. And, again, this is not his game plan. This is the game plan that they came in with Rodgers. So they're going to go handoff to Jaylen Warren. He will get nothing, a loss of 1 or 2. And, it just seems like the momentum has completely shifted in Pittsburgh. Second down and 11. Now they've got a nasty bunch out to the left. Shotgun Rudolph with Warren out to his right. Rudy takes the snap, looking for the quick option. He's going to throw into the dirt to Metcalf on the spot. Jesus Christ, man. Now there's a flag on the play. Are the Steelers going to get bailed out here? Unsportsmanlike conduct on the defense. So we'll take it. He had a wide open DK Metcalf and dirted it. And then Epinesa poked the ball out after the play, and that's what's going to get the penalty.
I think he let the intrusive thoughts win on that one. VC ball. Poke.
Dude, at some point, they have to throw the ball down the field. The Bills are just pinning their ears back and trying to take away everything underneath. First down and 10. Mason in the pistol. Jumbo personnel with Anderson now. I'm guessing this will be a run. It is. Warren. He's going to fight forward. Spins, and he gets about 3. Second down and 7 coming up. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Once we get to 105,600 subscribers, we'll give away a free raffle entry. We got about 3,000 people in the chat room right now. Free videos on the Steelers every day, injury updates, game previews, post-game reactions, the whole 9 yards. Play action here for Mason. He's got clean pocket. He throws down the field, and it's intercepted. Overthrew Darnell Washington into the arms of Christian Benford. The Bills will take over at the 43-yard line. Rudolph tried to fit that in there, and a perfect throw, and he might have had a chance, but he overthrows Darnell Washington. It's hard to overthrow Darnell Washington. Goes right into the waiting arms of Christian Benford, and now Josh Allen and the Bills will have a chance to go up 2 scores. Well, I wish I could be happier right now for you, Natasha, but we appreciate you. This one's coming in from Natasha Lehman. Bang! Shout out to Natasha. Making it rain. Listen, man, I'm not really in the play rookie quarterbacks in their first year camp. But like, listen, man, if Mason's going to keep playing like this, I mean, it doesn't hurt to give him a shot. And I don't know what the extent of the Rodgers injury is. I'm hoping he didn't make it worse. If he did, he's probably out for the rest of the season. And then, like, I mean, could he be getting evaluated for a concussion? Is that possible? I don't know, but he's been in there for 8 minutes. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know if they're taking off his cast. I don't know what's going on, man, but
What would be the procedure for Will Howard? Would they just have to emergency third string, so first string went out?
Well, Will is the emergency third, so Rudolph would have to get injured for him to come in. So
Well,
you
unless
can't,
it's the fourth quarter.
so unless it's the fourth quarter,
I'm pretty sure that's the rule.
you can just play your emergency quarterback just because it's the fourth quarter.
I believe so.
I don't think that's the case. I mean, it'd be kind of a dumb rule if that was the case, but I think the second quarterback needs to get injured. So Mason will have to get injured if Will Howard is going to enter this ball game. I'm pretty sure that's the case. And frankly, I have very little confidence that he would be able to do that with how he's played over the last 2 weeks.
Oh, they changed that rule. That's why. It used to be like that, but now it's not.
Yeah, so Rudolph will have to get injured. So really, your hope here is that the defense picks you up, gets like a defensive touchdown or something, or
Oh no, it is. It is.
Oh, you can just play Will Howard in the fourth quarter?
Yeah.
That's the rule?
So the third quarterback, however, could play in the fourth quarter while preserving the eligibility of the starter and backup.
Okay. Handoff here to James Cook on first down. They start with great field position. He's going to get about 2 or 3. Get past the 45.
I only know that because of Jets.
So now shotgun, well, actually pistol formation for Allen. He'll take the snap, fakes the toss. Now he's throwing it over the middle. It's caught by Dawson Knox, and he will pick up about 9, get into Steeler territory, first down. I mean, Rodgers has been in the tent now for 10 minutes. It's crazy, man. That's kind of unprecedented. First down and 10 now for Allen. James Cook gets to the outside. Again, there should be a holding call. Let's see if they actually get it. It's going to be a gain of around 6. No call. TJ Watt got held to high heaven. Now Rodgers is out of the blue medical tent with a bandage on his nose. Does not have his helmet on. He's got his jacket on right now. I'm guessing, I mean, we'll see if he can come back in this game. Under center, Allen hands it off to Cook, and he finds a lane to the 20, 15, 10, and he's going to get down to the 7-yard line. Asante Samuel Jr. in the game now. So Rodgers handed his helmet to somebody. I think he's going to be done. Looked like Peyton Wilson out of position on that one. And now first down and goal for Buffalo. They're 7 yards away from going up 2 scores. They just handed off to James Cook. He'll pick up 2 yards to the 5. Second down and goal. Allen takes the snap, fakes the screen, hands it off to Cook. No push from the Bills O-line, and he will still get about 2 or 3 after a second effort. The third down and goal. So James Pierre is out right now with a head injury. Now third down and goal. Got to get a stop here. Handoff, Cook trying to get in there. Malik Harrison with a nice stonewall there. Gets maybe one. It'll be fourth down and goal. We'll see what the Bills do here. Steelers offense has had a tough time moving the ball, and they've had a tough time moving the ball when Mason Rudolph has thrown the ball over the last 2 weeks. But I think they're going to try and really take control of this here. Got to get a stop here. Come on. Type those 4s if you want to stay in this ball game here. They go empty with Allen. Takes the snap. Looking for the flat. Nothing there. Now he steps up, throws end zone. What a play by Allen. It is Keon Coleman. Touchdown Steelers. Oh, Bills, my mistake. Steelers give up a touchdown. Bills will go up 2 scores here. Man. Flag on the play. I think it's going to be after the play. Probably unsportsmanlike conduct, maybe. Unsportsmanlike on the Steelers. Taunting. It's crazy that you get called, and that's Cam Hayward getting in the face of Josh Allen and then pushing somebody after the play. The emotions have boiled over for Cam Hayward. So apparently you're able to play Will Howard in this game once we get to the fourth quarter, but if Rodgers is done, and it appears like he's probably done for this game, kick is up, and the kick is no good. So the PAT is no good, but you're still down 9. So you still have to score twice. There's still plenty of time in this ball game, and you are facing one of the worst run defenses in the National Football League. So oh, okay. So Aaron Rodgers has his helmet on, folks. We'll see if he's able to go. And, I mean, if that last pass from Rudolph was any indication, Aaron Rodgers has his helmet up back on, and multiple people are saying it's looking like he's ready to go back in. Unbelievable. So we'll see. You're down 2 scores now. I would think I would think you have to start running the football here. You still got time to run the football. You might as well use that time while you still have it. Try to get this run game established with Jaylen Warren. So no matter what happens, the Steelers cannot play Will Howard. For those of you watching, they cannot play Will Howard until the fourth quarter. That's the way the rule works. Oh, so if Rodgers keeps playing, they can't put in Will. Well, they could always just say Rodgers is out with a wrist injury. They could always just give him that injury designation. But yeah, man, it's been disappointing to say the least. After your best rushing performance of this season last year or one of them anyway, against the Bears defense, you come out today and you only have 11 carries today. You've got 15. Compare that to 15 pass attempts in a day where it's howling wind in Pittsburgh, on a day where you're facing one of the best run defenses or best pass defenses in the league, one of the worst run defenses. This is the same Bills team that got their ass kicked a couple weeks ago against Miami, a team that played a lot of jumbo personnel. All right, let's see how Rodgers looks, man. I mean, say what you will about Aaron Rodgers, man. He's one tough son of a bitch. All right, just got a Venmo. So here we go. This kind of feels like a big drive for Pittsburgh. You know, if you can get back in this game, back within striking distance, you know, that feels like this game could still be won. But it's been a nightmare third quarter for the Steelers, and now this kick is going to go out of bounds, and it's going to be this kind of weird rule here where, I think you start at the 25 because of the taunting penalty brings them back. So Rodgers takes the field. This would be a heroic effort from Aaron Rodgers if the Steelers win this game. This would be nothing short of heroic if he comes back in this game and wins it. But you're down by 2 scores, middle of the third quarter. Let's see what he can do. I'd be shocked if this isn't a run. Jumbo personnel with one receiver out there. DK not on the field from pistol. Rodgers hands it off. Warren, he's only going to get about 1 or 2. Actually, it's Gainwell. Don't even have Warren out there. What are we doing? Yeah, activate Perk Rodgers. Hopefully he popped a couple Percocets in that blue tent. They go shotgun here. 3 receivers. Oh, actually, Jonnu Smith and Pat Freiermuth out there. Calvin and DK, the receivers. And he's just going to try and dump it off to Gainwell. It gets tipped, incomplete. 3rd down and 9. Steelers dangerously close to a 3rd down, to a 3-and-out again. Good play by Sanders to get that finger on there. Rodgers just trying to get it out in space to Gainwell to let him work. But there's just no vertical element to the passing game whatsoever. And you're going to have to get something here. Shotgun Rodgers. 3 receiver set. Muth the lone tight end. He got Gainwell the back. Bills showing pressure. They're going to send it. They're going to hand it off to Kenny Gainwell, and he's going to be short. There's no way they just ran the ball on 3rd down that long. And they're going to punt. Boo their ass. What is that play call? And Kenny Gainwell almost moved the chains. That is a joke. Now the Bills, if they can get a touchdown and get a 2-point conversion, they go up 3 scores and the game is over. Waitman punts it away. It's going to be fielded at the 15 or 16. It's a long field for Buffalo, but that is a joke right there.
Officially designated as a cut on the nose. That was it.
I don't know what to say to you guys, man. I really don't. You're down 2 scores. It's 3rd down and 9. and you call a fucking run play.
That's no worse than the Freddie Kitchens draw play, in my opinion. Like, are we just meddling? Are we just content with punting the ball?
Are we just hoping and praying that our defense, delivers us the ball in Bills territory again? Because that's the only time this team has scored today.
Yeah.
Haven't been able to throw downfield today. Haven't really been able to run the ball effectively today. Because, this Bills team is pinning their ears back. They're loading up the box. They're not letting you run the football. They're daring you to throw the ball down the field. Right? They're daring you to throw it down the field.
And you run the ball on 3rd down and 9.
And I get it, man. There's still a lot of time left in this game. I'm okay punting the football if it's 4th down and 1 that deep into your side of the field. I'm okay punting it in that situation, but I'm not okay running the football on 3rd and 9. That's a joke. Plain and simply, man. You know what isn't a joke? This awesome Steelers hoodie. Salute to service, officially licensed by the National Football League. You're not going to find a better deal on this hoodie anywhere else, guys. 25% off with code CYBER60. Go chatsports.com/PittSalute to get this sweatshirt in your collection today. Really do appreciate all of your guys' support. Again, 25% off when you use code CYBER60 at chatsports.com/PittSalute25.
There's been a funny comment here. It just says, feels like I'm in an abusive relationship with the Steelers.
Listen, man, the Steelers have been really good to this franchise and this fan base. Not every franchise has 4 losing seasons in 50-plus years. We've been spoiled here. We really have, but compared to what some other fan bases have had to deal with. But, this year in particular, man, it's been disappointing. Handoff here to James Cook, and now Asante Samuel Jr. is going to get run over a little bit here. He picks up 6 or 7. Asante Samuel Jr. out there for the injured James Pierre. Second down and 4. Clock will continue to tick. Need the Steelers defense to show up. Send a man in motion. Handoff. No play action here. Allen looking for something. Dumps it off. It's caught. First down. Cut up field. Gets to the 45. First down, Bills. And just so everyone in the chat is aware, the Steelers cannot play Will Howard. He is the emergency 3rd quarterback option. So either Rodgers needs to leave this game with an injury, and then they'd have to wait until the 4th quarter to play Howard in that scenario. We're good. No, we're good. We're good. Great Thanksgiving, man. Trying to watch a game here. What do we get? Okay, cool. Under center here, Cook is going to be a run play, and he's not going to get far, 1 or 2 yards. Good pursuit. Now, Vic Herbig comes up with the football. He's wondering why the Steelers don't have the ball. It's because Cook dropped it when the whistle blew. He'll take a break here. Come on, man. Game's still not over, but we need a spark of something. This has been a second half from hell. Under center now, play action. Now Allen stepping up. There's pressure. Herbig almost gets him. No, he's rolling out to the left, and there he goes. He gets to the 40, and he gets first down yardage, gain of 10. Just an awesome play from Josh Allen, escaping pressure. Steelers pass rush was there. Just phenomenal pocket presence and maneuverability. Good pressure from Hayward to push the pocket. Herbig tries to go in and sack him. Great agility by Allen to make him miss, and then he just glides for a 10 or 11-yard gain. That would have been a big sack right there, Ponzi. But now Bills have the ball at their own 46, approaching midfield. Under center is Allen. Takes the snap, hands it off. This is Davis. He's got a good push from the O-line. He will pick up 12. First down, Bills. This Steelers defense, I mean, it just seems like it happens every week, man. They're on the field for forever. Time of possession battle is a joke. No one can get off blocks. Under center, handoff Davis. Gets a little push on the inside. Missed tackles. He'll pick up another 11. First down, Bills. This is just sad to watch at this point, man. What's crazy is that if the Steelers lose this game, they still have everything left in front of them. It's a tied race at the top of the AFC North. He's still got 2 games against Baltimore, and the Baltimore Ravens are not a great football team, but man, it just feels like there's no way this team will win this division if they keep playing this way. Under center, handoff, Davis. He'll get stuffed. No gain. Field goal here for the Bills would force the Steelers to score 2 touchdowns to take the lead. Shotgun here for Allen. Trips left. Single high safety for Pittsburgh. Takes the snap. 5-man rush. Throws middle. It's caught. Jalen Ramsey's there to make the tackle. 3rd down and medium coming up for Buffalo. God, he just needs something to go to Steelers' way here. And with Patrick Queen, he's wearing a headset. He's bundled up in a jacket. He's definitely done the rest of the game with his hip injury. Shotgun here for Allen. Down to the Steelers' 26. Big play here. They're going to go read option, and Allen's going to get hit hard, and he's going to be a yard or 2 short. See what Buffalo tries to do here. I think they're going to go for it. Steelers couldn't stop them on the 4th down at the goal line last drive. Steelers have been pretty bad on 4th down all season long. If I'm the Bills, I'm going for this, and they will. Type those 4s. Come on, man. We just need a spark. We need a spark. Need a play to go our way here and turn the tide back in our favor. Offset I formation. Takes the snap. They hand it to the fullback. Did he get it? He did. First down, Bills. 2-yard gain. Just outside the red zone. And that will give them more time of possession in this ball game. By the way, if the Bills score a touchdown here and they get a 2-point conversion, they're up 17 points, and the Steelers would have to score 3 times in the 4th quarter to win. I think the game is pretty much over if the Bills score a touchdown here. So Steelers defense has to get a stop, period. Wing formation, condensed formation. Under center is Allen. Takes a snap. Quick throw to Keon Coleman, who drops it. Joey Porter Jr. getting in the face of Coleman. Could very well get a penalty there. I don't think he's going to get it, though. Could have very easily been a taunting penalty on Joey Porter Jr. getting in the face of Coleman after he forced the PBU. Good play by 24. Joey Porter Jr. has played pretty well here over the last month and a half or so, I'd say, since he's come back from his injury. And that could have easily been a taunting penalty. 2nd down and 10. Pony formation, 2 running backs. Allen takes a snap, steps up. Now he's going to throw to the check down. Cooks, it's caught, and he's going to stay in bounds. Did he go out of bounds where? That's going to be the question here. Cook made the catch. Did he pick up the first down yardage? Or did he get forced out before? I think he's out before. So it'll be third down and short coming up. Peyton Wilson, I don't know why he's reaching for that high. Yeah, so they're going to give him the first down. It's first down and goal. And now there's only a few yards in between and a couple plays away here from the Bills taking full control of this game as we head into the fourth quarter. The third quarter from hell is over. Bills up 16-7. They score 13 in that quarter alone. 2 touchdowns, one of them on a defensive touchdown. We got some super chats here. Clarence Moore, answer me this. How come Rodgers and Roman Wilson not connecting because Roman is always getting behind the defense? Apparently, I haven't watched the film yet, Clarence, so I can't say this for sure, but apparently to some people, like Alex Kozora from Steelers Depot, said that concept looked like a concept where you're running a fade, and if you're running a fade, you're running it more towards the sideline, which is where Rodgers threw it. And obviously Roman was running straight like it was a go route. But I'll definitely have that up on my X account tomorrow, Clarence, with the full explanation of what happened. But CL Rose says, D on the field too long. If we need a fourth quarter stop, we're gassed. Can't disagree with you, man. This defense has been on the field like the entire game. It's because the offense can't stay on the field. Defense has a tough time getting them off the field. They were pretty good at the beginning of the game, but now, for the game now, the Bills are 7 of 13 on possession downs. The Steelers are 2 of 6. It's just painful to watch this team, man. It just is. And what's crazy is they still got everything in front of them if they lose this game, but like with the performance of last week, on defense and then the passing offense, and then this week where you're really not doing much right. You played really well in that first half on defense, man. It's just you can tell that this defense is running out of gas.
Tony Perez for the $2 saying no one to throw to. Steelers are done.
I don't even know if that's totally true, Tony. There's certainly moments there where there's nobody open for the Steelers, but there's been guys open. Last week in particular, there was guys open down the field, and today there's been a couple guys that have, had an opportunity and they just haven't been able to hit them. Steve in 20 says, why is Rudolph in pistol? Well, the reason would be, they came into this game with a plan for Aaron Rodgers, and now all of a sudden Mason Rudolph is going in. So they have all these pistol plays on the play call sheet. So, they could always, I guess, just change it to under center. But $2 from Evan McGinley says, Texan fan here. Please, Steelers Nation, come on. Yeah, man. Houston,
not looking good.
Houston might be the best team in the AFC right now, and they're not even in that playoff picture if Buffalo wins. Under center is Allen. He'll throw quick slant, incomplete. Would have been an easy touchdown, though. That's Bills would have had an easy walk-in touchdown if Shakir just catches this. It's a little behind. It's on the back shoulder, and Shakir tries to body catch this, and it just goes right through. But that was a pretty obvious pick play, though. That could have easily been pass interference on Buffalo. Under center, Allen, handoff, Cooks, and there's going to be a big-time stop from Cam Hayward. A loss of maybe 3 or 4. Hayward got back there immediately. Be third down and goal. It's pretty big, man. Third down and goal. Got to get them off the field here, guys. Touchdown and a well-executed 2-point play means that the game's over for Pittsburgh. A field goal, and you're still within 2 scores. A touchdown with a failed 2-point conversion, still 2 scores. Shotgun Allen, he's going to run it himself. He's going to bounce it outside, now inside. Now he's going to be pushed in. Touchdown, Bills. Josh Allen rushing touchdown, designed run. And that's going to be the most by a QB in NFL history, just past Cam Newton. And I think they're just going to take the one here and just be content being up 16 and force the Steelers to score 2 touchdowns and get 2 converted extra 2-point conversions. I would not be surprised if we get fire Tomlin chance at Acrisure. I don't think this game is necessarily on Tomlin necessarily. I think it's more on, the offense not getting anything going. And honestly, coming in with a really bad game plan. The run game has been, non-existent versus one of the worst run defenses in the league. And the defense has just been on the field for too long. They obviously have just run out of gas, as they've done multiple times this year. Like, how many times has the Steelers defense played pretty well in the first half, but they're just never on the field? I mean, look at that time of possession battle, guys. The Bills have had it for 20 more minutes of game clock. 20. The Steelers don't even have 100 yards of offense. I mean, this might be, I'm trying to think of a worse game that the Steelers played this year. I don't think I can think of one. I really don't. I think when you put together the entire performance, so far at least, this has been the worst game the Pittsburgh Steelers have played so far this season. And the thing is, man, I think on paper the Steelers should at least be a decent matchup for the Bills. The Bills' weakness on offense is turning the football over, and they turned the ball over 2 times in the first half. The Steelers' offense, what do they do theoretically well? They run the ball from jumbo. Guess what? Hasn't worked today. And when that hasn't been there for this Steelers offense, nothing has been there, it feels like. Especially, we came out of that Bengals game feeling so good about Aaron Rodgers' ability to play quarterback for this team. And at that point in the year, you could make an argument Rodgers was this team's MVP. After that, Packers game onward, this team just cannot. It's not that just can't and won't execute passing plays down the field. And, the book is out on this Steelers team. Take away the underneath stuff. They can't throw it down the field consistently. Cam Harris with a 2. He says, did we get to David Simmons' 10? Okay, Cam says, hey, man, love what you guys do and enjoy tuning in every week. Personally, I think it's time to move on from Tomlin, especially after the performance this week. They're not going to fire him midseason. They're going to give him to the end of the season. And my message the entire year is give me to the end of the year, and I will give you guys an answer in terms of what I'm thinking. David says the start of the second half was disheartening, but I am Pittsburgh Steelers for life. I am as well, my friend, and, technically this game is not over, but you're going to need a hell of a fourth quarter from your offense if things are going to turn around. Keshawn Williams, couple spin moves, gets you to the 34. Decent field position here. Listen, man, if you can get within striking distance on this drive, you go into their territory, you go the length of the field here, and you score a touchdown and you get a converted 2-point conversion, then we can start, having some hope. But the Steelers are abundantly lucky that, if they lose this game, the season isn't over. And frankly, it feels over. It's now there's a bad snap. Rodgers is just going to have to get on top of it. Gets down at the 18. This is just a disaster. Second and 26. Rodgers takes the snap. He's going to have to dig us out here. He steps up. He throws. Wide open Washington. He's going to have to run over some people, and he does. He gets them, back in front of the sticks here. It'll be third down and still pretty long, but at least it's somewhat manageable here. It's probably a good decision there from Rodgers with everybody sinking back. Now Rodgers, 3rd and 7. Got to move the chains here, no doubt about it. At least put yourself in position to go for it on 4th. Rodgers will throw a quick slant. It's caught by Metcalf for a first down, a 9-yard gain. That's a big pickup right there. Get some momentum going. Finally pick up a first down. I figured. Handoff here to Warren. He's going to find a lane here. He's going to jump over a man. He's going to pick up 12. Nice little 12-yard run from Jaylen Warren. Gets in the Bills' territory.
Is that the first hurdle we've seen that actually worked?
I mean, maybe. Warren loves that hurdle button. It makes me worried every time when he gets hit midair, though, because that can easily lead to a fumble. Now Rodgers in shotgun with about less than 12 minutes to go in this game. This has got to be a touchdown and 2-point conversion drive right here, guys. Takes the snap. Rodgers will get it deflected. Tried to go to Jaylen quickly. And it's deflected by Tre'Davious White. It'll be 2nd down and 10. So Pierre officially out with a concussion. So Patrick Queen, James Pierre done for the day. Queen has a hip injury. Pierre has a concussion. Second down and 10 now. Shotgun Rodgers. Takes the snap. Looking. Throws down the field. It's caught by Darnell Washington down to the 20. He's still rumbling. Down to the 15. A nice little touch throw from Rodgers to DW. And now the Steelers are back in business inside the red zone. Rodgers finally putting together a decent drive here in the second half for the Steelers offense. Now they're at the 15. Got to capitalize here. Shotgun Rodgers looking. Nothing there. Still nothing there. Still nothing there. Now throws to Jaylen Warren in the area of him, but incomplete. Be 2nd down and 10. Apparently Fire Tomlin chants have begun at Acrisure Stadium, but they've kind of died down as this drive has gone on. Second down and 10. Gainwell the back. Shotgun Rodgers. Muth in the slot. So is Jonnu. Why is Jonnu in this game, man? Takes the snap. Rodgers looking. He throws over the middle. Incomplete. I think Rodgers was expecting somebody to go over the middle. I think Jonnu ran the wrong route. Why is Jonnu in the game? Wide open middle of the field. That's an easy touchdown if Jonnu just runs over the middle. What are you doing, Jonnu? Why does this coaching staff insist on playing him? Now it's 3rd down and long, and you got to at least put yourself in position to go for it here. Like, this is 4-down territory. I don't care how far it is. Rodgers, they go empty with him. Takes the snap. He's looking, got to have it. He throws. It's caught by Gainwell. He's going to have to make one guy miss. He's close. Ball comes out, but they're saying he's down. Steelers football, and it's going to be 4th down and about 2. This is pretty much the ball game right here. Here we go. Here's the game. 4th down and 2 from the Bills' 7. Shotgun Rodgers, condensed formation. He'll take the snap. They're going to put it in the hands of Gainwell, and he's not going to get it. And the Fire Tomlin chants are going to get going here. Finally, the offense puts together a drive, and this time it's Troy Fautano who gets absolutely blasted at the line of scrimmage, completely blows up the play. Also, biggest play of the game, we have Gainwell in there, and we're running it to our non-power back. I think that after last week, I honestly thought Arthur Smith called a pretty darn good game last week. This week might be his worst. The 180 that they have had, and I think they're playing Renegade right now, and it's getting booed. Because, dude, we're down. There's no chance of us coming back. Why would they get excited?
I cannot believe you go 4th down and 2, and that's the play call you go with. And it's not even like a short 2. It's a long 2. It was a long 2. When you really haven't had to push all day to do that. I just don't understand the play call. Steelers Central, $5, 0 explosive plays. Our offense looks dead even with Rodgers in. We could really use a tall, sure-handed super talent like, George Pickens, but...
I don't think George Pickens would have helped this team. Obviously, this team's better with George Pickens, but it got to the point with George. The problem with the George situation is that they didn't use him correctly while he was here, because they eventually got to the point where the players in the locker room were done with George. George wanted a fresh start, and they mutually agreed to trade George if somebody was willing to give them the right price tag.
And
all right,
to George's credit, he's balled out in Dallas.
Yeah, and George, and he's balled out, and good for him, man, and good for the Cowboys, whatever. The problem with the George Pickens thing is not that they necessarily traded him when they ended up trading him, because I think at that point it was past the point of no return for Pickens. The problem was getting to that point where you're not getting him the ball in space the way the Cowboys are. Not using him over the middle of the field. I mean, he's one of the most talented players in the entire game, and you just didn't use him enough. And that's on the Steelers. And then the second issue is not replacing him with a legitimate number 2 receiver either during the offseason, after you traded him away, or at the deadline. They tried, they failed, and, that's just the way it goes. And, after this game in particular, I do think, the pressure is certainly on, because you're tied with the Ravens. You play them twice in the final 5 games. If you win both those games, you have a really good chance of still winning the division. But, with the way this team's playing, guys, I just can't confidently say that I think that's going to happen. Hand off to James Cook. You're going to have to get the Bills off the field extremely quickly here, but I don't think that's going to happen. Ponzi, I have my takeaways if you want to start building this. And we're probably going to do the raffle at 2 minutes. And then we'll just get right into the postgame and get off once we're done with the postgame. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. We greatly appreciate your guys' support. And what's crazy, too, is that because the Steelers are still very much within the playoff race for the AFC North Division Championship, they're not going to, give Will Howard a shot at this job. Now play action pass here, and this is, I think, caught by Dalton Knox. Down the field, first down, bootleg to the right. First down Bills, clock will continue to tick. Now the Fire Tomlin chants are getting loud at Acrisure, and, listen, man, it's another mediocre season here in Pittsburgh. I can't blame them. If this current trajectory continues the final 5 games of the season, and let's say the Steelers don't have a winning record at the end of the year, I think it is time to probably trade Tomlin. They won't fire him, but they might trade him. Under center here is Allen. He'll hand it off to Cook, who will go outside. Porter trying to pursue, and he will pick up about 4. But I got to say, man, there's no doubt about it. Tomlin's seat is hot right now. because like if things don't turn around these final 5 games and you miss the playoffs after a 4-1 start and it's another second half of the season collapse, and a lot of it can be tied back to coaching coaching stuff. It's just frustrating. This is going to be 5 losses in the last 8 games for the Steelers. 3-5. This has just not been a good football team ever since they started the year 4-1. Now, Josh Allen on 2nd down and 6 will just dump it off to Knox for a gain of 2 or 3. It'll be 3rd down and manageable. But this is the worst that the Steelers have looked all season, bar none. Bar none. Usually in the game, you can hang your hat on, the offense looking decent or the defense looking decent for a time. And even in this game, you can say the defense played pretty good in the first half. I mean, hell, we had the lead in the first half, at the end of the first half, heading into the second. But, it's just this team runs out of gas in the second half. This offense isn't good enough to keep with teams in the second half. They're poor. They make very bad adjustments at halftime. And now shotgun Allen looking, throwing, got to make a tackle, short of the 6. No, he misses the tackle, and he's close to the line to gain. I think they're going to give him first down yardage, and they do. Brandon Echols missed a tackle. This might be one of the saddest losses in the history of the Pittsburgh Steelers, man. At home, playing this poorly on offense, really the entire game, and then on defense in the second half. Now under center is Allen at their own 39, and they're just bleeding this clock, man. And it's going to be like a 6 or 7 yard gain from Ray Davis. I mean, the Bills are going to finish this game with over 230 yards rushing. I'm going to add one here, Ponzi. No, I just took one out. I took out worst game of the year. Can pretty easily verbalize that. Under center here is Allen, handoff. Davis, and he's going to get about a yard. It'll be 3rd down. Now, what I'll say about this Steelers team and what we've seen from this team in the last several years is that right when you think the season's over, they'll come back and, put themselves in contention to make the playoffs. I mean, in classic Steelers fashion, they might win against Baltimore next week, and all of a sudden, we're starting to feel good about this team again. But, it's just been a long time since we've legitimately felt good about this Steelers team as, a team that can make any sort of damage in the postseason. And, I mean, even if they do luck out and Baltimore shits the bed and we win the division at, 9-8 or whatever, it doesn't feel like – it feels the exact same way as it did – the last 2 years when we've made the playoffs. We have no shot. Even in a home scenario, even in a home scenario at this point, we have to play the Bills again. We really feel confident that we're going to beat this team in a playoff scenario, or against the Charger team that we already lost against, or a Houston team that is red hot and I think probably ends up making the postseason. Just Steelers fans are fed up with it, man, and I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. There's still time, still 5 more weeks to go. You still have the Ravens twice, and you're tied at this point. But God, man, unless something drastic changes, you won't see the Pittsburgh Steelers in the playoffs this year. You just won't. Hand off to James Cook, 1st down. And they're going to be able to bleed this thing even more. I mean, just an absolute nightmare of a 2nd half for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Under center, Allen hands off to Cook. Doesn't really matter. He's just going to take a 5-yard loss, but they're just going to keep the clock running. Once we get to the 2-minute warning, which is going to be soon here, we're going to do the raffle. Do we have the raffle wheel ready to go, Ponzi? And I'm honestly going to, like, once you're ready for me, I'm going to start reading off Twitter followers. We only have a few of them. Just let me know when you're ready for that. 2nd down and 13, under center. It's going to be a slant over to Keon Coleman. He will pick up about 7 or 8, maybe 6 or 7. 3rd down and 5 coming up. One thing I will give Mike Tomlin credit for is that usually when these Steelers teams get to quote unquote rock bottom, and now T.J. Watt's coming off the field with an injury in garbage time. There's no way. Another T.J. Watt injury late in the season. And there's going to be a 15-yard penalty on Automiwu for pushing somebody. 1st down, Bills. Man, another what just pisses me off so much, Ponzi, is that the Steelers team had so many opportunities. It honestly still does. They still have opportunities, but like you have an opportunity to completely bury the Ravens after a 1-5 start. Instead, you lose, however many games, 4 of 6 games. You allow them to win 5 straight and get back in and tie you. Now, they give you a gift. They allow you to retake the lead in the division after losing to the Bengals of all teams at home on Thursday on Thanksgiving. And now you're going to surrender that back to them. And they're going to be in the lead for the division next week, technically. Now, obviously, the winner of next week's game will lead the division. But, like, you couldn't stop the Bills today. I mean, they can run the ball. They're a good rushing team. They are. But, like, how can we reasonably expect this Steelers defense to stop Derrick Henry next week? They couldn't do it in their last 2 matchups last year. I mean, I'm probably going to end up picking the Ravens winning next week. All right, here they are. BLK Manta, Vanessa Coakley, Oakley like the sunglasses, but it's with a C at the beginning. Noah Grano, that's Granno. Czar Craig. Quincy. And Jim Hayduk. That's Hayduk. Then let's see. OG Chronics. Hot Rod 24. Jaden Jarrell. Connor Stevenson. Terza Bulware. Troy Philippabuga. Eugene Payne. Robert Kirkpatrick. By the way, we do have some final Venmos and PayPals to get into here. And that's it for those. And then let me... Yeah, then we got one PayPal here. Ian, I see your message saying that you put in another PayPal, but I'm not getting any notifications on it. So maybe make sure you're sending it to the right address. Javon with a 5 says, I think I'd rather us be terrible than given false hope every week. I mean, I wouldn't. I'd rather play good football. And what sucks about this year's team is that I really do think, this team has the talent to play well. It's just they're not. And that, I think, boils down to coaching not doing a good enough job. Now, there's still 5 weeks left in the year. You got 2 Baltimore games left to go. It's mathematically, you still have a lot of road to go here to make the playoffs. And if you beat Baltimore twice and you sweep them, then you pretty much have a great chance of winning the AFC North. But with the way this team has played the last, this game in particular, this has been the worst performance the Steelers have had all season, bar none. Devon with a 5 says, cheers, boys, because this is sad. Trying to be optimistic. I really am. Me too, man. You guys know I've been trying to be optimistic all season. And the only optimism that I can give to you guys is that mathematically it's not that difficult to make the playoffs this year if you turn it around. But I can't give you a lot of hope at this point that that turnaround is going to happen, especially with Ravens twice, Detroit on the road. Dude, those games are I can't say I'm sitting here right now with a high level of confidence you win any of those games. And then, at this point, if you win versus Miami and Cleveland, that only gets you to 8 wins. That would be the first losing season in the history of Mike Tomlin football here in Pittsburgh. And if that happens, I think it's time to move on for sure. Shannon with a 10 says, Jack, if we can't get 2 yards, we don't deserve to be out there. Tomlin is a bum, and what else will it take for ownership to care about it? I would say missing the playoffs, and I would say less than 10 wins. If those 2 things happen, I think there's a chance that they could trade him. But he's gonna get the rest of the season, man. If you want to talk about the all-time non-Steelers move, the Steelers will not fire Mike Tomlin after this game. They won't. And, it would be stupid to fire him after this game, if I'm being completely honest. You're still in the middle of the AFC North race. You're tied at the top of the division somehow. All right? You've lucked out in that regard. So there's still time, but you got to turn it around. What's up, Tom? What's up? All right, cool. All right. So we still have to get to a Venmo here? Yeah, no, but so did you put Carl's extra ones in there? Well, let's just get to Carl here real quick because, we don't need to see the rest of this game. Carl with a $50 Venmo here to get him some extra tickets, an extra 20 tickets here before we do the raffle. Says, so pissed right now. I'm tired of all these shit quarterbacks. I hated Aaron since we picked him up and still do. I don't think Aaron Rodgers was necessarily the biggest issue today, but he hasn't played high-level football since the Bengal game, and that's a long time, man. It just sucks. So I understand why they brought him in. Who else were they going to bring in that was going to be better? You could have paid up for Sam Darnold, I guess, but. And TJ Watt's out there, so that's good news. Let's take him off of the injury report then. But we are going to be giving away here a Hines Ward signed Steelers jersey. So to everybody that has donated to the channel and has gotten in on the raffle this month, thank you guys so much. Your support is what keeps this channel going. It's what allows me and Ponzi to do what we love to do and talk Steelers football every single day, no matter how frustrating it is right now to be a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. This is about as low as I've ever been over the last several years. Probably the last time I was this low was when you lost to the Patriots on Thursday Night Football at home with Mitch Trubisky, and it felt like that season was over. Steelers ended up making the playoffs that year. And then the last time I felt this low was when the Steelers started 3-7. They ended up going on a run, and they ended up finishing 9-8 and nearly made the playoffs that year. So, Tomlin has a way about him where, right when we feel the worst about this team is when he finally gets this team to shape up. But, God, man, it's so many opportunities wasted by this football team this year, and it's just so frustrating. But we have a jersey to give away, so best of luck to all of you. And now let's see who wins the Heinz Ward jersey. And it is Gerald Garnsey. All right, Gerald, well, if you're watching, make sure you send me an email at sperry@chatsports.com. If Gerald doesn't send me an email this week, we will re-raffle this item next week, okay? So, and everybody's raffle tickets will still be in the raffle, all that stuff. Was it a Venmo? All right, so I can get in contact with Gerald. What was it this week or was it in a past week? All right, so I'll get in touch with Gerald here for winning the jersey. Thank you guys so much for entering the raffle this week. We're going to have another big ticket item for December to finish out our season here on Steelers Talk. No matter how the season finishes up, whether the Steelers lose the rest of their games or whether they win the rest of their games, we're going to be here. Shannon with a 10 says, or 5, Steven says, Bills are going to have over 40 minutes of time of possession. Yep. In a 60-minute football game, they're going to have over 40 minutes of time of possession. And that's been a problem for the Steelers all year. Like that's not just a this game issue, but to play your worst game of the season at this juncture in the year, a win would have been so huge for this team to take a game advantage with a chance to really truly bury the Ravens next week on the road. Would have been great. Would have been great for Rodgers to come in and have a great game, but that's not the case. By the way, the Bills got a field goal. Johnny Rosado says the only good thing about this loss is we all get to see James Harrison rage and about the loss. Yeah, man, he's gonna be. If he was mad about this Steelers defense before, honestly, most of the ire needs to be put towards the offense, and Aaron Rodgers has been taken out of the ball game. David Simmons says, did we mention my Venmo, Jack? Yes, David, we did get to yours, but we can put you back on screen here if you want. But we did put you, I do believe we put you up on screen. Ponzi said we did, so if we didn't, it's F. Ponzi in the chat. But just to recap here, David said, yeah, we did. The start of the second half was disheartening, but I am a Pittsburgh Steeler fan for life. I mean, I am too, man. But it feels like even at this point, if the Steelers make the playoffs, that they're right back where they were last year, where I've said time and time again, I think this Steelers team has the best shot of winning a postseason game than they have in, many years. But, I don't even know if that's going to be true. Like, if you sneak into the playoffs at 9-8 and you beat, let's face it, a not great Ravens team for the AFC North crown, it's still a division championship, whatever. But a 9-8 division championship feels like it got handed to you. Like you didn't earn it. And then if you lose in the playoffs, and if you're a 9-8 team, you have to face, the Bills in the playoffs or the Chargers or the Houston Texans. It just feels like you're not going to have a shot in that game, unfortunately. But Dylan says ran the same, run 20 times. Yeah, listen, man, the thing about running the ball from pistol and shotgun is it really does limit the amount of runs that you can really effectively run because of the angles and such. That's why getting under center is so huge. But the game is officially over. Dylan with a 2 says ran the same run 20 times with no adjustment. Fire Tomlin. I mean, I would put that more on Arthur Smith. He's got full autonomy with the play calling there, but obviously Tomlin's the guy hiring the offensive coordinator. So if the offensive coordinator's not good enough for the third, fourth time in a row under the Tomlin regime, yeah, man, this season is quickly going down a path where Mike Tomlin is not the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers next year. But I'll also say this is a similar kind of feeling to what the Steelers were like 2 years ago, before the Rudolph games, where you needed to win all 3 just to have a chance to make the playoffs, and you end up doing that, and you make the postseason. And then, the 3-7 start, the first year of the Pickett era, where you win, I think, 7 of your final 8 or something like that, just an awesome run to finish your season. So we'll see if the Steelers have that kind of run at the end of the season in them, but at this point, this is the lowest low that we have experienced with the Pittsburgh Steelers so far this year. It's not even close. It sucks. Anthony with a 2 says, as a Steelers fan, this game is embarrassing to watch. It's the most embarrassed I've been as a Steelers fan since we lost to the Patriots on Thursday Night Football with Mitch Trubisky. The Patriots are trying to give you that game, and because they were trying to, try and get a new quarterback, you still let them win. Obviously, tougher opponent here, but this might be a team that if the Steelers somehow get into the playoffs, they would have to play, and you just got absolutely trounced at home. It's just a terrible feeling, man. $2 from Lake Havasu says they should put in Will Howard. I mean, I just don't really see the point in throwing somebody out there for, that little amount of time. Listen, man, if the Steelers lose to the Ravens and then they lose to Miami and the season is pretty much over, I'm open to giving Will Howard a couple weeks at the end of the year. If we get to the Cleveland game, for example, or even just the last game of the year against Baltimore, and you have no chance of making the postseason, I would be open to giving Will Howard a chance to show us what he can do. But right, they're going to stick with Rodgers until the playoffs aren't a possibility. And with the Ravens and the way that the AFC North is shaken out, I mean, the Steelers are still very much in the race right now. So if you're hoping to see Will Howard, I would be shocked if they benched Aaron Rodgers this week for Howard. I'm just going to give you guys a fair warning on that. $5 from Steven says, I preach time of possession every week on this channel. We are last in the league in time of possession. And by the way, it's going to get even worse. I mean, the Bills possessed the ball for over 40 minutes of game time today. It's just going to extend the Steelers' loss in that, and that's huge. We're going to hit the rest of the Super Chats after the postgame here, Ponzi. What's that? Yeah, all right. I'll do a This Is Why right now. Actually, I'll do a This Is Why after we get off stream. Yeah. All right, man. Well, I wish it was a better outcome here, but it's not. It's time to talk about it. It's time to get honest about it. Time to talk about what this means for the Steelers season, what it feels like for this Steelers season, and this is probably the lowest I've felt as a Steelers fan in the last 2 years, so that sucks. But without further ado, let's get into it right now. Steelers Talk Postgame coming at you right now. In a critical moment and a great opportunity for the Pittsburgh Steelers to take back control of the AFC North 1 week before the Steelers play the Baltimore Ravens in a crucial interdivision matchup, they completely crapped the bed and had it was their worst performance of the 2025 season to this point, losing to the Buffalo Bills at home by a final score of 26-7. The offense couldn't move the ball. The defense couldn't get off the field. It was overall, from start to finish, the worst overall game the Pittsburgh Steelers have played this season, and this late into the year at home to have this caliber of performance against a potential playoff opponent. If the Steelers somehow find a way to make the playoffs, certainly doesn't feel good being a Pittsburgh Steelers fan right now, and this team's chances of doing something that this team has not done in the better part of a decade at this point, and that is to win a postseason game. And honestly, it just feels like we're right back to the same old spot that this team is always in under head coach Mike Tomlin. Welcome into the Steelers Talk postgame show, guys. It feels like the wheels are coming off the train here in Steelers Nation. We're going to talk about it. I'm going to give you guys my takeaways coming out of this game. But make sure you guys click that subscribe button because we're going to get you guys extensive coverage tomorrow, Overreaction Monday, along with my film analysis. It's not going to be pretty, I'm guessing, after I watch the film tomorrow. But we also have 2 live shows this week, getting you guys ready for Ravens week. Steelers still have a lot of opportunities left in front of them. They get the Ravens twice if they can somehow find a way to turn things around at this point. The AFC North is still there for the taking, but man, losing 5 out of your last 8 games, or 7 games, I should say, at this point. Wow, it's just been a complete collapse here in the middle of the season for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Let's talk about this game, man. 26-7 is the final. Bills possessed the football for over 40 minutes of game time. Let me repeat that. 40-plus minutes of time of possession in this ball game. So in order to do that, you need 2 things to happen, guys. The offense has to get off the field extremely quickly and not really do anything all day, and then the defense has to not be able to get off the field and possession down play, all that different stuff. And the second half of this ballgame, guys, was probably the worst I've ever seen this Pittsburgh Steelers team play from start to finish in a half this entire season. Offense couldn't move the ball. You gave up a defensive touchdown on literally the first play in the second half. It was the second half from hell. All right, and that is the lasting impression that we have of this Steelers team is now we head down a very crucial home stretch where you are now tied at the top of the AFC North. You're playing the Ravens twice, and you give up a ton of rushing yards to James Cook today. We'll talk about the run defense today, but how are we supposed to expect this Steelers team to stop Derrick Henry over the next, 2 times over the next 5 weeks, all right? Weren't able to do it last year. Certainly didn't show an ability to stop a really good running back today in James Cook. Just look at the disparity on possession downs and total yardage, all right? Like you had 2 great turnovers in the first half, just like you did against Chicago last week, and then you get 2 turnovers in the second half that bury you. And you don't even possess the football for 20 minutes of the game clock today. That's an absolute joke, plain and simply, guys. Now, before I get into some takeaways here, some injuries. Patrick Queen left the game with a hip injury. Honestly, wasn't playing all that well in the game before the injury. And the Steelers do have decent depth at linebacker. Cole Holcomb was able to come in. Peyton Wilson taking over green dot duties. Honestly, I'm not even sure if this defense takes a huge step down with Patrick Queen out of the lineup at this point in time. He's been that bad this season. He leads the league in missed tackle rate, all that different stuff. I obviously hope Patrick Queen gets better, and I never want people to get injured, but certainly hoping that he gets better soon. Then James Pierre left the game with a concussion. Hopefully he can get back on the field soon, but Asante Samuel Jr. did get on the field in the second half. A lot of it felt like garbage time just because it never felt like the Steelers really had a chance in that second half. It was just all downhill from literally the first play onward in the second half. So we'll see what Asante can do at outside corner in the weeks to come. There's a reason why they elevated him and made Darius Slay a healthy scratch. So I'm sure we'll see more of Asante in the weeks to come. And we'll see when James can get back out on the field. And if so, is Asante just the full-time starter now? But then we get to our takeaways here. And last week I thought Arthur Smith had one of, if not his best overall game plan for Mason Rudolph and that in the Steelers offense. And, the run game was going, all that stuff. The screen game was going. Today they came out against a team that is really good against the pass and really bad against the run. And, I know that the run game wasn't great today, but they passed the ball so much, even in the first half. I mean, they had 5 more pass attempts in the first half than rushes. And they really leaned in on Aaron Rodgers today. And once again, I understand he's hurt and all this different stuff, but Rodgers once again was lackluster in his performance, all right? Plain and simply. We haven't seen Aaron Rodgers play at a high level, like a genuinely good level, since he lit it up on Thursday Night Football versus the Cincinnati Bengals. Ever since then, since the Green Bay Packer game onward, Aaron Rodgers has not been a good starting quarterback in this league. He's probably been a bottom 10, maybe even bottom 5 starting quarterback in the league. And it's not like Mason Rudolph is going to be coming in and saving the day, and he's going to be way better, and he's going to save this season either. This season is banked on Rodgers playing high-level football, and he hasn't done it in over a month at this point, pretty much a month and a half at this point. And I just don't know if I see, it getting to the other end there where we're seeing the first half version of Aaron Rodgers that was a pretty decent quarterback. And then in the run game today, Jaylen Warren, 3.5 yards per carry. It's not terrible, but only 10 carries on the game. Obviously, is not exactly what you want to see. Kenny Gainwell had some nice plays once again today. That's obviously the strength of this Pittsburgh Steelers football team. Yet Arthur Smith came out with a quarterback with a literally fractured wrist in 3 different spots and said, we're going to pass the ball a lot today. Terrible offensive game plan coming into this game, plain and simply, and it can't be, there's no excuses. It's just straight up terrible from Arthur Smith. But also the quarterback problems continue like I talked about, guys. It's been since the Bengal game, like I talked about, since we've had a good starting quarterback play for this team. And if you can get that version of Rodgers back at some point, maybe we can start talking about this team, doing some things down the stretch. But until that version of Rodgers returns, and at this point, I certainly can't guarantee you it's going to return, all right? He's going to have to deal with this wrist injury for probably the rest of the season. I can't tell you with certainty or with any hope that Aaron Rodgers is going to turn it around for the rest of this season. And that's unfortunate. And then also it's another blown first half lead. I believe this is the 4th game this year where you had a first half lead this season and you lose the ball game. And that points to a lack of adjustments. That points to a lack of coaching. That points to a time of possession battle and losing that and getting tired on defense as the game goes on. It just points to a lot of deficiencies with this team, man, and it all starts at the top with Mike Tomlin. Speaking of Tomlin, his defense ran out of gas again. Now, listen, man, the first half, once again, this defense showed up. It reminded me a lot of the Charger game, where in the first half, you're doing pretty decent. You're getting stops. You're getting turnovers. You're rallying to the football. You come in with a decent, starting defensive plan. All right, you made Josh Allen look really uncomfortable. Then in the second half, obviously you're on the field for just so goddamn long that you just run out of gas eventually. And, this is a problem with Steelers defenses over the last several years, is that the Steelers never win the time of possession battle. And by the end of the season, their defenses are gassed and they get absolutely destroyed in the playoffs. So even if the Steelers sneak into the playoffs this year, guys, it just feels like it's going to be more of the same. It's going to be another blowout loss in the playoffs because this defense has run out of gas by the time we make it to the postseason. And I'm sick and tired of this being, the norm here in Pittsburgh, which has been the status quo for multiple seasons at this point, over a half decade at this point here in Pittsburgh, and it's frustrating as hell. Now, I got more takeaways coming up later in today's show, guys, but do me a favor, grade today's performance from the Steelers. If you're not giving this performance an F, I don't know what is an F. This is one of the worst performances I've seen from a Pittsburgh Steelers team in many seasons, all right? And for it to come this late in the season in such a tight AFC North race where every game matters, it just sucks. It just really sucks, guys. So get your Fs down there in the comment section for today's pinned question. Just a second here. I'm going to tell you about our sponsor today. While you tell you about our sponsor, give me an A, B, C, D, or F. And if you guys want to get this awesome Steelers sweatshirt, you guys can use our code CYBER60 at our link, chatsports.com/PitSalute25 to get the officially licensed Steelers Salute to Service hoodie this year. Really like the classic army green design this year with the coloring. Not a lot of camo on there, obviously. Then you got the Steelers logo on the chest patch with the American flag on the side there. So if you really like this and you guys want to get this in your collection today, or you want to get it for somebody in your life for Christmas, 25% off. It's an excellent deal. Use CYBER60 at chatsports.com/PitSalute25 to get this hoodie in your collection today. Now, I will also say, guys, that the run defense was an absolute joke today. In terms of my biggest worry when going up against the Baltimore Ravens next week and in the season finale, guys, it's not even necessarily Lamar Jackson, because the reason why the Baltimore Ravens put belt to ass last year against the Steelers, the final two games that they played each other, was not because Lamar Jackson was necessarily lighting them up. It was because Derrick Henry could not be stopped. And I watched the Steelers run defense today, and it was soft as could be, man. They were allowing easy perimeter runs. They're not getting off blocks. They're not doing a good job filling their run fits. They're out of position a lot, linebackers in particular. And James Cook ran for 144 on our ass today. How are we going to stop Derrick Henry next week? Seriously, how are we going to stop, Devon Achane in the Miami Dolphins in 2 weeks? How are we going to stop Knuckles and Sonic in Detroit in a few weeks? If this Steelers run defense doesn't get better, they might not win another game. Quinshon Judkins is a really good running back as well. They did a good job against him in the first game. But, man, if Judkins can have a really good game in Cleveland in Week 17, I'm not even sure if I can guarantee that this Steelers team can win another game if this run defense plays as poorly as it did here today. And frankly, how it's looked for many games this year. They've had good moments where they've had good games where they've shut down Jonathan Taylor and Josh Jacobs and some of these other guys, but they've given up over 100 yards to Chase Brown, now over 100 yards to James Cook. And it's just every single week you are giving up yardage on the ground, and it is a big problem with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, talking a little bit more big picture here, I know a lot of people are going to want to go to Will Howard, all right? And I get it, all right? Rodgers and Mason have not been good enough over the last, several weeks. And, you want to see if the young kid can give us a spark. I understand that, but, and I think if, the Ravens were 10, 11 wins at this point in the season, I think that's actually probably what they would do. But because the AFC North is still so gettable in terms of, where the Steelers are in the playoff race, we're tied at the top of our division right now somehow, guys, with how inconsistent, how bad the Steelers have been. They're still tied at the top of the division, and we still have to play the team that we are tied at the top of the division with 2 more times. The Steelers still have everything left in front of them, at least in terms of an opportunity standpoint. And until the opportunities run dry and until this team is for sure not making the postseason this year, Will Howard's not going to play, guys. It's going to be Aaron Rodgers. It's his season. As long as the season is still alive, Rodgers will be the starting quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And maybe, final 2 games or so, if the Steelers lose their next several games in a row and there's no chance of making the playoffs, maybe they give Will Howard a chance at the end of the year to show what he can do before they presumably draft another quarterback in round 1 of the NFL draft next year. But, until the Steelers are done and out of the playoff race, guys, Aaron Rodgers is going to continue at quarterback. Hopefully he can turn it around and play better down the stretch. But I am starting to lose hope, guys. And you guys know me as the person that, tries to stay optimistic. And despite their inconsistencies, despite some of their frustrating performances this year, I've continued to say that, this team, I think, has the talent to be able to do some things in the postseason this year, win the division, win a home playoff game potentially, but I'm starting to lose hope of that being a possibility. If you can't stretch the field vertically on offense the way that the Steelers just haven't been able to over the last several weeks, if you can't stop the run on defense, if you can't, somewhat make the time of possession battle even, we've seen this team at their highs beat teams like the number 1 seed in the AFC, the New England Patriots, on the road. We've seen them kind of dominate the Indianapolis Colts, another team that might win a division this year. At their highs, we've seen what this Steelers team is capable of. It's just they're at their lows way too frequently, and today they hit absolute rock bottom. And today certainly feels like, how I felt after we lost to the New England Patriots on Thursday Night Football 2 years ago. Before Mason Rudolph saved the season. It feels the way that it felt when we started the season 3-7 in the first year of the Kenny Pickett, Mitch Trubisky era, and then they went on to somehow rattle off 7 of 8 wins or 6 of 7 weeks or whatever it was, and they ended up putting themselves in contention to make the playoffs and get to 9-8, right? Somehow they're still alive. And, if I know anything about Mike Tomlin-led teams is that, if you're looking for some optimism here, and I'm not saying that, I think this is going to happen because with the way I'm looking at this team right now, I don't think it's going to happen. But, right when you think the Steelers are at their lowest is usually when they seem to turn things around and make that final push. And right now it feels like we're at that rock bottom point. So if you're looking for, some semblance of hope here, that's where I think it would rest, is that, right when you think that this team is at its lowest, they come back and they get a big-time victory. We saw it with the Colts win a couple weeks ago, and, certainly beating the Baltimore Ravens in Baltimore next week would suffice and meet that standard. But I just don't know, based on the way that this team is playing right now, unless there's major changes and major improvements, how they're going to make the playoffs this year, how they're going to win this division. They still got the opportunities in front of them, but right now it's certainly, butts are getting tight in Pittsburgh, and Mike Tomlin's butt should be red hot at this point as far as I'm concerned. So point the finger at for me down there in the comment section. Who's the most to blame for today's loss? I'm going to put it on Mike Tomlin today, guys. Arthur Smith is high up there as well for the offensive game plan that he put together today, cobbled together. It just wasn't good enough from a coaching perspective from start to finish today, in a very big game, and a great opportunity was yet again squandered by the Pittsburgh Steelers. So I'm going to put it on Mike Tomlin because he's the head of the snake here. The buck stops with him. And, if he doesn't improve this situation and drastically here down the stretch, I think that the Steelers definitely need to consider trading him during the 2026 NFL offseason. Just some final thoughts here before I say goodbye, guys. This is the lowest point that we've been at this season, obviously. You've lost 5 of your last 7 games. You're 2-5 since you started 4-1. This is not a good football team right now. And until they get some semblance of a vertical explosive passing element to their passing game, which I don't see on the horizon, if I'm being honest with you, until they can stop the run consistently, which I can't honestly say that I see on the horizon either, until the defensive coaching and the offensive coaching and all this different stuff comes together in a consistent manner, this team is not going to do what they have the opportunity to do here in the last 5 weeks and win this division. So we'll see what this team is able to do over these next few weeks. We got a big one coming up next week. But yeah, man, it's going to have to be a lot better today if the Steelers want any shot of playing in the NFL postseason this year. That'll be it for today's postgame reaction. We'll have overreaction Monday early in the morning tomorrow, followed by film analysis in the evening. If you guys want that extensive content here on Steelers Talk for free, click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Till next time, guys, here we go, Steelers. All right, we're going to run through these super chats here, guys. $5 from Keijo. Says, this team made me fall in love with football in the early 2000s. Sad to see what this organization has become. Listen, man, I'm going to say this, and I know everyone's upset. The Steelers fan base has it pretty darn good, guys. It really does. Obviously, this fan base is tied for enjoying the most Super Bowls in NFL history. We are right up there with, I think we're second in win percentage. We're second in total wins. In the Super Bowl era, there's been a lot of success, man. It's been 4 losing seasons in like 50-plus years of the Pittsburgh Steelers in the Super Bowl era. So, this sucks. It really does. But, this feels like right where the Steelers are. This is about as low as the Steelers organization gets as an organization, 500 with 5 games to go. Right? That's about as low as the Steelers organization gets. I wouldn't trade being a Steelers fan with anything in the world, especially being a Browns fan, winning 3 games a year, Jets fans, Detroit Lions fans, how much misery and just wasted seasons those teams have had. At least when the Steelers are not Super Bowl quality, at least, they're in playoff contention, at least they win some games, at least it's worth watching the entire season because listen, man, when you're a bad team, like a legitimately bad team, and you're winning 3 or 4 games in a season, it's unwatchable. It really is. And I wouldn't trade being a Pittsburgh Steeler fan with anything in the world. Chris Riggs with the 2 says whole stadium just walked out. Rooney needs to wake up. We'll see how the season finishes up, man. We'll see how the season pans out. If this team misses the playoffs and gets less than 10 wins, which seems like a very realistic possibility at this point, Mike Tomlin should be traded at the end of the offseason. Now, obviously, Tomlin has a no-trade clause, which makes things tricky. He would have to agree to go somewhere. But, man, I really think it's time to move on. Both sides. I think Tomlin could maybe even have success elsewhere, but, this is just getting embarrassing at this point. $5 from Mexamander. It's time to fire Tomlin and Arthur Smith and bring a better offensive coordinator, John Gruden, as the head coach, and fire the manager as well. Listen, man, John Gruden, he would be all-time vibes. I don't know if he's a fantastic head coach. I just don't. And by the way, Mike Tomlin's resume is better than John Gruden's. It just is. So, take that for what you will. John Gruden, I think the game has kind of passed him by. I think his offense is a little bit old school at this point. And make no mistake, it would be John Gruden's offense, not his offensive coordinators. So we'll see, but I highly doubt Gruden would be on the list. $2 from Stephen Orick. Says, Jack, why do you love Jonnu Smith? If you've been watching our channel, man, you guys know I really don't love Jonnu Smith. I want to rip my hair out with how much they use him because he just doesn't do anything. He doesn't block. He doesn't, get open versus man. He doesn't have good hands. Just doesn't do anything, man. Julian with a 5. Appreciate you. I'm trying to roll through these as fast as we can here, Ponzi. $2 from Bernard. Says, A-Rod is tough. Is that supposed to be good or bad? I don't know. It hasn't been good for A-Rod since the Bengal game, man. $5 from Derek says this is a bad team and it has been for a long time. Starting with the owners, it's time for major change. Listen, man, you're 2-5 over the last 7 games. If that trend continues down the final 5 games, where you maybe win 2 games, if you win 2 out of your last 5, Mike Tomlin should part ways with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Let's just say that. Joshua Bailey, $10, says, oh, well, we are all Steelers fans here, but let's all be honest. They keep putting mediocre players and coaches out there. Honestly, I feel like this is the best roster that they have had in a little while, Joshua. Coaches just haven't, gotten the most out of this group. He says we need to completely rebuild offense and defense. We need to clean house. I don't even necessarily disagree with you there, Joshua. Maybe not completely, where you still keep, a lot of your good players. But like Cam Hayward, maybe think about trading him for a decent draft pick next year. He's only got 1 year left. If you're not going to actively be going for a Super Bowl next year, why keep him around? TJ Watt's got a massive contract, man. There's Highsmith, you could think about dealing him. There's a lot of different options that you can think about. June says we haven't been a truly good offense in a long time. Yeah, I would say, dude, it's been almost a decade since we've had a legitimately good offense. Since Prime Big Ben, 2017, somewhere in there is probably when the last time we had a legitimately good offense. That's not this year's Steelers though, unfortunately. Is that it? All right. Andrew Ringler 5 says at this point, put in Will Howard. What is there to lose? I mean, well, the division. You're still very much in the divisional race, man. That's the thing, is that I know people don't think the Steelers will win the division, but they are still very much in this race. They are still tied at the top of the AFC North. So until that possibility has just gone bye-bye for real, and there's no chance, literally no chance of them winning the division, Aaron Rodgers will start. You can disagree with that. It's just the way that it is. How many more we got here, Ponzi? We got a lot. All right, well, let's run through them. Rad Doctor with a 20. Rad, wish I could spend more time with you there, but we got to get off the stream here pretty soon. Shannon Cassidy with a 5 says, I wonder how rude entitled Tomlin will be to the media after the game. We'll see. Certainly watch that later tonight. Madara says, are we running the ball? Why are we running the ball in every key situation? I mean, the thing is, they passed the ball way more than they ran it today. It's just they picked their weird spots to run it today, man. It's just inexplicable, man. Terrible play calling, terrible game plan from Arthur Smith today. One of the worst of his Steelers tenure, if I'm being honest. $10 from Matthew Perry says, we always have people on the team that would love to see play more. For instance, Roman Wilson, and the coaches don't play them. And we have guys, Matthew, that we would like to see play less. Jonnu Smith, and they keep playing them. I can't explain it, man. JV Free with a 2 says Steelers coaches and players have failed Aaron. And I think Aaron, to some degree, especially since the Bengal game, has failed the Steelers. I mean, we've seen what this Steelers offense can be when he's playing pretty well. I mean, the first half of the season, Aaron Rodgers, this offense was kind of humming, honestly. They had some really good games there, but he can't throw the ball down the field. He hasn't been able to throw the ball down the field in multiple games at this point. And at this point, I'm not sure if it's ever going to be coming back this season, which is unfortunate. But he says Bengals might win the North. That's a realistic possibility, Ponzi. They got Joe Burrow back. They're only 2 games behind both the Steelers and the Ravens at this point. The Steelers keep losing. If the Ravens keep losing and the Bengals win out, they do have a shot. $5 from Shannon Cassidy. You are the only ones keeping it real and keeping me sane. Go Steelers. F. Tomlin. Thank you, Shannon. I appreciate you. $2 from Raymond says Tomlin decision. Let Pickens go. Fire Mike Tomlin. Like I said before, guys, when it comes to George, I think it got to a point where you had to let him go. The players in the locker room didn't want to play with him anymore, and George wanted a fresh start. The fact that it got to that point, though, is absolutely the Steelers' fault. Absolutely. They didn't use him correctly. They didn't give him the proper quarterback play. They didn't give him the right coordinators. It's the Steelers' fault that George Pickens is not a superstar player for this team right now. $2 from Andrew Ringler says fire all the coaches, especially Tomlin. If it keeps going this direction, man, I'm right there with you. I don't think they'll fire him, but I think they will trade him. Byron Davidson, $2 says fire Arthur Smith. Never liked his style. What do you think? Listen, man, if the season keeps going the way that it's going, you're going to be firing all the coaches, and you're going to be starting over. CL Rose says Mike T lived by the sword. Time to die by the sword. Listen, man, yeah, this is his hand-picked team. This is the team that he wanted this year, right? So if you don't make the playoffs, if you have a losing season with this team, all right, man, it's time to get a new leader in this locker room for sure. $5 from Christopher says it doesn't matter if we make the players. We aren't good enough to win a playoff game. Getting there hurts us more than it helps. So play Will Howard. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree there, Christopher, but I would like to see the Steelers get the opportunity to win a playoff game. That's just the fan in me. It's sort of – listen, man, we've seen this offense play at a higher level. It's just I wish that we could get that version of Aaron Rodgers that we got in the early portion of the season. I think if we got that version of Rodgers, this team would have a chance. But until that happens, and I'm not sure it will happen, this team is doomed, like you mentioned. Sosa Sam, Brian Flores, would love Brian Flores as the next head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll see if the Steelers actually have that opportunity. Jordan Brown with the 10 says we don't have the quality starter at quarterback on this roster yet. Who do you think they should try and get? Honestly, man, at this point, try and trade up for a quarterback. Try and get a guy. I would love Ty Simpson. I think he's the most pro-ready quarterback in the class. Mendoza and Moore play very RPO and screen-heavy offenses. I think if you try and start them day one, they're going to struggle. But at this point, man, I don't know. I don't know because I don't think the answer is necessarily on the roster unless it's Will Howard. But I don't know how Will proves himself before the end of the season. Shannon with a 5 says part of the problem is we assemble a good squad quick for the sake of talent, but no one has the heart of a Pittsburgh Steeler. I mean, I think certain guys do, but you have to have a team of Steelers, and, it's just that's not even the issue to me, Shannon. The issue more is just getting out-coached and not putting your guys in positions to succeed. I think the guys out there want it. I really do. And I'm not going to question anyone on this team's heart necessarily, but I think it's more coaching than player heart, in my opinion. But, that's going to be it for today's show, guys. We appreciate you. We'll be back with Overreaction Monday tomorrow morning, and we'll have film analysis tomorrow as well. It's going to be, a lot of negativity and a lot of telling the truth tomorrow here on Steelers Talk. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button and join us tomorrow for our content.